stuff, man, and really, like, these players is just really bringing it. And I think that makes all this that much more exciting, right? We have such great talents. And now let's talk about some of the players that we need to watch out for. So in the EU side, you have TFUE, Mongrel, obviously. You also have DeBeast, Clipnote in Brazil, as well as Techno Viking and Nyx. Then you have Aspect as well. Aspect over in NAEs. This guy, absolute monster of a player. We'll see what he could do. Also, shout out to the controller player, Destroy, who's holding it down. Vivid, continuing to prove that he belongs right up there with the top dogs. Takata, who's had some stellar performances. My boy Spook, who doesn't suck. We're looking forward to seeing what he can do. 13 years old. I got to give love to my boy Ninja. I have to give love to him.
He's out there. He's putting in the work.
Hey, you know, he streamed his games. He was putting in that effort, and I mean, I've been casting this guy for years, so I know what he's capable of. So it's cool to see, like, you know, Tyler still got it, you know, so I'm pretty happy about that.
When you got that competitive spirit, it doesn't go anywhere, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And, I mean, speaking about things that aren't going anywhere, these players, because they're in the grind right now.
Yeah, that's right. We're neck deep in the EU games. We're going to start things off in just a little bit. We're going to get into the action here, and I believe we're already ready to go. So let's go, folks. Let's find out who are going to be the 8 players that will qualify for the European region in the FORTNITE World Cup Finals in New York City.
That's right, and the first player we're taking a look at, Crazy Spooky. I want to see if this guy's a spooky player and if he's got what it takes to make it all the way through. He's on day 2 here. There's a lot riding on the line here for the FORTNITE World Cup qualifiers. Can he relieve himself of the pressure?
I know that a lot of these players, I mean, I don't want to say like I understand it, because I certainly cannot fathom what they must be feeling. A huge opportunity to go and play in New York City for $30 million. Also, the money up for grabs here is no slouch indeed. Some decent money up for grabs for all of the regions. But now we have Forala. I wanted to make, hopefully I'm saying that name right, Forala. But at 2 eliminations currently, a decent kit as well. And a nice pick there on Requiem. Well done. That is going to be number 3 for Forala, which means that they're going to continue to rack up some more points. Every elimination is a point. Remember that, folks.
Yeah, he's got to be careful too, right? Look at this low elevation he's in right here. And look at how hefty the player base is in the lobby. 46 players, and we're approaching these moving zones right now. Dudes are playing slow here in the European scene.
I don't blame them. I do not blame them. You want to play smart. You don't want to just give up. Every game matters. You don't want to give up, you know, dumb plays. When we always say, you know, when I would compete in other games, we'd be like, don't give up any dumb eliminations, right? You just don't want to be that person. And when you're playing solo, the only person you really have is yourself to kind of like motivate yourself out of those moments.
Yeah.
And I think that for a lot of these players, yeah, they're going to take their time. 43 players now, as a matter of fact, as Kongan did manage to pick up 1. And also what it means for each region. We touched on it earlier. Oceania, Asia, they get 1 spot. Brazil gets 1 spot. Europe gets 8 spots. And North America total gets 8 spots. But of course, that's split between NA East and NA West.
That's right. And whoa, a little misplay right there. Shoots a grenade launcher in his own box. He does have to replace these walls here now. I think he kind of forgot whose territory he was in. He was in the enemy territory. Nice little shot right there, though.
Definitely did some damage on that play. Well done. And looking around, kind of seeing the carnage. Everyone's holed up in their 1-by-1s, just trying to protect themselves. Some more eliminations. And then the baller. This is something that, you know, European players, they'll punish. They'll shoot the baller. And if they see the cracks on the baller, they will be more inclined to shoot it. Remember, only 200 HP now for the baller, and I didn't even realize this yesterday. It does, if you shoot a explode like a rocket launcher at it, it actually does damage to the player inside.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes, if the baller is about to break and explode damage comes in, the player inside will be affected. You'll take all the damage, so you got to be very careful. You know, using those weakened ballers, right? You can get punished pretty hard for that. So you're not invincible in there.
And now look at all the players that are starting to fall to the storm here. This is where the scuffle starts to begin and things get a little crazy. 26 players are going to remain, and Predict was not watching himself. You got to be very careful because you have to protect each. Yeah, he should have predicted that, man.
He should have predicted it, man.
That guy. I'm sorry. I don't mean to just call it out and be so obvious, but I have to. But yes, this is where players start to fall. We're down now to 21 players, and this is the pressure. We start to get this circle moving in some more, the real estate shrinking more and more. This is where, and look at Cubx up top. It has that high ground as well.
Nice for him to go right there. That's going to shake things up in the high ground. Freakout's actually holding players out to the storm here as well. Things are just kind of popping off right now. Players are just washing down. There's only 18 remaining, a few of which are in the ballers. And big RPG shot right here. He's going to follow up, cracks it open, but doesn't follow with that.
Oh, I'm sure he would have loved to have had that rocket in that moment, but he just couldn't get the reload in on time. There's going to be one player right above. That's white damage. What does Predict attempt to do here? What is his thought process? He's going to get challenged on the side.
In the box.
He's going to find one.
There's another one behind him.
Well done there from Predict. He managed to pick up two that challenged him inside of the box, and now Predict is just going to slow things down. He's got to get his reloads off. He also cannot get chunked, but he's going to get taken out by Baba Bless. And now we have a scuffle up the top now. Forala is still going to be up there. Cubx, I called him out earlier. This was a guy that was holding down the high ground for a considerable amount of time. As far as the kit goes, a decent kit to try and stop any invaders. They're going to push him onto the high ground, so players need to be very mindful of that.
That's right, and with the storm pressure here, he's trying to branch out just a little bit here. He has given up a lot of real estate, though. The lower he elevates here, the more risk there is for these players that are rifting in, and that's why he's looking to jump down right now. But with that, there's going to be a lot of pressure from his backside here. Someone slipped by. Okay, no one's looking to contest him, so he is in the most dominant spot at the moment.
Oh, that was Forala.
Gets taken out right there.
We called him.
Rifting down.
We called Forala earlier, Monster. We thought he would be a player to make a dent in this matchup, and instead he's going to have to try again. Cubx, this is still looking very good for him. High ground doesn't necessarily dictate that you're going to win it, but it's going to give you it has to be a good feeling to know that you have control up here and that you're going to be able to hold the elevated position. Now, Cub does see the player around him.
One build right there. This is a big elim for him. This is going to dictate whether or not he can stay in this game right here. He is going right through the builds, right through the boxes. There is no trap. He's poisoned, or he dodged the poison just in time, actually.
Wow, and manages to take out Pilfa. Does get chunked by the storm. There's only going to be 6 players remaining. Cub does have 30 builds now to work with, but he won't be able to pick up that elimination, but that's Baba Bless, who's going to give him the shields needed. Now, we have Bruise and we have Lorik.
That was a huge elimination. That put him right back in the game here. Bruise is in the mid ground. Lorik's in the high. He's got no heals. He does have some stinkers, though. Stinkers are great for this situation. Honestly, you just want to get him on this man, make him go down so you can buy yourself some time to get in there.
Yeah, what does he opt to do with this? 50 HP.
He hears the shots. It's all going down.
Oh, he saw that
He's only got 3 builds.
Oh, boy, and Bruz is going to go down for the fight. Cubx and Bruz now in the exchange.
Get him out.
But there's still going to be one player above. He's throwing the stinkers ahead. This is amazing.
The launch pad is out, so he is going to be able to go down. He has to coast with the storm line here. He no longer has any more stinkers, but that sound cue is going to be given out any moment now.
He won't be able to outlive him.
Any moment now. Here it is. He's got to go into the storm. Can he land the one pump he needs?
No.
He's got to connect.
He gets boxed out, and that is going to be a victory royale for Cubx. Big, big win for him there, and ends up getting, that was smart. Saw that the player was ascending down and said, you know what, I'm just going to protect myself. That's the safest play to do in this situation. Manages to win, had more health than his opponent, but as we saw yesterday, the fun doesn't stop. We go into yet another game, Monster. We got Stompy here from E11. That's a name that we all recognize.
That's a big name and a big competitor on the scene. He's been around the block doing what he does. Heavy sniper in his hand. He is our elimination leader this time around. And for you guys tuning in, we are jumping straight into the mid-game action here. There is no downtime in this streaming format here for the World Cup qualifiers. We're on day 2. So this is a big moment. This is a defining moment for a lot of these competitors if they can make it on through. A lot of newfound talent out here.
And what Dave is doing here currently, just gathering information. It's a very important part of all this. Just want to see where these players are going to be pushing. So he's sitting inside of that cone to just try and get that information. but he's going to rotate out now.
Getting ahead early here, Dave 2K, and Bilau's right above him. Dora holding a storm line. AV Pro, David's in the baller nearby. Ooh. He's going on the offense. He's found someone he wants to target. This is not where you want to be. Now it's the pressure to backside. Good one pump right there.
Very well done there by Dave 2K. He went in for the challenge. He knew that he was going to be able to pick that one up if he caught that player off guard. That's exactly what ended up occurring. And we'll get a slurp for his efforts.
Not only that, this is a wonderful elimination. Look at all the excess material just sitting here. He's doing a nice little count here so he can dictate how much builds can he just kind of start to rat out, right? Tunnel out here and create some extra real estate with the additional mats. That's one of the benefits of getting an elim in one of these congested zones. You have a lot of material to play with now.
What is Dave going to do here? Needs to just break down these walls. As you had mentioned, Monster wants to own it.
Yep. So he's going to use that brick. He's got a lot of extra material there. At least he can do a little something with it and stay at max materials.
8 players are going to qualify for the European region. A lot of folks are going to be that much closer to a life-changing opportunity. You have to really think about what this means for a lot of these guys. And Poison Trap's such a great trap to use.
No.
What happened?
I'm pretty sure the poison will target the baller if you put it in the same box. Yeah, traps will trigger on stationary vehicles, so not sure if he knows that, but kind of a weird one right there.
Dave going back to his same tactic. You know, I like that. Playing it smart. And there, the ball, he's going to punish
110. That's another battle he's going to take here. That was his wall.
That's white damage, and that's member 2 goes down, but the pressure now, 20 HP, so all that advantage that Dave 2K managed to get, and it's all going to go away. Comey's going to make him pay for that one, and that's a pickup. That's an elimination for Comey, who's going to be right to the right side of Davidu. Stompy's still going to be in the fray as well. You have Macias there, Ibor's Macias, but we're going over to Stompy's POV. A good kit, a nice wall buster with that heavy snipe, can just dive into any 1-by-1 if he wants to get aggressive. 6 eliminations. Well done so far. And
it's important, like, to note here that he owns multiple layers, right? Like, not only does he have a nice hold on the bottom 2 layers, like he's got some upper mid-ground hold right here, which is going to come into big play when it comes to this next rotation right here. So look at how he can elevate himself, right? This is what I talk about, being able to just get up and make that big move here. So nice little glider redeploy. It's going to allow him to cut across the field here, save just a little bit of materials. He doesn't have much. He's hitting at 600 right here. And now that he's ahead, he can push players out to the storm. These are going to be 2 huge eliminations for Stompy.
That was very well done. He knew that that player had to come out of that box because the storm was going to be pushing him out of it. So he just focuses his aim in that direction and does not allow that player any kind of room to breathe. Gate keeps him in from that one. Very well done. Another player is going to be sitting right above him, and he's going to continue to put some pressure down. But Stompy owns a lot of the flooring. That's going to be on his feet here.
Oh, this is going to be another one. He has got the blood in the water here. He's looking to see if he can catch it.
He's going after it, man. I like it. He's catching players off the rotation, and he's hitting them. He's hitting them for a sizable amount of damage constantly.
This is actually a scary elevation here. Of course, you don't want to be too low because that's where you face the most congestion. But moving up with 200 materials. Oh, that's right. He has that glider redeploy. This is how he's looking to get across every single time. But the further ahead of the storm he gets, the more risk he takes on these eliminations. He can't go out there and get the spoils.
Yeah, but Stompy did manage to find some more targets. So perhaps the spoils are going to be coming to him because more players continue to just expose themselves, and then Stompy will put the damage down. Someone actually pops up right by the ramp that he was staring at, and he makes him pay. A beautiful shot there with that blue pump. That's going to be number 9 for Stompy, who is shredding this lobby.
Stompy is doing so good right now. He's got to be careful, though. He's in a pinch. There's 2 players nearby now. He's waiting for that edit. Is that opponent going to make it? No, he is not. Now trying to cross here. Oh, man. So many crossfires here. So many crossfires
here. Only 2 swings to break through that wood monster. He, at the very least, he knows what he can do. Let's try get inside of the 1-by-1s, the safe spaces of these players. That's going to be Ross, who goes down to Stompy's hand. And number 10 for E11, Stompy. Maybe number 11 here. And that's going to be yet another pick there. Stompy is on point.
I love what he did there. He saw the fire coming in, and what does he do? Gets on the offense when he should be on defense. These unpredictable plays here. with no materials, now opting to sit under the cone. It's his best way to protect himself with the limited resources that he has here. And this is another defining moment for him. He's going to punch right through. He keeps doing it here, Golden.
That was such a sick play. Again, I mentioned earlier, with that heavy snipe, it is a wall buster. You just shoot once and you go right into that safe 1-by-1 that player thought they had. You are not protected at this point. You have to be prepared for anyone to jump in there. Now, as far as the overhead, as you see here on the left side, you got Soros with that high ground. Comey's going to be on the mid ground, and then Stompy still going to be fighting.
He's
over
just
here
got
in the mid.
2 more. Stompy got 2 more. 13 eliminations right here.
13 eliminations for E11 Stompy. This guy is a beast. He's looking
still
maybe
hunting.
for another one.
He's still hunting.
He drops all the way to the ultimate low ground as well. And then you have CDP. No eliminations there, but finally will be able to pick up his first point there against Comey. He will be in the top 5, though. He's going to try and box him out. Stompy, he's getting chunked by the Storm. He's got to get that in. Picks off Xenovi, but not able to get the win. CDP, who had no eliminations, now sitting at 2 and managed to take out our elimination leader in the lobby. But he's going to go for the fight, potentially. Soros is going to be in the mid ground. CDP is going to be right above him here.
This is a 1v1. He does have stinkers. All he has to do is really flush him out. This is his game to win. He shouldn't burn them all. Yes, the Storm is going to take it. It doesn't even matter, because if he comes in, it's over. You walk out, it's still over. And he gets rewarded because the Storm is playing a factor in this.
What a play there from CDP. Used the stinkers to force that player out of the safe zone. Had no choice but to get out. And then on top of which, Soros did not have an angle on CDP, who was above him. So just forced him out, gave him no room to breathe. Very well done. But we're going to go back in to another game. Once again, going into that 4th, 5th circle, mid-game action, going right into the late game, and we may see some more familiar faces in this one.
All
you never know who you're going to get.
All the action. We're going to get all that action today. We saw a lot of it yesterday, but today's competition is a lot more stiff. It's a lot harder. Yesterday's lobbies, they were looking like 20 players or so. Here, we haven't seen one below 40 approaching the move-in zone. That's how intense, that's how much larger the skill gap is here today. So for all you other guys who's competing later, this is what you're going to be facing.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Well, we got Arnatron here from MAD or MAD. And
Secret Mongrel just went down in the feed right there. That was someone that we wanted to look out for today. Unfortunately, he is not going to earn himself any placements in this lobby here.
If Nancy's playing in 60 hertz, wow, man.
That's a pure concert reference. 60 hertz.
Well, yeah, but sometimes I was playing PC with 6 hertz monitor for a very long time.
Ooh,
didn't know any better. Didn't know any better.
Didn't know any better.
Didn't know any better. Now I know. Clearly that guy knows too. Arnatron, whoa, nice shot on Nico.
231 meters from downtown.
Oh, hello.
Doesn't see it coming.
Wow, and Norward BE caught off guard. That is going to be some more goodies for Arnatron to pick up. 2 solid eliminations there. That was, I mean, kind of shocked that players aren't looking to try and just like own all the walls around them.
That's the risk you take walking into someone's territory. You let your guard down, and that wall you thought was yours at one point is now no longer yours, and that's the punishment you pay. Solari Nikov. Solari did an awesome job yesterday covering the action on the European scene for all their players. These guys are showing up big right there. A nice little elimination for him. He's still on the hunt though. And then I like how he's just keeping the tree there, right? So that's blocking his line of sight, giving him a little bit more protection and comfortability for putting pressure down here.
He's going to get more information. He's going to edit cone just a look. Nikov and the Solari guys.
Ago Zeke, that's another player who's been on the competitive scene for a long while. Tavosky, another player. These are good players here. This is a great stacked lobby we're on right now. Whoa, talk about shambles. That ammunition, only 3 bullets. Okay, he's got a little more than that, but his loadout is looking hurt right there. Tavosky's going to have a tough one here, as this game is solely dependent on whether or not he can find elimination and loot up right now at this point.
Maybe Tavosky can get inside of a 1-by-1, try and challenge a fight. Might be against Arnatron here if he's not too careful. Tavosky, wisely enough, is going to use that cone because he doesn't own that flooring that was below him. Sees a player up above him.
There's just so much going on. He doesn't quite know where he wants to focus on. Arnatron.
Oh, what a shot there onto Arnatron, who had some great shots himself, and maybe Travasky can actually use this to his advantage. If he's able to pick up another player, he can get the resources. That's the problem, though, currently. That elimination on Arnatron was great, but benefited nothing from it. Wasn't besides just getting the siphon, the shields, the HP, was not able to get anything out of this one, and because of that, Kofe will be able to get the elimination onto Nikov. Very unfortunate for him. Let's go over. Actually,
Nikov picked that one up.
Sorry,
right there.
yeah. I was a little lost there. Hold, please.
There's a battle for ultimate high ground right here, by the way. There's all kinds of rifts going on. Yep, Marco's like, you know what? I don't want to be up here. Nikov's very high in the sky right now as well. This is going to be a weird one, but they're playing off of the lucky landing ditch, so anyone is suspect to fall damage. But he's got an RPG.
There you go. Doesn't have any AR ammo, though, and a gray one as well. This is going to continue to try and defend himself here, Nikov. And this one's smart, playing his back against the storm. Going to push into this fight here. It's going to take out Raxo.
He is doing a great job lowering himself into enemy layers and slowly but surely canvassing each layer at a time. That's how he's going to get his way all the way down here. Markel also finds his way down and elimination to get him some heals.
Look at this here. Got it. 1, 2, 3 ballers that are going to be out. Oh, the Vic.
Oh,
the Vic is
took
very weak.
So much storm damage there.
Yeah, the Vic is going to be feeling it. That's 4 ballers down low, but you have Nikov with the ultimate high ground up above.
Crazy how that worked out for him. He kind of worked his way down little by little, and now he's holding the most dominant position on the map here. Markel's going to go owned. That was an RPG straight down below.
Doing this with a gray AR. I love to see it. Hey, you know what? Every weapon can work for you in this game.
And these guys' hands, it doesn't matter. If it shoots, if it does damage, they're going to make it work.
It does not matter. Nikov, ultimate high ground, explicit. It's going to be in the mid. You got 3 ballers, but then as far as players that are looking good health-wise, Dangum's not in a bad spot, but that rocket actually knocks Dangum's down. You got Kofe up above. Needs to be careful there. Almost landed Kofe onto that trap. Nikov still with the high ground, continuing to shoot down more rockets, more explodes. He's going to have 5 left to work with.
Lucky for him, this is now backtracking to his previous build, so he's able to have this super reinforced territory to work off of, and everyone's coming up the mountain right now. He's got 5 rockets in the chamber right here. All he's got to do is keep pressuring these players down, and this storm is going to help him out tremendously here as players are in the congested areas. No one is safe here.
He has a bunch of builds.
He's playing it so safe.
Yeah, he is going to run out of those rockets eventually. So I don't know if he's going to want to save that maybe for one of those like final desperate moments, but he's continuing to get more and more coverage here. And I like that he's shooting areas around that, you know, he's just trying to
trying to get as much collateral damage as possible with these things. Squeezing them right between those nooks and crannies, trying to get in between multiple layers here. And then, you know, look at how he did not want to go down, but Koff tries to turn this around and take that high ground. Nikov is not with it, though.
Nope.
He does manage to get the 2 ramps to get the block off right there. Lucky for him.
Zhao's going to be in the ultimate low ground. Question is, well, oh, he's getting chunked by the storm.
He's struggling. Both of these guys are struggling. Nikov now in the lead for health pool. All he has to do is continue to play his game here. He's putting pressure down, forcing these guys to get into one another. A little bit of fall damage right there, though. That's going to be bad because now they are on the same health pool. He actually has to go toe-to-toe here.
He has to go
lose
for
this game.
He had to go for it, but he couldn't find Kofe, who managed to hide himself at that moment. Something to spray there, bud, but it's okay. Well done there. Right at the end, Kofe manages to pick up the victory royale.
Got a little too overconfident, took some fall damage going down.
He did a good job of holding him off, though.
He was holding so well up until that point.
And a second place finish, not bad at all, but your elimination leader in this game is going to be Issa from Ghost. We got Nico once again, got Legends from Penta. So we got some familiar faces. Zeke as well.
Another resurgence here in the game.
WKeer bot. WKeer. I was going to say Wiker bot. I like WKeer bot, though.
Ooh, nice little dart play right there. Does recognize he's faced through the ramp. Nice play. He is using the enemy edits against him. That, my friends, is some high-tier movement right there. Keeping calm and making plays.
Definitely wasn't a WQ bot play there. He was playing very well. He was lingering around the enemy, and that just was a very sound situation there for a WQ bot. Now they're looking at the rest of the lobby here. You got Fato Game up top, Deja Fu up ahead in the baller. You got Zeke in that high ground. I'm trying to see if more players, who else pops up here.
Yes, a lot of players in this game right here. Issa is a controller player for all of you guys out there that did not know. He's out here representing. Now to hop over to the other side of the map here to see what's going on. Let's stream Vato.
Now we got In Panic's Brownie. One elimination, has that boom bow.
Recognize that there is something going on in the box nearby. And lovely, he had that wall nice and weak. It's a battle for the rift right there. 3 players collapse on that rift. He's going to trade out what might be like 30, 40 tick. Yeah, okay, so that was 30 damage.
At least he gets that rift out of there,
yeah,
right?
It was so
that's
worth
the benefit.
Because he couldn't even get those mats. He's only at 300 mats, so this is going to be a big moment for him. Is he going to land and get into the action? He's going to need to land a big shot here. Oh, he tries to play off the edge there to get that cliff for some high ground here.
Just wasn't enough. It's going to end up taking more storm tick damage. We got 38 players left in this. That boom bow.
Man, this is where you want to be with the boom bow at the high points. It's a good place to be with the boom bow.
Going back around here to this cluster of players. Markle, you saw earlier on, WQ bot, who made an incredible play. Then we got Fato Game. He's going to be inside of his 1-by-1.
He's using a scope to look through the cracks in the brick. Any piece of information, any opportunity, so he can make this big edit here and pump somebody.
Oh, he lands right. I saw that play happening. He heard WQ bot hacking away at the brick that was going to be around him, and instead he just drops on down and is going to make him pay for that one.
That was a risky play to make right there. Good on Fato to recognize that it was time to land a shot, and he does. Okay, now looking at the map. A lot going on, a lot of congestion. Polar Peak is one of the toughest places to land. At least they're lucky enough to be on the backside of this mountain here.
Yeah.
Because the terrain could be a lot more harsh for these players here.
Playing around that mountain is so frustrating. And then Vila Nen, or I'm just going to say Vile. Vile putting in some shots there. Ends up benefiting.
Hey, you know, honestly, Violinen, maybe?
Violinen, I like that. Violinen. Okay, well, Vile's going to use that jump pad to get out, but just as we were saying that, manages to snag 1 elimination onto Curzo a little while ago. And also found another player who managed to sneak away inside of that baller, but will reposition and then continue to just get some more information. Metal's very good, give you a lot of protection as far as, you know, those walls, but also
Issa still in it?
You get a lot of vision. Issa is still going to be in this. You got Atlantis Rapid, who's going to be right below him. Issa having to deal with some of this pressure. It's going to be a benefit from these shots. That's 5 now, Monster. 5 now, maybe going for 6.
Looking for the downtime here. He's getting closer and closer to his player. He's trying to see if he can get in that player's box. Now with the zone on his back, he's getting a little bit ahead of it here.
He's got to get a good shot, good angle. He needs to see one of these players that maybe wants to try and edit out.
Oh boy, he's playing with the storm here to go for high ground.
Wow.
Like how he looks up first to recognize whether or not there was a structure above him.
Yeah, he gets tagged up though quite a bit. He does have some minis to top himself up to 50 HP, and he took that storm damage. Is that going to play a factor in his next fight? One has to wonder.
Absolutely worth it though. Issa and Viper going toe-to-toe here. Marco wants a piece of the action, so does Effect. Who is going to win the exchange here? Issa's looking to get ahead. He's going to box up now.
We got Violin in here on the top right of your screen. Ghost Issa's going to be over in the bottom right, and then you have the overhead on the left side. And another, Markle has to be frustrated. He hasn't had the games I'm sure he would have wanted, but Issa picks up another elim there. Very well done. Violinen's also going to benefit. That's an elimination onto Matex. Be 100-100.
Another one of those launch pad plays. Trades out 10 HP for the high. He's going to step back there. He's going to trade out a big chunk, but the high ground is hit at what cost here?
I like the ambition. I like the idea of going for that play, trying to force him out. The violin is going to drop down. It's going to end up eating some damage. Issa still manages to benefit from it. That was a risky play, but it is going to pay off for Issa. Now we have Effect, Recart, Legends, Jams, Explicit, as well as Alcana, who's going to be down low inside of the baller. But all eyes are on Issa, who has that high ground spot. Let's see how he plays it.
Explicit snatch the baller from Jams, but he cannot stay in the zone. Yup, that's it. Jams is going to make him pay for that one.
You can take his baller, but you ain't going to get away with it. You ain't going to get away with it.
He says got his eyes on Effect. Bye-bye, Effect.
Monster, I'm shocked that Effect just did not see that or did not hear that he was on that high ground. You always have to be, assuming that someone's going to be in that spot. But
it's also a nice little block right there. He saw the launch pad from earlier. He puts a little cone over it. No one's going to contest him for this high ground on his watch, but he has only got 30 material. Yes, getting ahead of the breaking here to get some visual cue down. I'm sure he can hear the baller. This baller's going for the high.
And this baller's also going to eat a lot of damage there. That player, Alcana, really is going to be in a world of hurt. Issa's able to punish Jams, who went up for the high ground. Now it's just going to be a 1v1.
Is he going to jump for the mats, or is he going to just go for the battle?
Okay, now Issa. He's got to play this one out. Let's see what happens here. He's going to use that jump pad to get back into the safe zone. He's going to get hit for the damage. 14 HP. 14 HP for Alcana. He's able to get the elimination onto Alcana. Very well done from Issa. 10 elims as well as the victory royale. That's 10 points from 20 total. A huge game there from Ghost Issa.
Huge game for Ghost Issa right there.
All right, well, let's send it over to Kitty to get us into our next few games.
Hey guys, awesome performance by Issa. Oh my gosh, and we really did see how important it is every single elimination. We saw, I believe it was Oceana, that 1 point difference is what makes it. And amazing job. And we do have a few more plays with Sundown. Sundown, what do you got for us over here?
Yeah, so we're gonna check out, the theme of this one is gonna be close quarters combat and executing in that mid and end game. So at first, we're going to jump on board here with Noodle Kongan, just trying to find whatever space he can get in this close shot, trying to get on hit, but then look right away, as he's taking out the trap, immediate 180, and boom, Kitty. That was nuts.
Yeah, having the awareness and the focus to switch like that and land your shot in a 180 situation is awesome.
Yep, and Predict SMG doing it here as well. Again, 2 players directly on top of 1, 2, doesn't panic, picks both of them up, knows there's a player at his back, so look how he gets into the zone, boxes up and rotates. Now, again, we talked about close quarters combat. CX is, by the way, look at the pressure here. From the moment he gets a tag onto this player, chasing, knows he's there, boom, gets the assault rifle round. So he's broken through the shield and he's looking to find him, not giving this player a chance to rest, using everything. Notices the wall on the backside hasn't been edited, so the player had to have gone up and he found Ubnox. Now, we saw a little bit of it on stream, Kitty, but Stompy went off.
Yeah, Stompy is an amazing player. Already we see him here with 6 eliminations and 26 players remaining.
Yeah, really huge, and you can see how he's looking to find the backside of the circle rotations constantly, already at 8 elims, and the flick right there, picking up Sops as well. I mean, it was just absolutely nuts here, particularly utilizing the heavy sniper on these backside of circle rotations to make sure that he's able to pick these guys up. And also, I want to note how he's constantly hiding himself inside of these cones and then editing himself back out. It makes it that much harder to track where he is and gives him that much more of an advantage as he does it there onto Chundis, a very good player. And again, the loot is right there and he takes advantage of it, picking up B&Q Effect as well in that circumstance, and then dipping back into the storm. Unfortunately, didn't get the victory royale, but 14 points and the top 3 is still a 21-point performance for E11 Stompy. He's got to be happy with that.
Yeah, definitely happy with that. It's so interesting to watch his aggressive style gameplay, kind of what we saw with Aspect yesterday, but then also going for those more hiding positions in the cones, jumping on his prey. But we are going to get into some more games today, guys. I think we got Golden Boy and Monster over here is going to take it away. We got Mongrel. Woo! Let's get it.
Right, Mongrel in the house. I've been very much looking forward to seeing Mongrel play. I know we saw him in the elimination feed on the receiving end of getting picked off, but still, that is a, Mongrel, like when you see him, you notice it.
This is a big moment for Mongrel, man. It's like a debut, right, to like his first competitive, big Fortnite event as far as like World Cup goes, right? That's the official events.
That's
so
true, yeah.
good to see the younger competitors able to make or break here in the scene right now.
I've been more impressed every single day with the players we have in this community and the youth. I'm glad that the age limit is where it is because we're seeing a lot of talented youngsters that are bringing it, man. And as an old guy, it makes me kind of reevaluate my situation. But I will say, man, very impressed. And talking to young players, well, Mongrel, this young man is so good, so disgusting. I think that during the Lux Cup, a lot of people were saying that Mongrel, maybe Mitro Mongrel, one of the best duos, right?
Yeah, the duos.
And does that correlate though to the solos? I mean, Mongrel slayed out so many times. When I tuned into his stream, this kid's he's a savage. And then Nikov is in here too, and Tyovsky as well. There's some good players here, but Mongrel's going to go in for it, and Tyovsky was just not ready for that at all. He's just going to boom that door, just shut it down with that heavy snipe, and then punishes him, catches him completely off guard. Mongrel does get tagged up a little bit, Monster.
Mongrel, one of the best mechanical players, and one of the few mechanical players that his mechanical skill can carry him. And by mechanical, I just mean the speed and action of which he can just make his plays, right? The edits, the shots, everything. He is so on point. When he commits, he is confident every single time. Most of the time, he is just faster than his opponents and more accurate.
This kid's aim is ridiculous. Now he's continuing to put some pressure down, and here and there, right? He's putting some shots down, seeing if he can benefit from it. He knows, he's like debating on the picks and chooses of the fights he can take. That's what I was gonna say. You gotta let me finish my point, Mongrel. This guy is disgusting. It's like he's looking at it. He sees, like, okay, this is weak. This is a weak wall. I could go after this player. This player's going to get pressure from the other side. Let me try and third party this fight, benefit from this. He's hitting him at all these different angles.
That's right. It's another thing. Just identifying what walls are freshly built, what players are behind those walls, in a heel stance or something like that. He catches all these guys off guard. That's why he has 5 eliminations right now. But it is time to go. It's a long rotation for him to make, and many others here as he pops that rift to go. Unfortunately, it was a launch pad nearby. He didn't quite catch it. But this rift is still going to be a fantastic one because it's going to allow him to keep all of his materials as all these other players have to make this long rotation here.
Sometimes you don't really get to use a community launch pad.
You don't.
It'd be like that sometimes. Sad times for Mongrel.
Sad times.
But hey, he manages to use that rift to go, which is going to give him that elevation necessary. I wonder where he's going to go coming out of that. We got Nikov, who's going to be, I think, one of the highest positions here. In fact, maybe the ultimate high ground for Nikov. This moment, though, he needs to be careful because he get challenged, as we saw off screen just a moment. Mongrel still continuing to be down low. A lot of players just going to be surrounding him. I think I saw a boogie bomb just go through as well. And Mongrel, though, managing to just stay up despite the carnage that is unfolding around him.
Oh boy, he's finding some more loot right here that's going to allow him to replenish up. So he's looking good this game. Let's see what's going on here. What decision is he going to make? Who's his next target? Who's his next victim? It's Hakotos who's going to go down there. Jetpacks takes himself out to the storm there. Don't know how he does that when he had a baller, but it happened.
Right. But it happened. Hey, like I said, sometimes it really do be like that.
It does be like that.
Mongrel, he saw one player down low, but he also saw another player coming on the left side. So he, wisely enough, is just going to get right back into his safe spot. And he's going to push out now. And I like watching from Mongrel's POV, his decision-making. It's something.
I think he owns that wall. He does. He does own the wall. I was wrong.
That player, that's going to be another huge elimination for Mongrel.
It was like, I thought about it, and then Mongrel thought about it. He said, wait, that's mine. Boom. Hit him right there. That guy's out of the game. Back to the lobby he goes.
And you were talking about this in the previous game, Monster, kind of spreading out your cover, right? Spreading out like what you have and owning as much as you can, because you never know. Moments like that where you're just going to run in and someone's going to own this. And now down 2K, looking to go for the elimination here. Player, though, wisely enough, is going to defend himself, and he's going to just drop down downs. He's looking to just establish himself, slow it down, find another player, and I think he saw someone right below him. That's going to be Stormy, right? And he goes in for that fight. Stormy Wright just tries to protect himself. He is going to get hit. No shields left for Stormy. Downs is going to get hit by the Storm, though. Instead, they're going to continue to chase. Then Mongrel up above on that high ground, bringing himself back to life with that campfire.
Ooh, I wish he got a little further out. He's not going to get all the heals he needs, but it doesn't matter if he can get this elimination. It's going to top him off right here. Can he get this one? Oh, Cam was trying to pop a heal or something there. He's going to get owned by that one. Perfect shots, too, right overhead. Easy elim right there.
It was rough, too, because that player just did not move because they were getting healed up. It was so much happened at that point in time that Mongrel just punished him for that one. And then that was Stormy Wright, who ends up falling down low to Jaspe. And again, he does it again. Mongrel continuing to just shed destruction down low onto these players, and they're none the wiser to it. Mongrel continues to display why he's one of the best.
It's a 1v1 right here, Golden.
This is it, a 1v1 now, 9 eliminations for Mongrel. Mongrel's just going to go in for the fight. He's going to own this in 143 clean. That's number 10. That's 20 points. Mongrel with a victory royale.
That is a great game for Mongrel here, who ended second in the qualifiers yesterday. So every big game like that is going to help propel this man up the standings here. Great game for Secret Mongrel.
I'm shaking my head, dude. That was just disgusting.
No, one of the things people don't talk about, just having high ground, you're more likely to get headshots too. Just the angle. Like, it's all ahead.
But the way that he was doing it, though, right? Like, a lot of these players, he had such calm shots. They were just calm. They were not sporadic. Like, even when he was breaking through structures, he had eyes on it the whole time. Now, Wakey here. As we go into another game, once again, we're at the 4th circle in this particular server. And we're going to continue to do that throughout the day, jumping into all the different circles, all the different games at the 4th or 5th circle. Getting mid-game to late-game action on broadcast. Wakey, a little bit of a mind game here, trying to get control.
I like what's going on here. This is a mind
tug of
game.
war. It's a tug of war.
It really comes down to who's going to break the pattern and catch the other off guard.
Wakey, what is his decision here? Because he just has to keep defending.
Honestly, we've seen people go from this defensive edit to just make a box and jump out and headshot people. So it is going to be an interesting one. Looks like he is going to regain the top, but nope, he loses it again here.
Just at that moment, ends up losing it out.
Okay, look, breaking up the pattern, now targeting the walls as well. And that's what I talk about, going for the counter edits. Just like that, you can't get punished.
That whole game is why I love competitive Fortnite. That whole moment is why I love competitive Fortnite, because it was a mind game the entire time. Both players trying to jockey for control, one owning the cone, one owning the floor, and then continuing to just lay those traps down. The second that player exposed themselves, he went right for it, and a beautiful shot there once again from Dave 2K. That will be number 2 for him, but that whole play was just so sick, Monster.
That's how it is, a little tug of war right there, but you gotta be careful. You let your guard down, so you think, oh yeah, we're playing with a little wall replacement. No, man. You make a mistake, you're gonna get punished. And going for that side wall, he saw feet, he saw knees, he started capping him out.
And then that player had no choice but to back away.
Yeah.
Because you can't keep taking that. Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, he boogied him. He boogied him, and then he's going to get the baller out of that one, too. Nicely done, but the baller will be short-lived. We'll get that purple pump, though. So that's nice.
This is the second game we've seen Dave showing up and picking up elims. Dave looking to make a name for himself here. Nicely done.
Been impressive.
Look at that. He's going to have so much excess material right here. He's going to be doing the same thing. Just building a little more, goes back, replenishes up. He is good.
That was pretty awesome.
Boogie bombs have been getting so much more usage.
As they should, because it's a great utility item. It really is. And also because people dance and they look funny. And to me, that's all that really matters. But now we got Scrib. Ooh, he sees his player. He owns his ball. He's going to go for it. He looked right through the cracks of the floor, chased that player down low, and now we'll get a beautiful rift to go. I like that. Now, okay, I do want to discuss this because there is a purple compact SMG, but he's still opting to go with that blue silence SMG.
Honestly, it could just be preference, you know, SMG silence. You still keep a low profile. Can come in handy. Nice play to use the Rift there. Honestly, he doesn't have that much material either, right? Only 1,000 mats here. So one of his resources is not completely replenished. Using a Rift here is going to get him to the next zone, allow more players to get taken out, and then give him a prime state at the next big place here. But Dave still in the running here. He is on the big rotation. We talked about how many materials it costs. Look at how much he's already burned through. Last time we checked in with him, he had max materials. He's gone through 400 plus.
He's saving. He's saving that Rift to go for when he really needs it, when he's going to be in a pinch. Some players, they just prefer that 107 builds.
That's the difference in position. He had max. Nice little pick right there. Blazy, is he going to go for it?
I don't know. I don't know.
A little bit of time. He probably not here. Oh boy, this is when players attack. When you're distracted, this is when they attack. When you're distracted.
Nicely done, and that was our elimination leader, Shelter, when we jumped into this game. Dave 2K, he is making some amazing plays. Didn't get a lot of resources for that one though. That was just a great play. Such a great play.
He looked at it. He saw him. He said, "Oh, you still haven't turned. Oh, you still haven't turned." Jumped in there. Blacksu from the stream still in this game right here. Scribs in this game. We know he's got what it takes. Who else do we have? XYZ, way high in the sky.
A lot of good players here, Monster. This is it. 8 slots for the Fortnite World Cup Finals in New York City for this week. $30 million, and Scrib once again on your screen. That's number 7. He's right in this one. He wants to pick up this victory royale. If he can, at this point, it'll be a 17-point game for him. Another player
he's gonna get
right in
more.
front of him. He's gonna get another one. That's Joban. It just happened to fall right in front, and his epic pump is on point. He is nailing players.
I love this right here. Looking for the wall replacement right now, but the opponent he's going after is fully healthy. Nice pump to bust through the wall right there. Sometimes the pump can work just like that on freshly built walls. XYZ somehow giving up the complete high ground. He ends up at the bottom of the map here. Dave 2K turns the table. He's at the high now. He picks one up. That's going to replenish all health.
Another elimination for Dave 2K. Make that 7 now. He is destroying Scrib, Dave 2K. I really want to see if these two players are going to go up against each other, because if they do, that fight is going to be incredible. Both are playing very well. Scrib is going to be all the way down low. And some more shots now from Dave. Got another player that's going to be out of this one. Kishanth that's going to be out. Scrib still there.
Dave is very high. He does have some materials to get down just a little bit here. XYZ popping a mini here. It's going to be a battle. It's really going to be a box battle here between Icefire and XYZ, as Dave is just chilling up above, trying to entice these players to get into each other's boxes here. So the multiple angles of pressure here from XYZ and Icefire. Dave's jumping down.
Wakey XYZ does not have enough build. Icefire, though, is going to get chunked. He's going to lose all those shields. And as far as life lead goes, it's going to go to Dave 2K. Wakey looking to go in for the fight. Icefire is going to be eliminated from this one, and he's going to take the siphon for that one. And Wakey XYZ is going to get the high ground. Dave 2K is going to be in a world of hurt, but it is going to be the victory royale for Wakey XYZ. Dave 2K put on a banger of a game, but you fire dance away there, my friend.
Nicely
70 limbs.
Done. He put the ramp overhead, threw that poison dart down, and it connected. That game was over the moment the poison dart connected. Well played. XYZ, man. I don't know how he came back from that one. He gave up his positioning, and Dave came down and made a fatal error.
I'm shocked that Dave 2K gave that one up. Despite that, second place, still going to get a lot of points for that game. Was slaying out, picking up a bunch of eliminations, not too concerned. I really, that was 2 games we saw from Dave where he had a big game, so maybe he could be pretty up there, but it's all about the top 8 spots. Yesterday, being the top 3,000 qualified you for this moment right here. But today, 8 spots. That's all it's going to take.
I mean, we saw our OCE regional winner not get a victory royale, but be carried by elimination. So people like Dave, those second places, you get placement with big eliminations, you are in the money. You're in the run for this. There's a lot more on the line than just making it to the World Cup final stage, right? There's still money to earn.
I like this. He's holding it. Mexi's holding it. He's waiting, but he's going to have to be the one to make the move. Then he's going to use that jump pad to get out of dodge.
Hit that. Ooh. Oh, I thought he was going to hit the line right there. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Oh, maybe he can pick up an elimination here. Doesn't need to use the minis, and that's going to give him the 100-100. Oh, that was a nice read there from Loot Boy Mexi.
That's right. He got ahead there. Heavy AR, perfect for medium range to long range engagements. Don't want it when you're on the running gun, though. All right, still on the hunt here. He's got quite the ways to make up this mountain. It's not over yet. Alpha's going to get taken out on his way up the mountain here. Hopping over to the congested side, the back of this zone.
You mentioned Monster of the Mountains before. Very annoying to play out of, right?
Very tough.
Because there's just there's a lot of texture that you have to awkwardly build up, and then when you try and make your pushes and attack.
He waited. This guy took such a risk. He's like, you know what? I'm not going any further. Let's see if I can get it. And he has a storm line. So he is the first in the race back down the mountain as things stand. Violinen right above him.
Yeah, Violinen, that was a player that we saw earlier on Attack. Oh, okay, maybe Attack's going to go for this.
He's hearing him. He's hearing him, trying to see. Is he close enough?
I really respect how Attack is he's just playing the edge here.
I mean, he's got a couple elims. He wants more placement. This is a tough time to go down. You want to get to at least 25 in this format. And that's why he's playing it so slow. So I'm sure he's counting his blessings for that zone right there. And he's looking to get up a couple layers now. So this is where he's going to go on offense.
See if any players are going to push out. He ends up finding one. He is owning that brick wall. He doesn't own the 1x1 where that player is going to reside.
And he's still not safe. He's actually just taking his time. I got to respect this too, though, you know. A lot of the times you think to yourself, oh, man, you know, I shouldn't have did that. I shouldn't have did this.
Should have done that. Because Attack catches him, was not aware that there was a player inside of the brick, and then exposed himself just for a brief moment, and that will be a legendary pump right to the back. Goodbye. And Attack still going to hold this one down. The guy who likes to live life on the dangerous side, playing right next to that edge of the circle, continuing to just do a brilliant job, and it eliminates a 12-year-old kid.
Rift. There it is. He just grabbed himself a rift. He's switching out. Oh, is the zone going back? That's actually going to work out really well for him now. He can take his time here, but gets picked just a little bit there, not too much.
But snag the bandies out of that. So he does grab the bandages, does manage to come away with that, and can heal back up to 75.
He's got 3 campfires, too. He's got so much going in his favor here. Bufu TTV at the ultimate high right now. Launch pads are ringing. Everyone's trying to get across this zone here. There's about 20 players in this lobby. Only a few ballers in play right now.
And all these players are earning placement points. Look at the Boombo play from Sven Pro, representing Sigma. There's a baller right next to him. He's going to get hit.
2 HP.
This is insane. 2 HP. Can he come out on top of the win here? Can he get the elimination to give him the HP necessary? That's going to bring him up to 52. You got to be careful, though, because now you're going to get chunked by the storm.
Oh, did he just... I thought he ran past someone. I'm like, what's going on?
Could have sworn he did, but he's going to find someone else right in front of him. That's going to be another elimination over to 100, and he's back in a fighting position. Can pop those minis, bring him up to 150, and he's going to be still in this game. How long, though? How long will he still be in this game, continuing to benefit from those eliminations? But Attack is going to pick up the elim there. And Attack has been disgusting this game.
That's right. His patient play was paying off here as he ascends all the way up to the top of the grounds here. B2K no longer up there, so that means Attack has taken him out as well.
Got L2 Nick, which I'm assuming L2. You know, maybe a little bit of that trigger spam, you know what I'm saying?
Probably.
So maybe. Got Mexi as well. Attack still with that ultimate high ground. 2 ballers are going to be in the ultimate low ground, but both are going to get ejected from those ballers. And Attack now is going to be, well, on the attack, because Overrun was trying to take that high ground. He wanted to get out of there. Overrun now going to that mid ground and in the safe haven of the 1x1. You got Siwi, who's going to go up now. Maybe it's his turn to try and challenge this. You see them both on your screen. And then Attack, he's going to ward him off yet again. Hits him for 36 blue.
No, he's doing a great job. Every time someone tries to pad up or make a big play, he puts one trap down. Then everyone thinks, oh no, can't land here anymore. That's no longer safe, which allows him to get comfortable in the high ground here.
He should be able to benefit quite a bit from this campfire.
Usawi with a nice little shotgun play in the mids.
L2 Nick is going to get dropped by Mexi down low. Mexi's going to have ultimate low ground. TFUE in the mid, overrun right above him, but attack, putting some more pressure down. It's going to get up to that 85 HP. And if he gets the elimination, it'll go to 100-100. Overrun, low on health, but has all the shields necessary.
Attack actually missed. He ran out of builds.
That is an unfortunate situation, but Attack's still going to be able to come out on top with that elimination. And then, just as that was going on, TFUE's going to go down low, and he's going to encounter Mexi.
They're in a one-by-one battle right now. They're so close to one another. Are they going to be able to get the... What is going on? They're trying to pickaxe their way through the builds here. They don't own any of this.
No, they do not, but TFUE's going to own the safe haven of that storm, and then it's going to be TFUE who goes out and Attack picks up the victory royale. It wasn't pretty, but it's going to do the job. 16 points for Attack. He had an interesting game, very interesting game. Played the edge of the circle, edge of the mountain. Some moments that really worked out in his favor, like when the storm went back and then went right in the opposite direction to pick up the gear. Wow.
Yeah, for a while, I thought he wasn't a risk taker, but he stepped into the zone at some point and then just went on pure offense. He went from super conservative play to pure offense.
Now we got Alanis Majin. Ooh, Majin. Yeah, I'm a big fan. With 3 eliminations, TQ Cola is going to be sitting inside of his base here. And then we go over to the scramble outside, looking to see if we find any names that we recognize. But I'm sure for a lot of players that follow competitive Fortnite, scrim, take part in the different discords that are out there.
Minigun ringing out from Advisor.
I know, I love it. I'm sure that a lot of players recognize these names. Always let us know on social media, guys. Use that hashtag Fortnite World Cup and let us know who you're looking out for. Maybe your friend's playing in this game. We haven't quite called them out yet. Help us out. Help us. Help you.
Help us find the content. Who do you want to see more of? Send in them replays as well, the clips if you got them.
Player drops down.
Here.
He just drops down right in front of him. Blue pump to the face. Wonderfully done.
Oh, that's a nice upgrade right there. Ooh, legendary pump. Oh, there's a rift to go right out there. Little does he know.
And Just Illegal has that jump pad. Sure,
or that's what I meant. Yeah, the jump pad.
Oh, okay.
It must have just fell right out of those. Right out of that elim, just right off the side of the build there.
I actually like Cola's kit here. 2 slurps.
Yep.
Good items to have. But I also do like, well, I was going to say I like the heavy snipe, but that blue AR being put to good use there from Cola.
Ooh, nice play right there, but looks like that timing was just a little off right as he went on offense. That player was going on offense as well. They met each other face to face with shotgun trades. So the slurp was popped here. I guess he figured it's time to get out.
Useful slurp.
That's right.
Man, this has just been an insane day here. European side of the competition, folks. 8 players are going to qualify for the Fortnite World Cup Finals in New York City.
Hunter taking out in the feed right there.
Okay, I didn't catch that one. We have so much to watch here. So many angles, so many players.
Yeah. A lot going on. Jaspe's getting the target here, but back to Cola. He's putting some more fire down. He's been on a very proactive stance here, taking players out of the sky. Now looking, put some prayer down from below.
Oh, and then Cola, who joined in the fray, ended up getting targeted as well. I actually saw a funny video on Reddit last night. A guy was playing his World Cup matches, and he was saying, like, this was my experience. And he was over by, like, Paradise area, just getting funneled with shots all over the place. Like, no matter what they did. And Jaspe picks up the elimination. That's number 3. Good job. Or, sorry, Cola picks up the elimination onto Jaspe. But you're in that moment where you're just getting pressured from all these different angles, and you just try and hold the fort, no pun intended, honestly, as much as you can. But there are moments where you're just like, I know that I'm in deep doo-doo here. This is not the spot that I want to be in.
That's right. He was just trying to get his heel off. Why you got to do him like that, man? He does get bodied on the side peak right there. Here's a nice little aerial look to give you guys an idea of who's still in this game. If there's anyone you're looking out for, anyone you're rooting for at the Fortnite World Cup qualifiers, day 2 here.
Well, I'm looking at Zephysh, who's got no, he's gone. I was like, Zephysh, that guy was just, it was a little bit of a prayer there was what he needed, but Krusty 4 eliminations for Krusty. Oh, and a baller in front of him.
You know, I like that he thought about pumping it, but that baller was so weak that meant that player would have been in his face. So good way to hold in the reins right there and not fire at will.
Sometimes you get a little trigger happy. You think, okay, I'm just going to go for the shot, and then it ends up really going poorly for you. Cola once again.
This heavy sniper right through the bottom floor.
I love those plays, Monster, when you just challenge it, but that player does manage to sneak out of there, and he's going to go right back into this, and then he's going to still pick up the elimination on a key to win.
Challenged the wrong one.
Not
Cola
today.
is hitting his shots right now. Good time to pop the slurp juice as well and double up on the heals right here.
Oh, and I was going to compliment the upgrade that he managed to pick up, but hey, that worked out very well for him. The upgrade with the purple pump, but it's going to take a sizable amount of storm damage, and that storm continuing to just get away from him.
I like the pump shot right there. That was a definite one. He's out.
I can't believe it. He's still going to be in this game. Player's going to be down low. If he gets the eliminations, he can get right back into this one. Oh. Nate, Jinx you, man. Nate made him
were waiting
pay for that one. That is rough, but hey, credit where credit is due.
I love how we both stopped and just waited, like, is he gonna get it?
And then Nate was the dream crusher.
That was great. That was great. Okay,
Look
so
at this storm.
Elliot uses the baller, gets all the way to the top of this mountain, and now ditches the baller to go on offense here. This is his game now.
And just the storm placement as well at the side of this mountain doesn't really give you a lot of room to work with. Oh, the traps! Oh, he gets through it. Perhaps those are his. And picks up another onto Ace.
My gosh.
Nate, he has more eliminations there than 2, I believe. I think he has like at least 3 or 4.
He is popping off these flick shots through the storm. Clutching up, making edits.
The trapdoor play onto APOC. Why? He's probably saying, why me?
Love what he's doing here. He's looking for the crack in the floor.
Oh,
good.
Elliot.
He's going to get that fall damage right there.
But he's in the bush.
Oh, the bush is really good, actually. So he can take one solid shot. He can negate a pump shot, effectively negate any damage right now. Elliot's got a big upper hand here, although he's down in health just a little bit.
He does have that added protection, as you mentioned, from that bush. It's going to be good for that. Now he's going to maybe go in for the fight, but Nate...
What if he gets it in the foot? Nope. That's it. He took one to the chest right there. Loses the bush here, ball.
So he's going to lose that protection at that moment there, Monster. Now it's going to be Nate and Elliot in a 1v1. Elliot is going to have the high ground. Nate holding it as far as the mid area is concerned. Elliot goes in for the fight. Nate exchanges a shot there to Elliot. Is going to do sizable amount of damage, but Nate is going to feel the brunt of that as well. No time to be able to pop a mini. They might just have to go for this one. They do get the 25, but can they get the 50? Can both of them benefit? Actually, Elliot not able to use the big pot. That would be huge if he was able to get it off, but that life lead is going to be for Nate soundly.
Let's put him in the lead. He's still got it. He's still got it. Elliot's just trying to get these blockouts right here.
Oh, and he went down, but Nate was waiting for him. What a game out of Nate. Good job. A victory royale for Nate and his efforts. That is going to do it. Good job on the EU side. Let's head on over to Kitty Plays over in the studio.
Hey, yes, we're seeing some amazing, amazing EU gameplay coming out today. Lots of mountain climbing games where we're having to see these players push up the hill into the fights at the end zones. But we do have Sundown with a few more highlights of what we missed out on. Sundown, what do you got for us?
Thank you so much, Kitty. So we're going to take a look and highlight some of the better players and some guys you might not have known. So Mongrel, we saw him absolutely pop off. So one of the keys here was he's able to get the early AR shots and then find that player trying to punish the backside of the circle rotation and then punishing him. And now look how aggressively he rotates through this entire endgame, managing the whole middle tarp so effectively, finding players nonstop, knowing when he owns a wall and when he doesn't, and this leads him into taking away the high ground, and then it's fish in a barrel, but almost easier, Kitty. Just like, look at these. You can't miss. Like, these are honestly just on a silver platter for him, able to take this one home, and I mean, a 10 elim victory royale. I mean, this player didn't stand a chance. Longo showing why he is one of the absolute best of the best in the game and one of the favorites to get one of those top 8 qualifying spots. And don't forget, that's what it's all about. But someone you might not have heard of before, Dave2K, I know I hadn't heard of him, but these plays here were very, very, very good. Making sure he got the close quarters one here, and then finding the gap, seeing the baller, and realizing he has the boogie bomb, and getting the punish down. Being able to execute on that was so huge, and then this ultimately leads him into being able to keep running the mid-ground tarp and take the high ground.
Yeah, excellent job by Dave2K. Not a very good feeling when you've secured that baller. You think you're going to make it into late game, and then it gets stolen from you. But here he is, just preying on his opponent.
Yeah, and you see, again, making use of the cone plays. We talk about how the best players we've seen so far are putting themselves inside of these cones in the 1x1 and then catching their opponent off guard. So now we're going to jump on over to SY attack. If the SY stands for something, please let us know. But his rotation here was huge. So he did it with no mobility. And look how he's making sure he's tunneling out. He's covering his top, his bottom, and then both of his sides, but making sure he's the runaround. And then he's always looking to find another player. He's not happy with just getting the safe rotation. He wants to try and find eliminations here, and this elimination ends up being huge, Kitty.
Yes, we watched here too. He was so lucky that the storm changed at the last minute, so he is able to take his time, make sure he does pick up that epic assault rifle as well.
And got the Rift to go, which then the Rift ends up transitioning them into the high ground for the late game, giving him ultimate high and putting him in a position where once he wins this 1v1, he's able to just ride it out, getting the siphon there, knowing he has the HP lead, and that all came from the 2 eliminations he picked up in the rotation. Attack goes on to take the victory royale, no problem, just walking it out, staying with the storm, and it's just all about that. We talked about how just one elimination can be the difference. We saw it in Oceania. Sometimes it's not necessarily always that last elimination. It's something that happens in the mid game that gives you a little bit more utility, gives you just enough tools in order to be successful. And attack demonstrating that there perfectly, getting the high ground, riding it out to victory royale. And I mean, that's 10 points for him.
Yeah, amazing job. Really, really cool to see these new names. I mean, we saw Mongrel. He's if you don't know who he is by now, you definitely should be looking him up. But lots of new people making a name for themselves. But we've got so much more content coming for you guys. We are going to send to a 3-minute break, and we'll see you right after that.
Jump on and drop in. It's time to kick off the FORTNITE World Cup competition. From April 13th to June 16th, we'll be running FORTNITE World Cup Online Opens, where you can qualify to compete for your chance at a piece of the $30 million prize pool. But how will these work, you ask? Each week will alternate back and forth between solos and duos competition, with players qualifying from each server region in Oceania, Asia, Europe, Brazil, NA East, and NA West. To find specifics for your server region, go to fortnite.com/World Cup. To play in the online opens, you'll need to compete in the new Arena mode, an always-on form of competition where players can rank up tiers and leagues. It all starts in the Open League, and when players earn 125 points, they'll advance into Contenders League. After that, you'll need to build your way up to 300 points to unlock Champion League, where the Saturday Online Open players will be chosen. Then, we'll take the top 3,000 solo players or 1,500 duos from that Saturday's semifinals and advance them to the Sunday finals. Each Sunday, 20 players will rise to the top and qualify to join us in New York for the FORTNITE World Cup Finals. Buckle up, because we're officially on the road to the FORTNITE World Cup Finals. In just a few months, we'll see the greatest FORTNITE players in the world go head-to-head to determine who will take the title of World Cup champion and become part of the global phenomenon that is FORTNITE. Hundreds of players will compete on stage in New York City for their chance at Ultimate Battle Royale glory and their piece of $30 million. But let's look back at how we got here. The competition was hot at our first major live event at PAX West, where we held the Summer Skirmish finale. This open format pitted over 900 players against each other, and Morgassi was able to rise out of the masses and take home nearly $250,000.
A life-changing amount of money.
Fall Skirmish came next, where 500 players competed not only in Battle Royale competitions, but build-offs, challenges, bake-offs, and cosplay competitions to win prizes and value club points. This all came to an insane conclusion at TwitchCon, where TFUE and Cloaksy were able to fend off the competition and win it all.
It's TFUE and Cloaksy!
Finishing off the year, we dove into the Winter Royale when the first ever open online qualifier was hosted, featuring the top 200 players from North America and Europe. In the end, the stream Skype dominated the European qualifier, semifinal, and final to come out on top.
All right, guys, we are back from that nice short break. I just went from casting those games, and now we're here on the floor to catch you guys up to the pace of the action of things going on here at the World Cup qualifiers, day 2. These are big moments for all of these players here, and I'm sure you guys are very interested in what's going on the standings here. So let's go ahead and take a look. E11 Stompy, we just had the pleasure of watching him mash through the game, stomp through the games. We were looking out for Secret Mongrel, who's over at 5th place, and down the listing it goes. Don't forget, guys, 8 players are going to get chosen from here. So if one of your favorite guys are in the top 8, this is a huge moment for them. Share the love out there on the medias. Keep rooting for them because things are still going on right now. We have much more in line, and the games that we're going to be continuing and casting with Kitty and Sundown. How you guys doing over here?
Doing absolutely fantastically. We're going to take you through to the end of Europe. So by the time we're done, Kitty, we'll have 8 players qualified for that FORTNITE World Cup final in New York City.
I'm so excited. I love my European fans and family. You guys are absolutely amazing, and I think we're going to see some really epic gameplay at the final moments of this bracket.
Yeah, particularly because you saw right around how that, I think it was 4 to 8 range, were separated by only about 3 or 4 points. You have Team Quesos Prisionero in there, Mongrel in that mix as well. So many players just trying to get in. It's all about the top 8 today. I mean, this whole action is going to get intense.
Well, even though these guys are separated by a few points, we've seen players putting up 20-point games, 10 eliminations, plus that victory royale. Like, this can still go anyway, and I can't wait to cast it.
No, it really could go anyway, but don't forget, again, this is the absolute best of the best. We're jumped on in to Europe. We've gotten in. We're getting towards the end of it. Each one of these players end up getting a 3-hour window to play. It's that or 10 matches. So Europe started queuing at 12 p.m. Eastern. Then after we wrap up Europe, we're gonna jump into Brazil for a couple of matches, show them some love, make sure we get them on stream, and then we'll hop on in for the entirety of NA East and NA West. So we have a long day ahead of us indeed, and also that scoring format. So top 25 gets you 3 points. If you get into top 15, that's an additional 2 for 5 total. 2nd through 5th is an additional 2 for 7, and then victory out gives you 3 for 10 total placement points available. But Kitty, how much is each elimination worth?
1 point, and we've seen players really taking advantage of that, putting up huge numbers for single games, and this whole weekend prize pool, $1 million.
Yeah, so not just the qualification spots up for grabs, but if you're playing, you can check it out as well. Maybe you ended up getting into that top 500 or top 2,000, whatever it is, depending on your region, you might get a chunk of that change. But we've so far already qualified 2 players. We saw Chiefs Slaya in tops, FaxFox take it home in incredible fashions. FaxFox 4 straight victory rounds, and then Slaya, like, that last clutch ending?
I know, and these guys are beating so many other players for that 1 spot for their regions. Absolutely excellently done, and I'm ready to get into these games now. So
yeah, me too. Let's get on in. Like we said, 8 spots up for grabs in Europe, and it's all going to come down to this as we're into the final queues, the final moments. Now, if you guys are just joining us, first of all, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. This is the finals of the first week of the FORTNITE World Cup online open qualifiers. Now you can see here we have the stream's Vato on there, but this is the top 3,000 players from each region vying for their piece of that $1 million prize pool, and then also for Europe, 8 qualification spots into that final in New York City in the last weekend of July.
Yes, so we're watching these final games of their bracket. They had 3 hours to qualify. This is just near the end. We just spectated Vato, who did have that rift to go, had a great loadout. It'll be interesting to see how he decides to use it.
Yeah, have Flame pushing over towards that as well. Rocking an all-rare loadout. That pump does have the one-shot threshold of being able to do either 100 the body or 200 the head. As he looks to find the shot in there, not quite enough to clean it up, though.
Yeah, no, we did see that player on the other side of the wall with a heavy sniper, and he's taking advantage of him being focused on the other players rotating into the zone and making a push.
Yeah, and he sees the player is on a campfire, so wants to get the pressure. Also, while the player tries to get a slurp off, I don't think he quite got it. Does own the wall, but the other player now has the ramp in, and this is a kind of a dangerous situation as the player gets sprayed in the back, too.
Yeah, he needs to get that final mark on him. Otherwise, he's going to have his elimination stolen. He does get it and gets the siphon. So now he's sitting at 18 shield. Maybe he'll be able to pick up some more shield on the player. Doesn't look like it, but another rift for him.
Yeah, should be able to grab that second rift. Also has the med kit and a heavy snipe there, so going to have some loadout changes. Mongrel in the match, but also incredibly low on effective HP. Now, I know we reviewed the format. Take a look in the top right-hand corner. 38 players remaining, so still 13 need to go down before we hit the first placement mark. Jumping on board with Warren. And this is a stacked lobby. Warren's in here. I saw Pappy, Stompy's in here, like MCES, Orcage. Like, there's so many amazing players in here, and all of them are really high up on that leaderboard.
Yes, they are. And we're also looking at a bit of a mountain push, too, going high up the mountain. So we've got Warren, who's already secured that high ground spot. We got some players on the low ground, and now in the next 2 seconds, we'll see where the next zone decides to go. Are they going up? And yes, they're going up and they're going over. Warren right away looking to make a new positioning change to get himself in the right spot to make that play.
Yeah, brilliant observation there. He is on the far side of the rotation, but that's so far. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see there's only about 10 more seconds until that rotation is forced out. Warren is on the closest side of it. What we mean by that is you can see how that blue circle there, that is the storm zone. Anything outside of that will tick you and do damage. That white circle is where that new safe zone will be. So that means, Kitty, everyone's got to move.
Everyone's got to move. And right away, you see Mongrel, who looks like he's managed to get a little bit of extra health that could have been from an elimination in that siphon. He's making a play for it. No shield, though, so any tags on him right now might take him down.
Yep, just as Warren is able to tag Refsguard, the player from VIR able to not quite rotate through there, but somebody else is trying to drop in, try and be a Luke Goblin. We talk about how that can be dangerous. Everyone heading in there. Will Warren be able to clean it up? And it doesn't. No, it was his elim as it went out. Wham also picked up another player, so getting closer to that top 25. Prisionero also in the lobby as well. A player who probably doesn't get as much highlight and as much attention as he deserves. Consistently on the top. One of the Spanish players, Team Queso, absolutely stacked. And this lobby is stacked. We have about 5 of the top 10 in here.
Yeah, this is insane. All of these guys wanting any extra elimination point, any extra placement point to put them up on that leaderboard. Only 8 are going through.
Particularly, too, any elimination against one of those other players is that much more valuable. It's one less game from... Oh, as Mongrel goes down outside of the top 25. That is huge from Nolan there. That is a massive elimination. It has such big implications for Mongrel. That's such an inefficient game from him. Only able to pick up a couple of elims as now Nolan is getting that backside of the circle rotation with just the uncommon tag. And he says, hey, if you're dropping down, I'm taking you all with me. Kick Bellagio, solo airwalks back to lobby as Nolan takes down 3 players right there. And DRGH, another top 10 player in this lobby, battling for high ground. This is absurd.
Yeah, this is an absolutely stacked lobby. All of these players very familiar with these types of modes. They are ready and here to play. We see DRG. He's got that ultimate high ground right now, already sitting on 2 eliminations, and he's got access to that RPG. We just saw how powerful it is with Nolan taking out 2 players with him in that engagement.
He also has 10 bandages, so if he can hold high ground as we get into these later circles, that's going to be incredibly effective for the late game full close situations. As now, with the eliminations, we're inside of top 15, so 5-point placement points for everyone left in the match as DRG picks up another player to get us inside the top 10. He's holding down ultimate high pretty effectively. You have Orc H on the low ground, and then a whole bunch of players on the mid ground tarp as DRG gets another elimination on the burn.
And right away, you see the zone. It's going back the way they came. He knows that. He makes sure to just carpet right over to where he's already built this high ground. He's not going to have to expend any resources, and he's going to be able to get lots of clean shots on his opponent.
And Vato has been absolutely popping off. We talked about all the players on the mid ground tarp. If you're looking to really get high volume eliminations, that's where they happen. That's where the scuffles are. It's a lot more risky, but you can be high end. The return on investment is huge, and it's going back over where DRG's builds are. He's in such control as he begins to rain shots down. DRG in the top right. You have Hood Ivesy in the bottom right-hand corner on the low ground. Creamy Kevin, if you look on the left-hand side of your screen, in the mid-tarp. But Vato coming down from above is so low.
He's got to be careful. I don't know how Prizian does not, Prisionero does not see him. Vato's able to get a positioning and a shot off on him. If he's able to clutch this out, that's 50 siphon damage for him.
That would be huge, and Vato is actually able to pick up a mini shield there as Orc H does get ticked out. Prisionero trying to find whatever space he can, but DRG now challenging down. We talked about how when you're on ultimate high, you can just drop down and decide when to fight, but he only has one more mat left, which means he needs to start working his way down. Luckily, you can see the other players, but we're moving into another mountain, Kitty.
Oh, no, this is not where you want to see DRG's positioning here. He's going to have to utilize his teammates or opponents' builds. Oh, all three of them getting rifted. He's not going to be able to use their build to get up. He does manage to get into the rift at the last second.
So everyone has now taken the ref. All the players are up in the air, but they aren't going to be able to lay down. There's no space, so the last rifter is just going to get the high ground.
DRG misses it
too. Land it. The slope there not being enough, and the circle is almost too narrow. Now, how good can you stay in? How calm are your nerves? Who flies the straightest? Hood Icy, can he find the side? Will he opt to dive down? First player lands. Is he going to be able to find it? It's Creamy Kevin getting the first landing. They're trading up. Icy gets the siphon, but DRG, can he find the shot? He's going to get one, and he finds it! Oh my God! Trade HDRG! That's why you're in the top 10. That's what it's going to take to try and get the qualifying push. Incredibly well executed. And just look at that building back and forth. We talk about how much these players have practiced the endgame scenarios. I don't know if anybody's ever seen an endgame like that, Kitty.
That was so meticulous on his point, maintaining that high ground, and it was a hard end zone. We're going right now into another fight. We've got Magnus Exo sitting on that 5 elimination top for this lobby right now, but there's a lot of players left in here.
Yeah, you have Saka right now putting shots onto Not Bad Sniper, who was also challenging up towards that top 10 earlier. I think he fell out a little bit, but should be close enough to be in consideration for that top 8. Saka is trying to put pressure on his wall right now.
Yeah, he is trying to get the replace. He's unable to do it, and now he's opting to go for the rotation. He is on the ice field, and this can make things a little bit more difficult for these players right now, but he's able to dodge a lot of the shots being fired on him, and looks like he wants to engage his opponent.
Yeah, can get a little risque. Does actually own that wall against the player, and he converts onto Not Bad Sniper, so taking him down there. Saka sitting on 2 elims, and now Circle 4 closing in, which means Circle 5 will be that first overlapping zone, meaning that safe zone. There it is. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner, that white is just outside of the blue circle. And now, about 38 players remaining as one more goes down. We're looking for top 25 as the first placement threshold for the 3 points. Otherwise, it's all about elimination so far, as we have Dementos and Razgul right next to each other.
Yeah, these two are players that we have seen in this scene for a while now. They are absolutely excellent. It's going to be so interesting to see what Dementos is able to do with this loadout, already securing 2 eliminations, and he wants to make it into that top 25.
He really does want to make it into the top 25, trying to find whatever he can. Has a good loadout too here with the legendary pump shotgun, the rare suppressed SMG, and then that epic AR. Able to utilize that, has a lot of pressure against walls, but it's also able to catch people rotating. But again, we talk about mountain endings, Kitty. Now we're on the backside of Polar Peak. This is one of the
worst mountain
hardest
of them all.
So why is this rotation so hard?
So the interesting thing about Polar Peak is it actually has a very huge disadvantage because it's on an angle, okay? There is no clear, easy way to build up that, and it actually angles towards you instead of away for you like a normal mountain would. So when you're trying to build up that, you can get stuck underneath it so easily. So making sure, oh, and going down it as well. There's no way for you to build it unless you're build down, unless you're waterfalling. And these players have played around this area so much, but we'll see if anyone gets caught out.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Always somebody goes down. The man in the mountain will claim his toll no matter what. He is patient, but the circle closing in now. You can see as the players forced to use whatever utility they can, looking to see if somebody else is popping a rift or if there's another jump pad.
What?
And will Saros be able to convert? He does, picking up the elim there, utilizing that common suppressed SMG, the gray variation there. And now Mag Venom, being that little loot goblin, he's saying, all right, you want to go into the firing corridor?
Yeah, I am actually so surprised he's able to get that SMG elimination off, but he looks like he wants to repeat it again on the loot goblin, but unable to secure anything, doesn't pick up that loot, but he doesn't need it. Look at this loadout right now.
But look at the rotation. The loadout is great, but the rotation, we're going back where we just came from. So all those people who used the Riftigos, who used the launch pad and didn't build up, they might be kicking themselves a little bit now because now you have to use all those materials to go back down.
Yeah, we talked earlier, you're going to need to waterfall down this hill if you don't have access to that baller or the jump pad. Ooh, someone dropping down on Joyberry and getting that. Oh, okay.
Okay, Joyberry, a player we've seen before. One of the Danish boys getting great shots coming out there, was trying to find. This is what we're talking about. He has to be so careful waterfalling down because Beehive is directly above him looking for it as well. Wants to try and get the knock. Beehive is following the waterfall down, and this is one of the huge advantages coming out from the ballers, just being able to drop off the side and say, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about. I'm so glad we have an example of it in this lobby right now. A lot of players going down, a few using the community jump pad, but...
Yeah, trying to use that community jump pad, but Beehive goes down just outside the top 25 jersey, picking up 2 clutch eliminations there. That's going to be a 5-point swing for him, as Mag Venom also then picks up 2, so putting himself a nice 5 points clear as Presker and Felix, high smiley face, goes down there, but also a lot of ballers there onto that low ground. That's the most we've seen in some of the matches. Generally, EU doesn't tolerate the late rotations, but they've been too busy trying to get up and down Polar Peak to really deal with them effectively.
Yeah, this is one of the most difficult zones to navigate right now. Mag Venom taking pure control of that high ground right now, and no one is disciplining him for it.
Yeah, no one is disciplining him, and also the lack of an RPG here. So one interesting mechanic against the ballers, if an RPG or explode is going to do enough damage to it, you will get the splash damage through. So all of these low health ballers, there we go. As the explodes ends up coming down, these low health ballers are trying to get away from those grenades. They have a little bit more advantage because they're harder to direct hit, but you have not on heat though. Picking up a great elim onto Gaizu, but then traded back right away onto Zadek. Now we're at 16 players remaining. Top 15 is what we're looking for as Series does get forced on the ball, and Extaz goes down there, so everyone getting 5 placement points as we're getting into the last 2 safe zones.
Yeah, and Cyrese already sitting on that 3 eliminations, picking up another one right now, and another one. Back-to-back eliminations, utilizing that legendary pump.
Brilliant there from Cyrese, catching them as he went through. Didn't matter he had the left hand. The other players weren't ready to trade back out. 12 players remaining, 2 ballers left. You have Kisanth on the ultimate high, Explicit, Masteraris, Razgul, Saros, Silence on the middle. Vianello also in there, not to be confused with Violinin. You also then have Magnus on the low ground, picking up Jersey right there to push us closer to that top 10. Right now, it looks like Kisanth has the advantage. Silence dropping into the box, but not quite next to it as Series is trying to find the player directly above him.
Yeah, I don't know if Cyrese notices that he has one below him, above him, next to him. He is just holding tight, making sure to listen for those footsteps, find out where his opponents are, and hopefully get sight on someone. But he's sitting on 5 eliminations right now. All he's going to have to do is make sure that he picks up anything he can during this final rotation.
Yeah, but he also has the bandages, and also great edit play. You saw him tracking that player through. Now can he find the second one? He's not in the same box as that player, then edits out. 7 players remaining. Top 5 next placement threshold. Series try and find it. edit your way out. Does have the heavy sniper if he needs to push through. Gets a 44 pump hit, but cannot find anything more. 6 players left. Nobody wants to be the player who falls next. Right as we say that. No, but Keystance picks up Mistorius right before Cyrix gets explicit, but then Cyrix trades him out. So now Keystance, ultimate high. Saros and Silence on the low ground, but we do have that Skady and Ice into play. Keystance working his way down. Right now, you have Saros on the mid target. Keystance is in your top right. Saros in the bottom right. Wide angle on your left side. As Saros and Silence are fighting each other, getting the pressure while Keystance is just raining down shots. Silence trying to skate around and be like, hey, don't shoot me. I'm fine. I'm good. I'm a friendly one. Trying to get up, and then using the footlock to get above. Doesn't quite convert on it right now as if Keystance picking up Saros right away afterwards. Brilliant job, the player from Giants. No problem there. Great job executing from the high ground. We saw how he controls it all the way down the polar peak, and just look at that. Honestly, I like to call it the fossil or the dinosaur, the building thereafter, and you can see the players, how they had to disengage, but we're still rolling, jumping right on board with methods. Noisy very recently getting re-signed, continuing to work with them. 46 players remaining, and we have Benji Fishy sitting on 3 elims, another one of those players who was up towards that top spot. Honestly, a little comfortably in the top 8 the last time we saw him.
Can we quickly talk about how that was probably one of the hardest end zones we've ever seen? Them having to go up polar peak, down polar peak, and then finish on ice. Like, insane gameplay from coming out from everyone there. But now we're watching Noisy. He does leave his baller, protects it, makes sure that does not roll down the hill, and trying to get this clear. Ooh, headshot onto his opponent.
Trax,
Goodbye, Trax.
You okay there, bud? That was some real hard gargoyling. And what we mean by that, I mean, you guys have seen gargoyle structures on the side of those old-timey castles. You know exactly what I'm talking about. But when you hang out the outside a little bit too long, these players are way too good. But you talked about that last game, how that zone was incredibly ridiculous. How about this one, Kitty? Look at where we're located.
Yeah, I actually really love these volcano finishes. I think they're really fun. This area with all these geysers mixes it up a little bit, provides some interesting rotation for these players, but they're just perched on the edge here.
Yeah, I think they're incredibly fun up until the circle is too narrow to where you're forced over the geyser and the players aren't realizing it because generally they have tarped out there. So all of a sudden, everything that happened before just doesn't matter anymore. So everyone gets reset. So it's kind of like a quick little, you know, like Yahtzee, throw everything up in the air, see what you got, roll them all over again if you didn't like it. As Noisy picks up Sista right there.
Unable to figure out where these shots are coming for right now, and he's just landing everything on his opponents. Isn't able to pick up the elimination on him, but he's doing great. He's got that rift in his inventory, 7 rockets, a jump pad. This is exactly the loadout you want to see moving into these final zones.
Yeah, 3 spike traps as well, and he was also already in the next safe zone. So the rest of the lobby who's on that other side is going to need to rotate back over him, as you have Destiny's Jesus hanging out in here as well.
A few players
playing
coming up
across,
from inside the volcano, making their play now, utilizing that air that thrusts you up into the sky and getting their placement here on the next zone. But they will have to go down, and once they've redeployed that glider, they need to wait that time to get down to that lower area, and you can be very vulnerable, but drop not taking any damage during that rotation.
Yeah, that's called a maximum deploy height. What we mean by that is because you're only allowed... As we drop doesn't give us any time taking over the wall, editing, getting the player. What we mean by that is you're only allowed to dive so far down, and it's dependent on what form of mobility you're using, whether it's jumping from the bus, whether it's redeploy, or whether it is a launch pad. Each one of them has a slightly different rift to go, also dependent on how close the ground is. But eventually you're stuck there gliding, and you will get punished as these players don't give you a second to breathe.
No, not a single second. As soon as he notices his wall has been replaced, he is shotgun to the face, and back to the lobby for him. Good luck next time. We've got 39 players remaining right now in here. We need them down to 25 to have access to those placement points if they don't want this game to be a waste.
Yep, 25, that first threshold, granting you 3 points. Don't forget, there's 10 total placement points available. You get 2 more at top 15, 2 more at top 5, and then the Victor Real gets 3. And also, if you guys are just joining us, welcome. You can see Majin, one of the players also in that top 10, utilizing a stink right here. We are in the finals of the European region as he picks up C-Tox on apparently his ult account. We're in the finals of Europe. We're looking to qualify 8 additional players into the Fortnite World Cup final in New York City on July 26th to the 28th at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Now, we've already qualified 2 players earlier today. We wrapped up Oceania and Asia. We saw Chief Slayer and Top Faxbox go through. We're trying to find out who from Europe is going to be joining them. I'm Sundown, joined by Kitty Plays, as we're going to get you the rest of the action up through the end of the matches for Europe.
Yes, we've got an extremely stacked lobby right now. We are just heading into the end of this. Top 8 people are going to have a spot in that world event. These guys are playing for a huge prize pool. If you qualify today, you are guaranteed that $75,000.
Yes, you will be in that prize pool. You also get a little bit for qualifying as well. And don't forget as well, it's not just those qualification spots up for grabs. There's $1 million every week for all 10 weeks of the online opens that is spread fairly decently out there. So it's not necessarily you have to be in that top 1%. If you're in the top 500 for some of the reasons, the top $2 grand for others, you have a chance to win a little bit of cash. I mean, that's a solid amount of V-Bucks.
I'll take some cash for playing video games. That's awesome. Yeah, get your hands on the skin of your favorite. We're checking now in with Atlantis Majin, however you want to pronounce it. Let us know which one you prefer, buddy, because at this point you can be called whatever you want as you run through this lobby, pushing yourself into the top 25. You also have Benji Fishy in there as well. So we talk about those leaderboard significant lobbies. What we mean by that, the players in the top 10, once you get up there, you're all matched with players close in points to you. You're playing against the best of the best. You had to be in the top 3,000 to get here, but now you could directly take somebody else out of a spot if you eliminate them. Majin and Benji in particular were, I think, 4th and 6th the last time we looked at the leaderboards, so they're right on top of each other. Yes, and they need to secure this. You never know who's going to come up from the bottom, too. It's not just each other they're facing. It's the 3,000 people, like we said earlier, sitting on 5 eliminations. That is not his. Oh, that is his trap. Thankfully, gets down to 2K, but does get poisoned a little bit. Is going to be ticking for some health, but finds a med kit.
Yeah, finds 2 med kits. Now that poison trap is a 10 damage for 8 ticks, 80 damage total, but because he got the siphon going off, no problem there. As we take a look at this wide view, you have VR Refscar on Ultimate High as he starts to work down. You have Osmo, one of the other boys from Secret. We saw him pop off with his partner Milan in the last duos competition in the Lux Cup, but Cooler's Geber as well on the low ground. 5 elims right now.
Sundown. That's amazing. The boom bow, the RPG, the legendary pump, and that heavy sniper to utilize that instant wall break right here. Amazing, amazing. He is on that low ground though, which some people think of as a disadvantage, but the way that we've seen players play today, it is not a disadvantage. Getting 2 clean shots onto his opponents and 2 eliminations put him back at 162 health.
And it gets him closer to that top 5. So 7 elims already got 5 placement points as well. So 12 minimum from him there, as Refscar does pick up another elim on the middle ground. So you have Bleak 23 in the top right on the middle tarp. You have Geber on that ultimate low ground now, trying to break through the metal of these players. Now does have that higher health. It's harder to break through, but gets a little bit of space now. Refscar ultimate high. You have Paco and Geber going for a retake, and he gets right up there. Brilliantly done. So now he's on the 2nd level. Osmo on ultimate low. Refscar trying to cover as Majin picks up Paco, and we have our top 5. So it's all about eliminations and victory royales now, Kitty. Refscar, ultimate high. Geber, 1 tarp beneath. That's the fight to keep an eye on. Will Geber be able to get clear of that? Osmo does get some bandages off as Majin gets picked up by Osmo, who's ducked out of the storm to try and find some shots. Refscar and Geber working on each other. Geber drops down. Can he convert? Yes, Geber does. It's Geber versus Bleak. This is the Geber show. The player from Cooler dropping down. Can he find it?
Yes!
Will he get it? Yes, he does. Geber picks up the elimination.
Elimination!
Ticks down to the storm. Great work from Geber there. No sweat on his back. Had 2 or 3 extra ticks from the storm. And look at that, rotating back over the volcano. What an ending. That's going to be a phenomenal score from him. 8 eliminations, victory royale, 18 points, rocketing himself farther up the leaderboards, again, trying to get into that top 8. That's what it's all about, trying to get one of those qualifying spots. And look at that dinosaur. That is a great fossil right there.
That might have been the game for Geber there. Getting 8 eliminations at this level, at the end of the bracket, is absolutely insane. I cannot stress that enough. Now we have Illusion in this next match, sitting on 3 eliminations. We are back in the snowy area, and we're going to check in on Heiko.
Yeah, you have 13 up, or maybe Bup Heiko, not sure what that is. And just a reminder, we are in the European region. We already saw Oceania and Asia qualify through their singular top player. It was Chief Slayer and top Faxbox. We're gonna get 8 qualifications from Europe, and then we have 1 from Brazil, 6 from NA East later, and 2 from NA West. We'll be covering all of the action here, and I mean, it's been so ridiculous so far already, Kitty.
Yeah, today's games have been amazing. EU really pulling it out. So entertaining for us to watch and to cast. And I'm just excited to see what all these guys are capable of. Like Heiko being on that low ground, but getting all his shots on his opponent and getting that elimination.
Yeah, picks up the Portuguese player there, Rascal, going down and really well executed. You see Prisionero in the lobby as well. Again, we talked about him from Team Queso, who have just such a great name, but one of the players who's very much so underrated. He is always in every single one of these solos and duos cups. He's in the top 10. You don't hear about him all the time being one of the Spanish players, but he is a very solid player. He will be pushing for one of those top 8 spots, so keep an eye on him as we have Zadek now rotating around the outside as Naranjito ends up going down, and we're getting closer to the top 25, Kitty.
Yeah, a lot of these players opt not to go for the redeploy because it does take up that weapon slot and makes it so it's a little bit more vulnerable rotation, but it works out perfectly for Zadek there, able to get that early rotation and get a spot here on the side of the cliff.
Well, honestly, I think it gets a little bit of a bad rap because the players just kind of jump and immediately deploy. You've seen the better players will actually fall as far as they can and then use that momentum as he lines up a great shot. You heard the anticipation coming out, a little bit of the ooh. Zadek taking his time, exactly, line it up and pow. Headshot.
And that's the difference that we really see with these players. The ones that really know how to use that heavy sniper will take that extra second to line up the headshot like 72 Hours was doing yesterday. Zadek finds himself in another engagement here with Star XO. Don't know if that's going to continue, but they've got this care package landing right next to them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's Star XO hee or Starkso hee. Either way, I'm not sure he'll be laughing with how much pressure they have on him and the fact that that supply drop is coming in. That means there's going to be that many more players looking for it as somebody's trying to press from the backside, but he knows that Heiko's there, and Heiko is actually forced into the storm a little bit. Heiko trying to get ownership of that backside storm box, but he's aware of it, challenging, and he picks it up. Starkso goes back to lobby and loses out on all of that goody supply drop loot. So many shields.
Wow, he is in a great positioning now. Heiko and Zadek up on this hill. 4 need to be eliminated before these players get that placement points. And I'm not sure where this storm is. I didn't see where it's going, but I know that they're all going to have to be moving for it. Looks like it is going north right now. Heiko does have access to that redeploy, but he's going to opt to drop down, look for that jump pad that his opponent used.
Yeah, wants to find it, going to opt to end up using his own instead, but he does have plenty. But one of the issues of doing that a little later, gets tagged 2 or 3 times as a player who is waiting and looking for the rotation.
3 big pods and a full stack of minis, though. He does not mind taking those hits in these rotations. As long as he's not eliminated, he's able to get that health back. And lots of people making the play now. We see a few ballers. I'm not sure if we are seeing more ballers in the EU division or the NA today.
I think we're seeing more ballers than we saw previously with EU, but I think that's also just a product of the denser endgames right now, considering we're just getting into the first placement threshold. 24 players left. As Belua taking great shots there, a player for the Helsinki Reds.
EU?
I think it's Belua. I'm not sure there, but I know it is something Polish. I apologize. I do not speak it, but picks up Heiko there again. Just a reminder, this is the European region, and also if we ever mispronounced your name or you want to let us know the correct enunciation, just hit us up. As Belua is able to put down great shots on this backside of the circle rotation. Now hanging out in the storm for a second, running low on builds. We're getting closer. Top 20 players left. 19 in the lobby. Gems on that high ground. Coco Agent, Tarp underneath. You have the Helsinki Reds player just below him. Sokka now challenging underneath onto Dorito X. Will Balua be able to find it? Picks up another one on Coco Agent. He's just been running through right now, Kitty.
So clean, really utilizing that silenced SMG on his opponents, picking up a ton of eliminations. And we talked about this earlier, that Siphon at this point in the game is so important. You are getting tags from everybody right now. So being able to get back that extra 50 health plus a point for the board, eliminations are so important on the rotation.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. And we see now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ballers in play, 16 players left.
Boys?
So 9 players are still not running around with that. Balua, great reaction shot, but wasn't the one to actually pick up the Elim. One-tap landing, turns it around right there. However, he was inside that top 15, so did get the additional 2 points. You have Side Attack. We saw a little bit of him earlier on that ultimate high ground. Prisionero on the tarp underneath, as Illusion was our Elim, probably is still our Elim, sitting on 7 Elims, but getting pressure right away. But Matix, M8 goes down. What a brilliant shot from Illusion to keep himself in. 69 HP. Can he find another Siphon? Get himself back up to max. Storm taking himself back out, trying to find the shots. 29, not ticking in the Storm now, trying to get a second to reset. Does have a campfire, does have some minis, sees that there are ballers there as well. Looking for another player, and he finds it, but no, Kristen punishes him back out. So now we have Side Attack and Sokka battling up on the high ground. Brian, Gems, Kristen, and Low One on low ground. Prisionero actually drops down. Prisionero picks up Gems on the low ground. Sokka and Side Attack battling it out on the high ground. You have Low One in the bottom left hand. Brian still hanging out in the baller, utilizing the extra 175 HP shield. Here, Kristen has a little bit of a baller there too. Launchpad going up, trying to take the high ground from Brian, but you now have Prisionero running in on the middle ground tarp. Will he be able to find it? Low ground looking at the shots on it. Prisionero picks up the Elim onto Kristen. Now you have Brian gliding down. Low One on high ground. Prisionero on the tarp underneath. Yeah, he's just trying to hang out, see what time he can buy. Yep, now he is. Yep, now he sees him putting the shots up towards it. Brian needs to be careful, but does have a ton of mats. He was one of the player in the baller, so he can retake high ground and then get Storm Circle. But Prisionero is looking to find the connectors. Can he find it? He does have the HP lead. He can opt to box up. Also has the boom bow if he wants to start putting shots up towards this. It should be on Prisionero to execute and take this home as he now goes all the way down. Keep your eye on the top right and bottom right. These are the 2 players who need to work their way down to challenge Prisionero. Will he be able to find it? Prisionero gets a great shot on him there, but can he quite pick it up? Needs to get the Siphon, does, but now he has to reset because Brian, no, Prisionero has that slight, no, Prisionero's out, I lied. Low One has the slight health advantage, now he's gonna duck out, look to find the angle. Brian should just be able to stay with the Storm. Launchpad up, but there's nothing left from him. I'm not Low One. That was an interesting decision there, buddy. Brian, I'm not sure how well you were able to do that, but the fact that you basically were able to win just off of your rotation ability, well done from you there, executing. Also, big shout out to Prisionero, getting the top 3. Monster, that was a lot of action, man.
That was definitely crazy, and some questionable decisions were made at the end there, but that's what happens when pressure, kind of goes down to it. You put it all on the line. Crazy end game there. Unfortunately, Prisionero was not able to take that final scuffle down at the bottom. But with that, we'll be catching up to some of the action that has been going down with my boy Balla. Balla, what do you have for us?
Man, you said intense pressure, intense action all the way through. We had so many clutches already, Monster, I don't even know where to start. But we are going to start with a little bit of a educational clip right here. If you want to take some shots very safely, make sure you get yourself a little peek box. This is where Vorwin is using this, opening up his floor just a little bit. This is going to make you get safe. Instead of peeking out your window, peeking off a ramp or anything like that, you just use a little peek box just like that. But this clutch right here from DRG, this is one of the worst positions. Once he knocks him down with the RPG, he has no more mats, and then you hear the rift just go off. He's like, wait. Oh no, I can't get up this mountain, but he's gonna actually realize I'm gonna use this rift. And then he needs to get in here. This is so important and pretty difficult, not right now, but when he starts to get small, he looks to try to land on the hill, but just barely misses it. Not gonna make that. And then another player rifts again, he's gonna go in the zone and catch it. All 3 players are now doing this loop-de-loop, ring around the rosy right now as they all fall down. And there he is coming in. This is where it becomes really hard. That zone is so small, Monster. 20 HP he had this entire way coming down. If he took a single tick, if he took 2 ticks, he'd be out of the game. Follows it all the way through, and then the time to land on the ramp and get icy at the end there.
Very end.
Oh my goodness. And then Kissanth. This was a clinical and I guess it was a 1v2, getting 2 quick elims, this one right off the bat, and then boxing them up. And this is exactly what you want to do. Boom. Gets to the floor, edits through, and then nice there. Sorrows had no idea it was coming. He tried to place the trap down to prevent it, but it was too quick for him. And then giving a little bit emote there, just to put the insult to injury right there. And then Gebert, this was really nice. And this is a thing that you have to be aware of when you're tunneling there with no walls on your side. You kind of have to be careful with the mid-ground RPGs, but here he's coming through the tunnels and finding one and then placing the stairs as well. That's what you always must do, is make sure you place the stairs, edit in between every single little shot. You can't let your guard down. You have to keep the aggression up. And I mean, yeah, continuing on, this is exactly the same thing with the Rift 2. You have to stay in zone, and with the pressure that the player was playing on before, down below, he's gonna be able to finish that off too. I mean, clutches all around, man, and it's coming down to the end here.
That was a crazy end game. My favorite was definitely watching that little kind of skirt back and forth between the zone there. Backstage, we talked a little bit about it. You saw that the recent changes allowed so that 1 second storm tick before it kind of loads in.
Yeah.
And that was why he was able to pull that off.
Yep, just 1 second before the storm tick starts to actually hit. So that 10 damage, you can wait a little longer, and if you come back in, it might reset a little bit. So there's a little bit of a game you can play now.
That's right. And thank you, Bala, for catching us up to all that and teaching us in the process. But with that, we're going to take a step back here, and we're going to pitch off to a little break. When we get back, it's more Fortnite standings and all the stuff that you love.
Jump on and drop in. It's time to kick off the FORTNITE World Cup competition. From April 13th to June 16th, we'll be running FORTNITE World Cup Online Opens, where you can qualify to compete for your chance at a piece of the $30 million prize pool. But how will these work, you ask? Each week will alternate back and forth between solos and duos competition, with players qualifying from each server region in Oceania, Asia, Europe, Brazil, NA East, and NA West. To find specifics for your server region, go to Fortnite.com/World Cup. To play in the online opens, you'll need to compete in the new Arena mode, an always-on form of competition where players can rank up tiers and leagues. It all starts in the Open League, and when players earn 125 points, they'll advance into Contenders League. After that, you'll need to build your way up to 300 points to unlock Champion League, where the Saturday Online Open players will be chosen. Then, we'll take the top 3,000 solo players or 1,500 duos from that Saturday's semifinals and advance them to the Sunday finals. Each Sunday, 20 players will rise to the top and qualify to join us in New York for the FORTNITE World Cup Finals. Buckle up, because we're officially on the road to the FORTNITE World Cup Finals. In just a few months, we'll see the greatest Fortnite players in the world go head-to-head to determine who will take the title of World Cup champion and become part of the global phenomenon that is Fortnite. Hundreds of players will compete on stage in New York City for their chance at ultimate battle royale glory and their piece of $30 million. But let's look back at how we got here. The competition was hot at our first major live event at PAX West, where we held the Summer Skirmish finale. This open format pitted over 900 players against each other, and Morgassi was able to rise out of the masses and take home nearly $250,000.
A life-changing amount of money.
Fall Skirmish came next, where 500 players competed not only in Battle Royale competitions, but build-offs, challenges, bake-offs, and cosplay competitions to win prizes and value club points. This all came to an insane conclusion at TwitchCon, where TFUE and Cloaksy were able to fend off the competition and win it all.
It's TFUE and Cloaksy!
Finishing off the year, we dove into the Winter Royale when the first ever open online qualifier was hosted, featuring the top 200 players from North America and Europe. In the end, the Stream Skype dominated the European qualifier, semifinal, and final to come out on top. And on NA, Nolan beasted his way through the rounds, outperformed the Infinity Blade, and took home the crown. 2019 kicked off with the Secret Skirmish, where Ghost Saf and Rise Ronaldo took the top spot in duos, and the solos competition ended with an unbelievable performance from Ghost Bizzle, who took it all with the most clutch Fortnite finish in competitive history.
Skating around, shot comes in, a limb for Bizzle, turns on the player above. That's it! He deagled the floor! Bizzle with the victory!
But this unbelievable action isn't limited to offline events. We've watched competitors get themselves ready for the Fortnite World Cup through their participation in the online tournaments. Fully open qualifiers for all players 13 and up has definitely shaken up the standard. Starting with the Scallywag Cup, familiar players like Saf and Zayt are continuously flaunting their skills, and we also saw new faces like WBG's Rux and Pika. But the veterans and big names aren't backing down, with players new and old challenging each other non-stop for the top spot. Beehive was a prime example of this in the European Blackheart Cup, continuing his absurdly consistent streak of dominating open competitions, while the Argentinian Dzeko was able to show off his elimination skills in a dominant Brazil region victory. After that, we saw two duo competitions, the Lux Cup and the World Cup warm-up, with a fantastic mix of challengers and established veterans able to claw their way up the leaderboard. The newly formed duo of Perfect Tilt and Mastoris have shown that they are not to be messed with, while the newly eligible European youngsters like Mongro, Benjifishy, Osmo, and Milan showing that they are as good as everyone believed. But let's not forget about Oceania and Asia, where we've seen the Chiefs duo of Sync and Skyla continually upsetting the standard and dominating the ladder. And Medicino, Top Fax Fox, and the Crazy Raccoon Boys have all had incredible performances over in the East. We've seen so many different players come to the fore, but nothing on the scale like this. Who will be the next Morgasi? Will a TFUE or Cloak-like pair continue their domination? Will our winners be someone who qualifies early? Or will they have to sweat it out every weekend to make it onto the World Cup final stage? We could not be more excited to see this story unfold and to watch these players ascend to greatness. And who knows, one of them could be you. Jump on and drop in. It's time to kick off the Fortnite World Cup competition. From April 13th to June 16th, we'll be running Fortnite World Cup Online Opens, where you can qualify to compete for your chance at a piece of the $30 million prize pool. But how will these work, you ask? Each week will alternate back and forth between solos and duos competition, with players qualifying from each server region in Oceania, Asia, Europe, Brazil, NA East, and NA West. To find specifics for your server region, go to Fortnite.com/World Cup. To play in the online opens, you'll need to compete in the new Arena mode, an always-on form of competition where players can rank up tiers and leagues. It all starts in the Open League, and when players earn 125 points, they'll advance into Contenders League. After that, you'll need to build your way up to 300 points to unlock Champion League, where the Saturday online open players will be chosen. Then, we'll take the top 3,000 solo players or 1,500 duos from that Saturday's semifinals and advance them to the Sunday finals. Each Sunday, 20 players will rise to the top and qualify to join us in New York for the Fortnite World Cup Finals. Buckle up, because we're officially on the road to the Fortnite World Cup Finals. In just a few months, we will see the greatest Fortnite players in the world go head-to-head to determine who will take the title of World Cup champion and become part of the global phenomenon that is Fortnite. Hundreds of players will compete on stage in New York City for their chance at Ultimate Battle Royale glory and their piece of $30 million. But let's look back at how we got here. The competition was hot at our first major live event at PAX West, where we held the Summer Skirmish finale. This open format pitted over 900 players against each other, and Morgasi was able to rise out of the masses and take home nearly $250,000.
A life-changing amount of money.
Fall Skirmish came next, where 500 players competed not only in Battle Royale competitions, but build-offs, challenges, bake-offs, and cosplay competitions to win prizes and value club points. This all came to an insane conclusion at TwitchCon, where TFUE and Cloaksy were able to fend off the competition and win it all.
It's TFUE closing!
Finishing off the year, we dove into the Winter Royale when the first ever open online qualifier was hosted, featuring the top 200 players from North America and Europe. In the end, the Stream Skype dominated the European qualifier, semifinal, and final to come out on top. And on NA, Nolan beasted his way through the rounds, outperformed the Infinity Blade, and took home the crown. 2019 kicked off with the Secret Skirmish, where Ghost Saf and Rise Ronaldo took the top spot in duos, and the solos competition ended with an unbelievable performance from Ghost Bizzle, who took it all with the most clutch FORTNITE finish in competitive history.
Skating around, shot comes in, a limb for Bizzle, turns on the player above. That's it! He deagled the floor! Bizzle with the victory!
But this unbelievable action isn't limited to offline events. We've watched competitors get themselves ready for the FORTNITE World Cup through their participation in the online tournaments. Fully open qualifiers for all players 13 and up has definitely shaken up the standard. Starting with the Scallywag Cup, familiar players like Saf and Zayt are continuously flaunting their skills, and we also saw new faces like WBG's Rux and Pika. But the veterans and big names.
Hello, guys, and welcome back. We are here at week 1 qualifiers for the World Cup. We've got $1 million prize pool on the line this weekend. We've been blown away by our EU games today, and I know we have the standings coming up, and it's pretty crazy.
I'm so beyond hyped. So we've already seen 2 players qualify, one from Oceania and one from Asia. Now, with the conclusion of the Europe region, we'll be qualifying 8 players into that final in New York City for the FORTNITE World Cup. We have the results ready. Let's take a look who those first 8 players are.
Ooh.
And oh my!
What?
Look at that list. What a fantastic. We got E11 Stompy in the first place. We heard about him. We saw that huge elimination game. Team Queso's Prisionero up there as well. Benji Fishy, I know you know a lot about him, Kitty.
I love Benji Fish. He's such a great player. And these guys are taking home that prize pool on the side for this weekend, but qualified for the World Cup.
Absolutely huge. Joining those other 2 players, we also have the Helsinki Reds players, Belayu in there, as well as Gambit's Letwix in there, Nate up there. We saw him going through, Diego GB grinding it out, and then also got to give a huge shout out to Train HDRG. So if you're checking the live standings in game, the actual scoring going through, there is actually a 3-way tie in the 8th place mark. DRG getting the rift play that Bala broke down, had the advantage in the tiebreakers, won 2 matches, the 2 victory royales being enough to put him ahead of Airwalks and Keysam, 2 massive players. That was the difference of qualifying or not in going through. And I mean, we talked about it, the smallest of plays, Kitty.
Yeah, the smallest of plays, that one rift play into that extra victory royale takes it for him. He is now in that top 8. He is going to the World Cup at the end of July, but we do have one of our players today. Hi, is it Bella EU or Balawi? We were
how do you pronounce your name, man? Talk to us. So one, we know you're a player for the Helsinki Reds. So what's up? What's your name? Introduce yourself to everyone.
Yeah, Bella EU. That's how you pronounce it.
Okay, good. Nice to meet you. How did your games go today? Can you talk us through it?
I had a good feeling the whole session. The 10 games I played, I had a good feeling. Nothing went that bad. I had no bad luck. Actually, like, not good luck, but everything was decent. I had a good vibe. And the last game was intense, and I played out very well. And I'm very happy with the result.
Yeah, you have qualified as our first 8 going to the World Cup at the end of July. Congratulations, week 1, setting the standard for players moving forward into these next weeks. So how are you going to practice now? How are you going to prepare? You've qualified. What are you going to do to set yourself apart from the competition in the end of July?
To be honest, I will continue like I have trained in the past. I will not change anything. Like, my past training has been good, and it will be good in the future.
Whoa, I like the confidence.
So we saw that you did an absolutely amazing last match. I know you clutched out, got a lot of eliminations there. So once you got to the end and you saw your name on the leaderboard and you realized it was finals, you realized it was in the top 8, and you can call yourself one of the 100 best Fortnite solo players in the world. How does that feel, knowing all of the practice, all of it, it's come to this and it's validated like that? What's that feeling like?
I was in a shock. I'm still in a bit of a shock. My hands were shaking like, I couldn't have imagined like that I qualified this week. Like, I couldn't have imagined it at all. It's beyond my like ultimate belief. Like I was confident in myself, but actually qualifying this well into the first week, absolutely unbelievable. Like, it really pays off. I'm really happy at the moment. Like, really happy.
Congratulations, Bella. I just got chills for you. I am looking forward to see how well you perform at the World Cup and meet you to continue practicing, doing your thing, and good luck in the finals. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks a lot.
So we do have more games to get into. We are going to be dropping in with Brazil games right now, and I'm joined by the beautiful, the bold, Golden Boy.
I like that.
That was actually.
I thought you were going to say the beautiful and the bald, in which case that would have bummed me out quite a bit. I also love how he inconspicuously walked in. You know, you like that?
Yeah,
there's different dimensions here. People don't know. This set has everything to it. Anyway, what's going on, guys? Welcome back. You have Golden Boy and Bala here. We're going to get ready to jump into some different games, because I know that for some of you, you're like, oh, NA East is coming up. Well, yes, NA East is going to be coming up in just a little bit, but we're going to be talking about the games that took place in Oceania as well as Asia today, and we're going to be highlighting the winners and their big moments, casting over the gameplay. Right now, we got your boy Slayer God, who is our first qualifier for the Fortnite World Cup. We're going to cover his game because we want to make sure that we're showing you guys what these players are more than capable of going into the finals in New York City. But here we go. So Slayer's POV, and already, you know, just a legendary player with a legendary loadout. Like it.
Absolutely legendary.
And the dualies.
And the dualies, but also staying right on the edge of zone with not too much cover. Just have 100 builds, but still, I'm looking at the player count right now. It's a lot of players right now for this. It's about to be the half in, half out, so it's a good game right now, Golden Boy. It's shaping up to be a nice one, too.
And Slayer took out Dylan, who was great at being picked off in the air. His name is Dylan's great, by the way. I don't know if you caught that. Ox Hero. Oh, no.
It's Slayer coming after you.
Yeah, it's Slayer going right after him, and I like the dually aggression. He was just trying to destroy the mats that was right in front of him, and this guy is going to continue to just hold himself up with defense.
I love how every single time there's a little bit of break, if in between his wall replaces, he makes sure he covers himself from all sides, and that's going to lead him to get that eventually.
Ox Hero was so weak there, Bala. It was nothing he could really do there.
Yeah, I mean, it's Slayer, World Cup final qualifier. Like, come on, man.
This is the reason why he made it to where he went and why he is in the finals for the Fortnite World Cup. He's going to be going to New York City. Once again, we're taking a look at some of the other games that happened earlier on. This is your OCE finalist Slayer's game. We want to show the wins. We want to show what the players are capable. But we also want to highlight some of the other players in this region as well. We got Skyla from Chiefs.
Same team. Not duo partners, but same team. So he's already still happy today. I'm sure he wants to qualify, obviously, but his teammate qualifying has got to be a good feeling as well.
Pretty familiar with the Chiefs esports organization from a variety of different games that I've covered. A great Aussie org. Support their players pretty well there. Nicely done. Skyla pushed right onto Citrus, who got caught with the book out. Goodbye.
Goodbye indeed. And Skyla is one of those really known players. Chiefs has made a name for themselves because Sync is who Slayer's duo partner is. They have a bunch of great players. I mean, they're taking over the OCE region.
I've been, like I said, been following those guys for a little while now, so it's pretty cool to see that and see these players play and get treated also to some OCE Fortnite, but Skyla gets chunked for a sizable amount of damage. He's going to have to opt to use that slurp and then use that big pot too. No one's putting the pressure on him, so he will be able to get both of those off.
and will get topped off to 100-100 rather quickly because of it.
Yeah, and I feel like you said nobody's bringing the pressure to him, but he does have that heavy sniper to bring the pressure. Somebody actually replaces his wall and then the roof as well. He's going to back out and say, no, no, no. Ooh, with the heavy sniper directly under his box.
Oh, he went for it. YouTube flew. You don't want to post that one, my friend, because that was a rough one. He went right in for the challenge, and then Skyla made him pay. Back over, though, to Slaya. Once again, this is the OCE winner replay that we're watching here. Slaya will be your first OCE representative for the Fortnite World Cup final in New York City. And we're watching the game and how he got to that point.
Yeah, and don't forget, the format for this is every elimination is a point. Top 25 is going to be a third point. We'll see. Hold on. As he gets the shot there through the wall, it's going to be the pressure done. Is he going to continue to chase this? No. So top 25 is going to be 3 points, 15, 2 more points. And then top 5, 2 more points, and the win 3 points. So there you go with the format. As Slay makes his way towards that first moving zone. Action, all action from here on out, all moving.
I could see some players looking to use that launch pad, maybe a little community launch pad, if you will, that Monster's been talking about. Just a funny phrase. I never thought I would utter in a broadcast. Oh, Slaya, look at the awareness from him as well. Just always looking around, always looking, always trying to see. And then also the other thing, too, he's going at them with the dualies.
I know.
He's taking out the dualies. I love it, Bala.
Every time he pulls them out, I'm just like, wait, what am I watching right now? Slaya actually going to use those dualies to great effect. And they do so much damage. They really do. Finds the rift there off of that pickup. That's a good reward. 4 elims already.
Oh, and he picked up a minigun, too. All right, all right.
This is a pressure loadout if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, 100% this is. And the dualies, they do a decent amount of damage to structures and can allow you to push in. They have a slow firing rate, but it is enough at the very least.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, man. And that player's tagged out in the storm, too. So there's no choice but to jump down. And I like that Slaya's going for that high ground. Goodbye, Crotchy. You should have just tried to keep yourself going in that one as best he possibly could, but Slaya made him pay for that one.
And he's going to make another player pay right there as he's trying to come out of the zone. Doesn't get a lot of damage in, but only shield tag, so nothing yet. So there's him another elimination, but maybe you can find this one. No, he's just getting consistent chip damage. And look how he plays the poison trap. His checklist is crazy. He's always doing what he needs to do, even taking shots at little roaming ballers down below.
Because he knows that no one's going to be looking at him. Players are scrambling out, and he wants to just be efficient. That's really what it feels like. High efficiency from Slaya. Every time he has an opportunity to put some shots down, he ensures that he is not exposed, and he just lays down some fire. Whether it be on ballers, whether it be on structures, it's very clear that this person is constantly thinking about what they could be doing at that moment. Wow. And Bio-Cider picking up 2 eliminations. That one off of Alec AU. That was a nice shot there with that green pump.
Yeah, this loadout, though, is going to be very difficult. It's not like Slaya's. He's not going to be able to keep up the pressure with that heavy AR and the pump shotgun. He's just going to be able to get those quick burst damage in.
He's waiting for any players that maybe make a foolish mistake. He could probably jump down on them, just as you're seeing here, by editing out the floor. He gives himself that wall on the floor. It's very good to utilize.
It's a peek box if I've ever seen one, but using one so late.
There you go.
Right back and peekaboo on Rival to Gold and another one.
Oh, there you go, Bala. You called it, man. He's just looking to put out burst high damage, period. And it was working out quite nicely for Bio-Cider there. But now Slaya still on the high ground. You got Shaggy, maybe it was him, who's down low with the Bala. And then Nunki is king. Look at the pressure that's being applied from that minigun up above. And then the dualies to boot, also with that magma wrap. I love it. I'm all about that. Bathan takes out Krian, but Slaya still up on that high ground.
Yeah, I'm just watching his POV right now with the minigun. He's just going crazy.
Look how fast he fires.
Yeah, you can't do anything, especially when you're starting to run out builds. You can already see Slaya's running out, and that player's got to be running out. Nunki, unfortunately for him.
Well, Shaggy has about 100+ builds to work with. Nunki is going to be in that mid-ground. Shaggy will be in the ultimate low, but they're now actually on even playing field. Nunki and Shaggy might run into one another, but Slaya now with that minigun, maybe he's going to try and just burst his way right into the safe haven of this player. And it's going to go up the ramp there. Slaya does lose the high ground ever so briefly, but he's got to regroup here. He goes down low. He's going to get chunked for a little bit of damage here. Sees that player, maybe try and go for that, cheeky little jump in, and that is going to be a nice pick there for Slaya onto Nunki.
Doesn't get the match, though. He doesn't get the match, so that that's going to be so bad. If Shaggy can come down and make a shot on him, that's going to be so hard for Slay to defend.
Oh, he went out. He went out for a moment, and he's just trying to get the angle. This is absurd.
Such smart play here from Slayer, making sure he goes out. Oh, he's going to knock it down. No, just barely doesn't manage to do it.
What is this?
He ran out of ammo.
What? Oh,
my
but
goodness.
Shaggy won the game. Now remember, Slayer, he did not get any victory royales.
Yeah.
For his victory. Shaggy picks up the win there. That was 12 points. But with the amount of points that Slayer was able to gain, I have to say that was like a very ambitious play there.
Oh, yeah.
From Slayer.
Very. I mean, running right down on the end of his materials, obviously, and then the ammo as well. Not just the ammo that he had total, but the ammo he had actually in his weapon. So we do have one more replay from our OCE winner and qualifier, Slayer.
I think it's interesting because I'm sure players or fans at home are watching and they're like, yeah, but he didn't get the victory royale. But the thing is, he got high placements consistently and picked up a bunch of eliminations.
You got to know your
combination
format.
of both of them.
You got to know your format, and you got to maximize your points every single game. If you go into one game and you get a bunch of elims, but you don't get high placements, then you're not maximizing your points. You want to go all the way till the end so you have the possibility to get every single type of point. That's what Slayer did that game.
I also feel like a lot of players, based on some of these events, what we've been saying, oh, that was a nice read there from Slayer. There's a clear strategy. It's like whatever works out for them, right? But it feels like you have players that if they're not getting the victory royales, yes, they're maximizing on those eliminations. They're staying alive going to that late game. But there has been different strategies, quote unquote, if you will, by a lot of players. Some that are just playing for the placement, which we saw Psalm and Senta do last time, or some like Slayer, who they go for the high-end placement, trying to get the 2nd through 5 placement there. So that would be a total of 7 points or 8 points, and then they get the eliminations. So then they're just racking up more. This right now, if he gets to that point, would be almost like a 16-point game. It's huge.
Yeah, and you think about the timing as well. If you're close to that top 25th, you don't want to go out at all because that's 3 points. It's way more efficient than an elim. Speaking of elims, there's one. He's going to knock down Zach all the way out.
That's a good shot there. 20 meters out. Very well done.
The fall damage to boot as well, making sure that he knows and is aware of what little things are connected and what's not. And that's some of the players in this game I did see. One of the Mind Freak players, Vince. A very big fan of Vince. He's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
I don't know where he is right now, but he was there earlier. I think he had a baller.
He's a nice guy and a baller. Baller loves the nice guys and the ballers. Okay, now we know.
Now you know.
Now we know. You hate me for saying that, right? You're like,
no, I like nice guys and ballers are not in ballers. It doesn't matter. Nice guys are cool. I like them.
Oh, man.
Be nice, you know?
Be nice,
be
people.
Be positive.
That's all we want. Be a good person.
Or be like Slay and shoot balls.
Could have painted you in a million different corners there, but
yeah,
we did it, man. We did it. There's Vince. There's your nice guy. Out of the baller this time around. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. You can see the disappointment in Baller's face.
Now, Slayer, you saw him check really quickly. Where is high ground? He said he saw it, and then he realized, hey, it's actually going to go over the hill. You can see that the rest of the lobby is actually all making their way up there because they know the zone is coming, and there it is, pushing everybody up.
And this hill, too, is rough because it's a steeper hill. So you're going to have to 90 your way up and just vertical or tunnel your way around it and go low. This is just, oh man, it's so difficult to play with your back against a storm going up this hill like this.
You can see Belay's barely going to make it out because he made a decision. Yes, he does. Only one more tick. That's the perfect.
But he might die, though, any minute now. He might get eliminated. This isn't going to look good. If Belay manages to stay alive. Okay, I give him all the credit. All the credit.
Here goes Slayer. 10 elims already. 21 players left to find, and ooh, nice little edit down. Oh, I know what game this is, Golden.
He's just looking for elims. He's hunting. He needs the elimination too, because if he's able to get one clean, that's going to give him the health back, but he ends up going down to 6 HP. Had he not picked up the elimination, he would have fallen in this game.
And another one, he just clipped. Sundown broke this down. He clipped on the edge of that. He would have taken more fall damage and actually fell, but there, another string of elims brings him back up to 100 HP. And Golden, I have to say, this is the one that clutched him in the victory. He won by 1 point. You have to remember, he won by 1 point. That's 1 elim.
Think about all of these eliminations that he's picking up here. here. Each one of them playing such a role in his success. That's his 14th on to Yuzan, and he's dancing around. There's a bunch of ballers running around the map. He doesn't care. He's just going to try and pick up as many eliminations as he can snag because he knows that this is it. This is where his chances are. He doesn't have the high ground, so he needs to make a win happen.
Goodness.
But look at the plays there from Slaya. Terminates the Terminator and is now at 16 eliminations. Has to just get hit by the boogie, but he'll be able to try and stay up here, and then that's it. He falls at the end of that game. We're going to keep following the action, but that was a crazy run there.
I really like the boogie bomb. Once he got boogied, he actually went in the zone to take a tick, so he would come out of the boogie bomb. That wasn't going to work there because, unfortunately, the wall blocked his shot, so he wasn't able to get the last player there. Still, 2 players just fell there to RPG Fire and Rarzilla. 2 elims on low ground, ultimate low. He's starting to carve something out. Dark on high ground. Jordy actually takes a nice shot. Jordy, one of the players that I've been following in the OCE scene.
Well, Dark might get challenged because Alez actually has the ultimate high ground. And Dark ends up dropping down. Jordy, a nice shot from Jordy is going to eliminate Dark from the server. Roarzilla will be down low. Alez up above in the ultimate high ground.
Alez. Jordy, the pick there through the little peak box, and now it's going to go up the hill. That's going to be unfortunate. He's not going to be able to make it out of this, and that's going to be Alez. We talked about the mountains. We talked about how treacherous they could be. And one thing, though, is the zone is also a little bit unpredictable. You can't tell where it's going to go, which direction up the mountain.
That zone had a lot of trickery around there. Alez really just stayed up. That's all he had to do. I think even Alez was thinking, like, all right, what's my play here? But there was so much action going down low. Players caught by the storm. Absolute insanity. But that was the OCE games. For now, though, send it over to Sundown and Kitty.
Thank you so much, Golden Boys. So we saw how Slaya was able to take it away. I mean, that one clutch match, 16 eliminations, 10th place. The 1 point being the difference. We've seen it in so many places now with the EU tiebreaker as well. But they're not the only action we missed that we're going to highlight.
Yeah, we are also headed into our Asia server games to see how those guys, or the one guy, was able to clutch it out. But we're going to take that right back to Bala and Golden Boy, who's going to take it away with Asia games.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Looking great as always. I like that. Okay, hit the dance. Let's commentate the dance moves. Okay, a little bit of the disco play. All right. All right.
Yeah, no, so we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on FaxFox when he gets into this. It's going to be incredible. Can't wait to see it.
Well, that was the thing we lived through, and I think we all did a great job. So, Kitty, good dance moves. I'm super proud of you. Very well done. Sundown, always a pleasure. Ooh.
I was already feeling this guy because I love tempura, so...
Okay, all right. So not the skill, not the kit, even though pretty good kit. Really, Sundown, you hear me? I'm all aflutter. that just caught me off guard. This is not something that you hear every day, but hey, man, you know, you got to do what you got to do.
I love the names of this game and nice
I love the play.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Taking down Daniel. So tempura, 5 elims for him. He's got the heavy snipe. We saw the shot earlier. And we know that this game is a good one. 25 players left. This is actually one of the first looks that I get into. I mean, obviously we've seen the highlights, but this is the first full game I've watched from Asia in a long time. I watched the Korean Open games.
That's right. That's right.
This is the entire region.
And the best of the best in this region as well. Champion division players.
All played yesterday for that top 3,000 of the champion division players and the ones who participated in this weekend's festivities and events.
I think that the your fascination. Oh wow! I can see why you like them. I was gonna say I think your infatuation with tempura might pay off here because now tempura's got a baller, and we know that baller likes nice guys in the baller.
Gosh, dude. That's gonna go forever. Every time.
I'm not gonna let you live it down, buddy. You're my friend and I care.
Yeah, that's important. I appreciate that. You're my friend and I care too. He doesn't care for Payne's life in this game. He's gonna take him out with a nice quick shot and another one. He's so low. That's almost 20 HP, I think, for this guy. He's gonna continue on.
He's going to push.
Yeah, he's actually coned just then, and he gets the trap. He's going to dodge it, too. Perfect play there from Tempura.
Yeah, he went right to that corner, and then off they go with the Rift to go right up to the sky. But what a crazy turn of events there for Tempura. It's crazy, crazy game.
Absolutely, and there he is. I actually see FaxFox in the distance. He's landing on that's a perfect spot to land. He didn't, obviously the Rift is maybe a little bit early because he could have landed on this mountain, but there's the RPG reset as well. He's going to continue to use that to try to fight for high ground. That's important. Going into the later stage of the game, another knock, and heal him.
Oh, and I love that because either that player was going to fall all the way down, and it was one of two things, either the Rift to go or the redeploy. But the redeploy put that player in a stuck position, and in FaxFox made him pay for that. I just love the decision making from FaxFox so far as he came down from that Rift to go that hit him. It's basically just been meticulous since then.
Man, and FaxFox is very, very calculated. I can see every time he sees something, he actually takes a little bit of time to make the best decision as he starts to fight for high. This actually has multiple different layers to it, this mountain. As you can see, X-Mende all the way up.
I know, and he's was cooking the Tempura, who was actually getting cooked by that cheeky little cozy campfire. You got X-Mende up top. FaxFox, he's going to drop down low and put himself in a 1-by-1. Vandochi actually gets that elimination onto CLZ, but the beautifully placed rocket there from FaxFox nets him his next elimination. Now it's going to be a battle between FaxFox and X-Mende. Mende be up top, trying to put the pressure on him here. He has that legendary compact SMG. FaxFox looking to just play as much defense as he can, and he gets time to be able to reload that rocket.
I love how he actually built out, faked that he was going to start to push, and then reloaded the rocket. That's going to be key to retake this high ground and at least get up the hill. There it is. He's so close now, and he makes it through.
Nice play there from FaxFox to redirect himself, but we're right back into this one. FaxFox is going to chase after X-Mende. X-Mende is going to go in for the fight. FaxFox, oh, can he come out on top of the victory royale? Yes, he can, as he pokes around the corner, had the advantage, and he had that legendary AR and put it to work. That's going to be a huge game from him. One of the reasons why FaxFox is going to New York City for the FORTNITE World Cup final.
Yeah, and that was what a interesting 1v1 there, as they both ran out of materials at the exact same time, and ended up being that they started taking those shots, and FaxFox is going to have the better aim in that one and the better positioning.
So we got another game in the Asian region, I believe. And yes, we do. I saw the characters. I was like, yep, I know exactly what we're checking out here.
Now, Karuteru actually finds one on the edge of zone, and then he's going to try to break himself out. He didn't get that launch pad. That was right on the edge, so he's going to have to come on foot. And there's a lot of open space over there outside of Happy Hamlet. Look how many people there are inside of this town.
Happy Hamlet is not a town that can house a bunch of residents. It's kind of like a small town in Wyoming.
Nope, holiday town.
Not a good spot to go to, during, when it's like high activity. The real estate's just very poor here.
Shops
the prices are through the roof, Paula.
Yeah, it's just little gift shops here and there,
and they're hiking those prices. They're hiking the prices. The rent's too high.
The rent is too high. I mean, look at this base. Look at all these bases. Why the heck he's in one? He spent a lot of his earnings on this big base here in Happy Hamlet, or maybe he spent a lot of his resources getting here, because this is the end game. 35 players remaining. He had to make it all the way through.
Oh, there's a player right there. I think he saw that. Yeah. So he sees that player who's peeking. Yeah.
Abe Noob. He sees him through the cone as well.
Abe Noob and Mira as well. But Asachi puts in the shots now. And then he's going to try and defend himself. And this is just, he was basically in a world of hurt, tucked between two players, and just could not get out of it.
Yeah. I love these names. I saw cat meat in the background.
Wait, cat meat? Well, please find cat meat. Please find cat meat. Observers, I asked for cat meat. That's all I want. Thank you. Well, we do get FaxFox, though.
Yeah, he's actually starting to get close to knocking that high ground down with the baller. Not very well connected in Happy Hamlet. They spend a lot they get a lot of income with rent, but their architects aren't the best there.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! It was a Daigo. But Daigo, that was not the beast, because he ended up getting beasted on there. Oh, what a shame for Daigo.
I understand that reference.
Yeah, and I'm sure many others do. I'm sure some people do, at least. If you're not, just look at it online, kids. But That was just an insane series. Oh, there's Cat Meat. Big fan. Big fan Cat Meat. I might actually change my game name to Cat Meat.
Yeah, that's really good. Definitely better than Golden Boy.
For sure, actually. I'm a grown man calling myself Golden Boy. Please understand my pain.
Yeah, but there, he's finally going to exit the baller, and now it's time for FaxFox to show us what he got. How he got here today, being the second qualifier throughout, and I mean, now we've got 10 total, so he's being joined by other legends in the making.
Interesting scenario here as well, where we're going with this circle.
Yeah.
Lots of open space, but also lots of trees to play around in. So there could be some moments for players, if they're struggling for mats, they could hovel in and maybe be able to farm something so that they can get one or two builds in there. But no. Moves in and bops that player. Manages to pick up yet another elimination.
And that's you got to get your box all to yourself, because if you're missing one wall, somebody's going to take advantage of it. And No does there, but guess what? Pengdahl, look at him all the way on high ground. FaxFox starting to make his own little tunnel there on pretty much ultimate level.
And that's all FaxFox. That entire metal tube was just FaxFox. So that's a lot that he owns in case things happen where he ends up going back into it. But No is denying everyone, and that is going to be Dudelos, the next victim to No's wrath. I like this name. It's just No. It's just very.
It's really easy.
There's a
just
million puns you can throw in with No.
Ooh. Cyber actually took high ground from Pengdahl.
No is thinking No like this. Dang it!
Well, he's gone,
close.
so we can just finish with that.
No, he's gone. Aha! Okay. Well, that was a run there for No, but the player that we're looking at, FaxFox. If you're just joining us, this is the Asia region matchup for our winner of the region, FaxFox, who will be representing the Asia region in the Fortnite World Cup in New York City. How did we get to this point? See him at the bottom right of your screen, a straight dive all the way down.
Oh.
He's going for the ultimate low here as well.
That was a good dodge on the Kisuri. He tried to take the shotgun shot, but FaxFox perfectly went towards him and then went away at the perfect moment. So Kisuri missing that shot. FaxFox is going to have a nice position down on low
And
ground.
Kisuri has just 12 builds. FaxFox has 100 builds in the late game.
He's actually knocking out the ultimate high. He just needs a few more shots, and that's going to all fall. Saber and Lunar, they got to be aware of this. Saber finally gets to Elam, but he's also low on HP inside of a stink grenade. He does have
Saber is going to get ticked, though, as he goes outside of the storm. He's going to land on Kisuri. Kisuri goes to the top of FaxFox. FaxFox, he's playing right inside of the circle. Then he's going to go right out to this one. He's going to take that damage. He's going to just tunnel his way out of this. He knows that Kisuri was weak because he saw him take damage earlier, and he played that one very well. That's going to be the victory royale for FaxFox.
And that was so smart there, going outside of the zone, because the way that zone was moving, it was moving over the hill. You saw Kisuri didn't run out of builds as well, so he had to go all the way to the side, and FaxFox comes out way above him.
Well, congratulations to FaxFox Slayer. They're moving on. Sundown Kitty. We're going to dance some more?
No, we're dancing.
The dream is dead.
I loved watching those guys. FaxFox, man, putting up those high elimination games, catching out those victory royales. Dang, he's going to be one to watch at the end of July, which he's secured himself a position for.
I mean, it's nuts. 72 points in the first 4 matches, 4 for 4 on victory royales, but also averaging 8 eliminations. I mean, that's absurd. We'd actually talked about it in the Road to World Cup. He was someone to keep an eye on because he'd done so well in so many of those other solo and cup competitions, and we wanted to highlight that because these players, we don't get to see them as often. I know they typically play when a lot of us normal human beings are sleeping. I was watching some of the matches last night. It was absolutely incredible, though, to see him going through and then to also see their reactions after the fact. But we're going to jump on in with another region we don't get to see that much of. You do see Zeko there. He was the winner from the Blackheart Cup coming out of Argentina. Golden Boy, Bala, take us away with the Brazilian.
Brazil.
We're going on the world tour, Bala.
We are.
My arms hurt. We've been flying all over the place.
Hey, I thought about that one and I executed it brilliantly, and I'm very proud of myself.
I'm proud of you too.
I'm also proud of Zeko, because Zeko is just destroying any player that's back here. He's gatekeeping them. He's keeping them as far back as possible. He knows that storm's coming. You know that player has to make a move. He's going to shoot him as soon as he comes out.
There, almost. He finds a little bit of a build that he can hide behind. That's going to be good for him, but Zeko's not letting him go. Oh my goodness, lucky guy, Ty. Unlucky for you today.
I love how a lot of our calls are based off of the names of the players, but it makes so much sense because that truly was unlucky. Oh, okay, I was about to say, did that like get attached somewhere else and I didn't see that, but player ends up dropping all the way down low. So there was Zeko, and our player who qualified out of this region was Zeko.
This is actually live. No, this is live right now. Well, this is a replay, right? But this Brazil region has started. They're going to play out their games. We're going to have a qualifier for them at the end of this. They have 3 hours to play, 10 games to play. Wow. And we'll see who it is going to be. Zeko did perform very well yesterday in the semifinals. And I'm sure all these guys also very happy with their performance because they're here today.
Yeah, exactly. Surely you have to be. I was talking to a lot of people online and stuff. I saw a lot of players posting like, oh man, just shy of the 3,000. And I think to myself like, there are thousands of players that compete in Fortnite. And to say like, oh, you were just shy of 3,000, that's crazy. 3,000 players qualified for this point, and that is like the top solo, like small percentage of talent that competes in Fortnite on a regular basis in arena, whether that's playing, the regular mode, like craziness, man.
That is crazy, and it could be anybody. I mean, if you can have the skill to come through like this, it could be you that we're watching right now. As Zeko continues this nice little legendary AR shots on the side, gatekeeping all the players out, and now he switches to the silenced SMG. He's going to continue it.
I'm actually surprised that no one even tried to challenge him because he was putting down shots a long time. And you see players when they put the shots like that down so consistently, and poor guy was just getting peppered with the shots from that blue silenced SMG, but he's not getting challenged at all. Yeah. He's been kind of like the big problem child in this entire bunch, yet no one's really tried to get in his face.
Yeah, and this is the thing. He's being very, very careful about who he's choosing. He's picking the people who have the most chance of actually everybody else piling on at the same time. As you saw him take some shots there, a bunch of other players piled on. Using that silenced SMG as well is going to make it very difficult for anybody to react because of how silent that thing is. It really is hard to react when somebody shoots you from the back and somebody else is shooting an AR.
And before you know it, you lost all your shields and you're just like, wait, where is this coming from? T-Red Franz now doing a very common strategy of utilizing the cone to get some vision information.
One of the things, though, there, he actually reset the edit on the floor so that if this cone does break, he can go right back down underneath the floor without having to reset it. It's a small little detail there that these great players do.
A lot of talent in competitive Fortnite, and I like the shots that Franz is laying out here, but that player able to squeak away from that one, and that was New Spray, who lost the shields and goes right in for a fight. You see New Spray versus Goat. New Spray resetting. 2 players get zipped away through that rift to go. That's T-Red Franz. 0 eliminations currently for T-Red Franz.
This is important here, the position that he picks if he's going to go away from the, I mean, obviously it's going away from the Haunted Hills, but look for the high ground, look for the opportunities, look for maybe old build fights. Those are the things you're looking for. Looking in the zone, trying to stay as high as possible, and then pick the perfect opportunity to make sure you grab that high ground.
Got to own those spots, be able to maintain that position. Very difficult to do when players are constantly moving up and down in this very small area that the circle has provided.
Oh, and this fight for high ground is very precarious as there's not too much connected to it, but I think it was connected back. And nice edit there. He actually took the wall first before going for that fight and then finding a community launch pad.
that was actually a sick play as well. Franz is going to get on this first. He's going to get on it first. And did he nail him with the shot? It looked like he did not get any damage off of that shot. But I was going to say that was such a great play of how he approached that, because he put the wall, owned the wall, then put that ramp, so that this way he owned everything. Despite him losing that, you can see that T-Red Franz is just making some great decisions and gets another elim on Makoa. The eliminations are not tracking on the bottom left, but you know that he's up there with how he's been playing so far.
Yeah, and you can see Zeko on ultimate low ground right now. He's going to start to head right back towards those old builds, right back towards the Haunted Hills. We'll see if Zeko can continue his terror down on low ground. going to be hopping in with his POV right here shortly. 9 players left. Here's Zeko.
There was going to be one player to his left and another one right in front. That player pretty much out of this game. Can Zeko can capitalize on some of the resources here? He's going to go into it. Nicely done. The green pump, no problem. We'll give him the siphon and some of the resources as well as the ammunition that we'll desperately need. The stinkers too.
Yeah, and Zeko, he is absolutely looking terrifying right now. The amount of pressure he's applying on people who aren't even paying attention to him. That means his positioning is really good. That means he is getting the spots that people aren't going to pressure. They don't think that he's going to be in a bad spot. Speaking of good spots, Nikito up on high ground. That's good for him. We'll see what his materials count is looking like. He's on wood right now. That tends to indicate that he's low on materials in the end game.
You want to use metal for those moments there. Nico's going to go in for the fight, but Nico wins it against BHTHS. And at that moment, Zeko takes the high ground and then makes Nikito pay for giving up that valuable position. Now it comes down to Zeko and Franz. Franz is going to drop low, and Franz, I don't think he's going to be able to get up in time. And all Zeko has to do is just go for that safe ground, pop that big potion, and just wait this one out. But Franz is getting up there. Franz manages to get up to the top. Zeko, he's going to put the damage on the Franz, can he hold him off here? He only has 3 more builds left to defend himself, and Zeko still has the high ground. Zeko drops down. Franz doesn't get the shot on him. Zeko going around the edge here, and the storm continues to creep on in, and Zeko still holding the high ground position. What is Franz's option here? What is he going to do? You got 7 builds for Zeko. Franz only has 1 build, and Franz needs to be careful because he's going to go down this hill, and there goes the shot. Zeko's going to eat a little bit in the storm. Franz is going to eat the shot from Zeko, and that will be a victory royale for Zeko. 12 eliminations and 10 points off of the win.
22 points total. That was a clinical game from Zeko here in the Haunted Hills. That was perfect. And I do have to give credit towards the other player, though, fighting for the end there with what he had. Franz, he had no builds, almost no ammo. You could see he was only holding a shotgun out because he didn't have the time to reload the rest of his weapons. He couldn't knock down Zeko. So good play there, even though Zeko clearly stole it.
Just shocking that he was able, because that looked really bad. Yeah. Down at the bottom of a cliff, needs to have perfect build all the way up. The pressure's on. You know that player was feeling it. Sometimes, you know, the mouse or the controller gets a little shaky in those moments, and then you feel like you kind of let the game get away from you.
Oh, the pressure's on. He's going to get that wall replaced quick, and he can't edit the stairs back, so he makes the edit on the floor. Good thinking from him, and now another pressure. There's a pinch.
There's another player. There was another player there. Trapped by Tony, ended up getting trapped by 2 of those players because they were surrounding him and pincered him. Leo has that one guy in front of him.
Yeah, he actually just replaced the wall and just went to go get the loot. The wall replace is not going in. Just catch it again and then places the stairs for double cover. Now he's good. He doesn't want to continue up on this right now.
Man, crazy games that we've been seeing here, Bala.
Absolutely. 34 in this one. 33 now, and that moving zone is going to start any second. Those players start to position. Where do they want to go? Where is the best spot? Where are they not going to get shot from the back? Here's a boom ball. Z Charles, nice shot there.
I love that. Oh, with the double there on a hero.
No way!
Oh, the triple elimination on Snooki. You get out of there, bud. Just fly. Just fly. You earned your living today.
Man.
Okay, Charles.
Okay, Charles. You don't got to do that to them. That's absolutely disgusting.
That's not fair.
As Golden Boy would say, I'm feeling uncomfortable.
Very uncomfortable. Very rarely do you get the dub skis, but then you get the trip skis with the boom bow. The boom skis, trip skis? Nah, fam, I'm not about that life.
Boom skis, trip skis.
The boom ski, trip ski.
Charles skis.
Charles skis.
I just tried to add one more.
You just keep going. Just keep in the FORTNITE skis, you know? Just keep playing it. So Leo was in that fight earlier, and I think he won against Junior, who was the player that was challenging him on the wall on the other side.
Yeah, that was, and he actually did make it in the zone. He's going to find a Chug Jug skis.
Really?
Sorry.
Really, Balaskis?
We're done. No, we're done. Speaking of that, though, he did get top 25 in the meantime. You can see the silence has come. Nobody's shooting right now. They're all waiting to see what the next play is going to be. Top 25. Remember, that's 3 points there to start.
Oh, he owns it. He owns it. And you always need to check those walls. But Big Zero was unaware. And now Leo gets a rift to go, a great rotational tool.
Yeah, that reward is so perfect. And I really like how he had a window already edited there because he just crouched through it and that player had no clue that that was a possibility. No sound cues when you, or I mean, there are sound cues, but it's way harder to hear when you're crouching. Now, 26 HP on this guy. 1 build remaining if he finds one. Yes, he does. That's HP there, and he's got to follow up more.
Is this it? Is Henrico?
Yes.
Henrico gets 1, gets 2, maybe a third, but he's going to be forced out of the storm and getting chunked. He's going to rotate around. He finds a player in front of him. Alejo Rizzi. Por qué, papi? You got caught out there. You should have known that Henrico was going to be looking for you on the left side. And Henrico, he
just found 20 mats right there, metal. And that's so good.
Maybe it's enough for him to get up to a safer spot so he can get more eliminations by Henrico.
Yeah, Henrico definitely doing his best to stay in this game. He was in such a dire position before, and I do have to point out, in such a good team with history, Fa and Henrico, apparently. Good play here from him.
I like that you put in the emphasis on it as well.
Yeah, you got to.
You got to Henrico. You got to roll the tongue.
I can't do that.
Henrico.
You know? I'm just going to.
It's okay. Sometimes just Puerto Rican comes out. I can't help it, Paul. I can't help it, Paul. Leo now, a player that we've been checking out throughout this game, has been playing rather well. You got Luanzera up above, and then you got Chunny Fishy in the ultimate high ground, but Chunny Fishy just get lasered?
Yeah, actually, the player was paying attention to him, and Leo is going to take high ground from him in the wall place again. He tries to edit, but that's not going to be enough. He's got to be able to place the stairs fast enough.
That is so filthy. That was such a filthy play. I love seeing that quick wall gain there, just taking the wall, right, gaining that advantage, editing out. Like, your player at that point, they have to try and defend themselves in some way, shape, or form. Ooh. But it's like you have to have that reflex time, and Leo was all over that.
Dusty just got impulsed in the storm. I think it was Koto who had those. That's pretty hilarious.
That's mean. That's mean-spirited. Yeah. You know, if I have to be honest with you.
Now, Leo on high ground. Just keep an eye out on how these players, they don't take any ticks. If they're taking shots, they're very aware of the storm on their back, and they're very, very aware of their
Oh, am I trying? Oh, okay. I was going to say maybe he tries to dive in, but he doesn't have that heavy snipe that will get him right through. So he just has that legendary compact SMG, and I know I say just has it, but you want to have something that instantly bursts through that. Well, kind of like the way a legendary pump instantly bursted Koto in that play. He's going to pick up another one there onto Cruz. We're going to have 3 players left in this one, Balla. A 1v1v1. He sees him in his sights. Can he follow up with the shot? That player is going to be back against the storm. TGAKS, goodbye.
1v1.
That's 1 player remaining.
Can he block him? No, he doesn't block him, but he does get the stairs back above him, and it's a full-on build fight now. Leleo up against Daiko. We'll see. Leleo has a little bit of a base in mats. How many does he have left? 70. Okay, this is a full-on 1v1 build fight right now. Yeah. Creative 1v1, in fact.
This is one of those fights you love to see, but Daiko is going to be in a bad spot. Leleo has the advantage, but he's going to eat a shot there from Daiko. Daiko now is going to wait around. They're still in that safe area. Daiko didn't have it, and that is going to be Quasar Leleo who gets the victory royale. 11 eliminations for that game. Very well done.
And that was perfect. Perfectly executed on the build fight there at the end. You got him down. You saw how that player was looking for the low ground shot, but that gave him time to heal a little bit with those shield potions, and that's going to buy him that win there, because it did matter in the end. Now, 46 players here. It's going to be a Lonely Lagoon ending. This is not one that's too common seeing on this ship, actually. Look how many shipmates they all have.
Look at that.
Off the deck.
Yeah, you know, or take all the booty. Right, you know, I'm talking about treasure.
Yeah, treasure.
Nix. Okay, be careful there, bud. Be careful.
Be careful, because you're golden to boys treasure.
Yes, got that Lux gear too. I'm just saying, just throwing it out there. You know, I'm a fan. If you're rocking gold, basically you're my best friend. So if you want to avoid me at the final, don't wear gold. Fact.
All these players, though, they do have the treasure from the Lonely Lagoon. They all start to have their favorite loadouts going in this end game, and at this point, it's all up to your skill in the end game. What can you do? The awareness. the positioning, the tactics, the speed, everything comes down to the line here in these endgames. They get so intense so quickly.
And then you have to deal, just like that. Jubilee, not happy with that. Nyx, well done. But I was gonna comment on where this placement of the circle is. It's right at the edge of this mountain.
Yeah.
Which, the flint knock, beautiful play. And there's a lot of supporting structures there. So you flint knock up, and then you just fly as far as you can.
Ooh,
once again,
like
builds up higher.
He's really taking this lazy lagoon back into. he's a pirate now, I think. He's living a pirate life. The pirate life be for our teammate. But Nyx, that was well done. That was a good use of the utility that you have available to you, right? Players sometimes you pick up the item and they may freeze, but at this level, these guys they're so prepared. They know what their advantages are. White HP and the RPG is gonna come too. He does manage to find him. Fortunately, Julie Voskian does go down now.
Ooh.
Is he gonna find the loot? No, he's not. He actually riffs himself and another. 28 players now coming close to that top 25. It's now 26.
One more player.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I like it. Nice.
We're synchronized. It's like we finish each other's sandwiches.
Yeah, I would finish your sandwich.
I know you would. I would as well, buddy. I would as well. I mean, actually, now I want to have a sandwich. But anyway, back to the action we go. Because Nyx has that high ground.
Yep. This is such a. Every time we talk about it, this is where you're going to be able to maximize your points. Speaking about the format. Remember, elims and placement matters. This is where you're going to be able to put both of those to the test. Make sure you get towards the placements and get the elimination opportunities as well.
I like these short waterfalls down, Vala. He's not going too far. Oh, he saw only King just trying to drink his beverage, but no juice for you.
No, not going to be able to take off those small shield potions with big shot pots. But now, Nyx. Looking for an opportunity. One thing there, he saw that player was healing right next to the wall. It's so difficult to actually stop that and replace the wall. You have to look straight down if you want to, because otherwise it's going to try to place it outwards. Nyx, you have to know about that, and that's why he went for those shots with the compact SMG, and now one player's challenging. 81 builds remaining. This is a little bit too early to challenge, but...
He has his player. He owns
Another
it.
One.
Goodbye, Rismart. Very well done from Nyx. He read that play beautifully. He had that high ground position. Then he was able to punish.
Yeah, he did get in the floor and then the edit as well. Not even realizing that because he was healing the entire time, he's getting so many shots on players who aren't recognizing. He's going to go for it again. Are you kidding me?
He's going for that same play, but it works out. He's practiced it so much. Very well done from Nyx yet again. I know I keep saying that, but it's so impressive how Nyx has been playing this one out, racking up so many eliminations, taking advantage of players who aren't watching their angles. At this point, you have to be aware of every single possible place a player can look to eliminate you from.
Yeah, you definitely have to. A lot of players down the low ground now. 4 players remaining. Nyx still maintaining that high ground. Nobody completely challenging. We saw a little bit of a challenge before. Here, he's going to connect back. We're all the way to Loot Lake from the Lazy Lagoon at first.
And it just took that fictional river all the way down, it feels like, because there was just, we'll go from one body of water to another. And there is also, what makes this really difficult to fight out of too is if you happen to end up in the water, but they're still going to be with a lot of grass here, but I don't think Nyx is going to let it get to that point. He's going to have the high ground. They're going to be stuck. He has full control of this. He's boxing them out completely. One player's going to be above him though, and now Nyx with 41 builds is going to just destroy Pincitos and then gets the next elimination on Noonim. What a play from Nyx. Just dominant. Solid gold, baby. Solid gold.
He's got the heart of gold, and Golden Boy loves it.
I'm a fan. I'm a big fan. All right, well, that's going to do it for us here. We got Kitty and Sundown in the studio.
So cool to see these players play. I know that I don't have any experience watching those replays from the Brazilian guys, but really cool to see them utilizing the extra things in this game, like the flint knocks. I know that we're going to go to a replay really soon that is a boombo play, but what are you thinking about these games so far, Sundown?
It's been absolutely huge. Nyx was actually on our list to watch as one of those Brazilian players to keep an eye on. We've seen him before, but we also wanted to make sure that we highlight not just the plays plays that we saw, but just some of the ridiculousness that comes out. So we haven't seen this in a competitive match before. Z Charlie's, and I know Golden Boy and Baller were popping off when it happened. I know they were calling it a couple of outrageous things, but he actually lands a tag before he even gets that first elimination. But then here comes the party. Gets the first elim with the Boombo, gets the second as the rotation comes through, and he's not done yet. Picks up the third right away. I mean, Kitty, that was nuts.
What? We've seen so many amazing plays, but utilizing the Boombo in that way, so clean and all in a row like that. Oh my gosh, satisfying to watch. I really enjoyed it.
Super satisfying to watch indeed, but also we're going to take a look at where Brazil stands in the standings, where these players are at, and you can see Nyx, one of our players to watch, up there at 82 points, victory royale in his belt, and also 31 eliminations, so that indicates to me he's had a couple other good games to get up there. And don't forget, it is one singular spot. You need to be up here at the end of the day in Brazil in order to make it to that grand final. That's what you're looking for in order to join these 10 other players. Like you said, we saw Slaya and we saw Faxbox coming out from Oceania and Asia. The other 8, Kitty, all coming out from Europe in a really, really close-knit region, but who is going to take home this Brazil slot right here?
Yeah, only having that one spot this weekend's very tough for these guys, and you want to make sure that you get to know these guys' names as well, checking them out on their social media. They will be joining us for the World Cup Finals at the end of July, Sundown.
Yeah, it's so close getting to that final date. That's what it's all about. We're going to be qualifying 19 players total to that FORTNITE final in New York, and don't forget, ticket pre-registration for the FORTNITE World Cup Finals is open now, so go on over to fortnite.com/World Cup to get your ticket selected and to join some of these players on that main stage. But that's going to be it for now. We're going to take a little break, let these guys wrap up. It's going to be 30 minutes, so don't go anywhere because we got the entirety of NA East and NA West afterward. Also a Brazil winner, so a lot of players still to go through and be qualified. Ta-ta for now.
Bye.
Jump on and drop in. It's time to kick off the FORTNITE World Cup competition. From April 13th to June 16th, we'll be running FORTNITE World Cup Online Opens, where you can qualify to compete for your chance at a piece of the $30 million prize pool. But how will these work, you ask? Each week will alternate back and forth between solos and duos competition, with players qualifying from each server region in Oceania, Asia, Europe, Brazil, NA East, and NA West. To find specifics for your server region, go to fortnite.com/World Cup. To play in the online opens, you'll need to compete in the new Arena mode, an always-on form of competition where players can rank up tiers and leagues. It all starts in the Open League, and when players earn 125 points, they'll advance into Contenders League. After that, you'll need to build your way up to 300 points to unlock Champion League, where the Saturday Online Open players will be chosen. Then, we'll take the top 3,000 solo players or 1,500 duos from that Saturday's semifinals and advance them to the Sunday finals. Each Sunday, 20 players will rise to the top and qualify to join us in New York for the FORTNITE World Cup Finals. Buckle up, because we're officially on the road to the FORTNITE World Cup Finals. In just a few months, we will see the greatest FORTNITE players in the world go head-to-head to determine who will take the title of World Cup champion and become part of the global phenomenon that is FORTNITE. Hundreds of players will compete on stage in New York City for their chance at Ultimate Battle Royale glory and their piece of $30 million. But let's look back at how we got here. The competition was hot at our first major live event at PAX West, where we held the Summer Skirmish finale. This open format pitted over 900 players against each other, and Morgassi was able to rise out of the masses and take home nearly $250,000.
A life-changing amount of money.
Fall Skirmish came next, where 500 players competed not only in Battle Royale competitions, but build-offs, challenges, bake-offs, and cosplay competitions to win prizes and value club points. This all came to an insane conclusion at TwitchCon, where TFUE and Cloaksy were able to fend off the competition and win it all.
It's TFUE and Cloaksy!
Finishing off the year, we dove into the Winter Royale when the first ever open online qualifier was hosted, featuring the top 200 players from North America and Europe. In the end, the Stream Skype dominated the European qualifier, semifinal, and final to come out on top. And on NA, Nolan beasted his way through the rounds, outperformed the Infinity Blade, and took home the crown. 2019 kicked off with the Secret Skirmish, where Ghost Saf and Rise Ronaldo took the top spot in duos, and the solos competition ended with an unbelievable performance from Ghost Bizzle, who took it all with the most clutch FORTNITE finish in competitive history.
Gaining around, shot comes in, a limb for Bizzle, turns on the player above. That's it, he deagled the floor. Bizzle with the victory.
But this unbelievable action isn't limited to offline events. We've watched competitors get themselves ready for the FORTNITE World Cup through their participation in the online tournaments. Fully open qualifiers for all players 13 and up has definitely shaken up the standard. Starting with the Scallywag Cup, familiar players like Saf and Zayt are continuously flaunting their skills, and we also saw new faces like WBG's Rux and Pika. But the veterans and big names aren't backing down, with players new and old challenging each other non-stop for the top spot. Beehive was a prime example of this in the European Blackheart Cup, continuing his absurdly consistent streak of dominating open competitions, while the Argentinian Dzeko was able to show off his elimination skills in a dominant Brazil region victory. After that, we saw two duo competitions, the Lux Cup and the World Cup warm-up, with a fantastic mix of challengers and established veterans able to claw their way up the leaderboard. The newly formed duo of Perfect Tilt and Mastoris have shown that they are not to be messed with, while the newly eligible European youngsters like Mongro, Benji Fishy, Osmo, and Milan showing that they are as good as everyone believed. But let's not forget about Oceania and Asia, where we've seen the Chiefs duo of Sync and Skyla continually upsetting the standard and dominating the ladder. And Medicino, Top Fax Fox, and the Crazy Raccoon Boys have all had incredible performances over in the East. We've seen so many different players come to the fore, but nothing on the scale like this. Who will be the next Margassi? Will a TFUE or Cloak-like pair continue their domination? Will our winners be someone who qualifies early? Or will they have to sweat it out every weekend to make it onto the World Cup final stage? We could not be more excited to see this story unfold and to watch these players ascend to greatness. And who knows, one of them could be you.
right, everyone, welcome back to the Fortnite World Cup studio, where we are so close to getting into the North American action on the east and the west side. I'm Golden Boy, but we have some other people that are going to be joining us in just a little bit. For now, though, let's actually dive into the schedule. And what you saw earlier on, we actually had to jump into the Oceanic, Asia, and Brazil matches. We just concluded Europe. And then we have NA East and NA West on the horizon. NA East coming up next. It's going to be very exciting stuff. And then how does this whole thing work? The format, kind of a refresher for you if you're just joining us for the first time. So 16th through 25th place will take 3 points. 6 through 15 will then accrue 5 points. 2 through 7 will accrue 7 points. And then the total that you can get for that top placement victory royale, 10 points total accrued. Each elimination is 1 whole point. Very important stuff, because these players are playing for $1 million total, a big amount of money, huge money for the world. But what's really about is going into the Fortnite World Cup final in New York City. And these players have qualified. Yeah, the money's great, but getting an opportunity to have a life-changing moment, that's even better. You can see these are the players that have qualified thus far. Congratulations. It's been a long, long journey, a long road up until this point. And I have to say, man, like it's kind of shocking that, you know, we're finally here. We have players who are actually qualified for the Fortnite World Cup. Can't believe it, man. We're finally getting to this point. But now, let's go ahead and introduce your casters for our upcoming game. We got Sundown and Monster D-Face. Fellas, I'm excited. NA East, this is a very competitive region. I'm looking forward to it. We got 6 spots up for grabs, and I know you guys have some opinions on who you think is going to be moving on.
So definitely a couple of opinions based a lot out of what we've seen yesterday and what we saw in the Blackheart Cup as well. So 6 spots. So I asked Monster, I'm like, hey, if you had to pick 3 and I had to pick 3, who would they be? So Monster, who's your first one?
So my top 3 to kind of put my bets on. Aspect, of course, that's a cheap one. You know, he did crazy yesterday. But yesterday I also talked about Hogman, who pulled through as well in the top 10. You know, he's got what it takes. And, you know, I'm also going to throw another one in there, Scented. I think Scented is another underdog who's got what it takes to come out. Who do you got 3? Your top 3 to make it through on this one?
So I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'll give you a hard 2. Eyes on Destroy, who popped off yesterday. I even tweeted out about it. I think he might be breaking kind of that glass ceiling of his potential, and if he can repeat the performance, I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the top 6. And then Vivid as well, somebody we've seen be very consistent, challenged up and clutched up a lot yesterday. And then in terms of me cheating a little bit, I think any of the RBK boys or any of the Bloom boys, those whole groups of players, RBK getting a house down in Florida, putting in a ton of effort, a ton of boot camping, and then the Bloom boys as well. But we're gonna jump on into the match and take a look. I mean, we saw, I think it was 3 of the Bloom boys were in the top 10 for that one, and we're going to jump right on board with Mr. Aspect himself, the player for Sentinels, and we saw just how good he could be yesterday, Monster.
Yes, we did, and as we are doing that Ethereal Titan, we saw him yesterday. He was doing so well, but Aspect shut this game down. Back to lobby he goes. NA East, this is so hype right here. This is so hype. Day 2 qualifiers, everything on the line right here. Can Aspect hold up the dominant performance from yesterday? We will find out today as these games develop here. And Sundown, he's off to the races. 5 eliminations.
He is off to the races. 5 eliminations, 41 players still remaining as that circle 5 is closing in, about to start going through. Astonish also in here.
Ooh.
We saw that astonishing play he had yesterday with the Flintlock to get the victory out. He said, hey, you know, I wasn't too happy with that performance overall, though. We're going to do better, and we're going to go again tomorrow. And here he is already sitting on 2 elims as well, trying to find a player as that long rotation comes out for Circle 6 Monster back through Paradise Palms.
Yeah, he's got that heavy sniper looking to punch through this wall. Once this player in that box goes on offense, he is going to come through like a blazing bull. So it is up to him to recognize whether or not he wants to go on offense here. But break down this mountain for me, Sundown. There's a lot of movement that has to happen here.
Yeah, so luckily with this circle, there is enough ground on the side where the players will have to move in. But this is what you talked about. Like Nostradamus monster again. Basically, Gray, that's basically the look of your screen before you go back to lobby. Nothing left there. 36 players remaining. And also, if you guys are just joining us, welcome. This is the start of the northeast portion of the first ever Fortnite online open qualifier for the World Cup. We've already seen 10 players qualify through. We will be getting a Brazilian qualification coming through as well in a little bit, but we're watching the start of NA East as Astonish is astonishing again, showing this backside of the circle rotation, picking up 2 quick elims, but can he get back inside the storm? 20 HP, 10 HP, gets inside just barely monster.
Oh, man, but he still does have max shield here, so he will be okay. It is not the end of the road here. He cannot play with the storm line any longer, though, so he's got to stay well ahead of it or pick up an elimination right now. Oh, no. 18 effective HP right here. This is a close one.
If he gets sneezed on, that'll be it. The 1 extra second, but can he get the edit? No! Misses the edit, so despite the small storm change, but is safe inside that top 25, so getting the 3 first placement points from that first threshold as Golden Boy did run you down. We're going to jump back on board with Aspect as he is up to 7 elims, picking up Scott's tots there and gets bonked right into the rift.
I don't think you ever see a launch into a rift, but that just happened right there. That's a new one. So, 7 eliminations. Oh, man, Macwood. We saw Aspect and Macwood go toe-to-toe yesterday. Macwood, another just competitor on the scene for Team Complexity here.
And you do have Bolt's latest pickup, Eclipse on the ultimate low ground. Another player to keep an eye on. He can go on absolute tears as he does box up. Has 2 elims, 17 players left. 2 more need to go down before we hit that next threshold. It'll be an additional 2 placement points. You do see a number of ballers. Eclipse gets first edit, gets second edit. 104 trades out, but now on effective 9 HP. Did have a slurp running, but needs to be careful. Gets the minis off. No, only gets the 1. So needs to find it. Will he get it? Does convert onto Lotted, and then also picks up Colossus and Python as well to push him into the top 12. That's massive. So a huge swing, 6 points from him there before Zay picks him up. Now we're into the top 10 monster with Aspect holding on to the high ground right now.
And he fought for that high ground, but he is still wary about Macwood, who is just up above. But it doesn't matter. Aspect wants to go for it. Tries to get the side hop. Doesn't quite get it. Macwood goes down with a heavy pump. Scar follow-up right there. Nicely done. It's 72 to headshot. Aspect is putting pressure down here with this legendary AR. He's got so much medium ammo here as well.
9 eliminations already, has 2 launch pads as well as 4 traps. So as that circle gets closer together, as it gets more narrow, and the players try to challenge up, you see Aspect rip away. 10 elims already getting close to the next placement threshold. Is going to start raining down shots onto the ballers. But if players do opt to rip or do opt to launch pad, he can just put down traps and cover that space. As you see him do right now, the player's coming down, covering himself, taking the shotgun shots, wanting to find it. Sees 2 other players up there, and here come more of the traps. He's going to start taking shots at those sitting ducks in the sky.
That's a good pump right there. Is he going to connect? He connects with another one. 11 eliminations. He has repeating performance right now. There are only 6 remaining.
That's what he's looking for. 1 more player going down, already guaranteeing 16 points in this match. There's a reason he is the favorite, trying to push into Polar Ruka's box, and he's going to do it, pushing into somebody's box in the top 6. He says, I don't want just the placement, top 5 now, as Urget goes down to Trent, but Blunt trades him back. No, Blunt actually picks up both of them. So now you have Saza, bottom right, Aspect, your leader in the top right. Check the white. Saza able to pick up Blunt, but now gets the siphon, needs to get back into the storm. Aspect running the high ground, still pressuring onto Polar Ruka.
He wants to take this battle right here. He's got him against the wall. He does trade some damage, but this win is more important than getting this elimination. So he's going to retreat a little bit higher here just for some heals. These guys are both in 1 shot, though. This is Aspect's game. Can he jump down? He knows how much is riding on these eliminations. It made a big factor in yesterday's game.
It made a huge factor, and we've seen the difference of 1 or 2 points.
Here it is.
Tiebreakers.
Shot.
Ruka gets picked up, and now he's looking for the last one. He knows he has the HP advantage. The other player is looking at Jeff. Oh my God! Saza, you monster! You are the animal. Aspect going down there. Aspect getting too greedy for the last elimination and misses out on the 3 victory real points, still taking home a great 19-point performance, but you have to feel bad. He could have just waited.
Worth it. But, man, he knew he was in a storm. He was weak. He put it all on the table and just got hit with something vicious. Wow.
was trying to go for it all as we hop on board to the next match. Most eliminations sitting on Crumbs with 3. So generally that's what you tend to see, more towards a 3 or 4 average elim, with them being spread out. A lot of players on 2 or 3, with these circles being a lot denser. Also, if you guys are new to joining us, haven't been here in a while, we are jumping in from circle 5 onwards. So we skip the early game drops, skip the early game rotation. It is all action all the time, trying to highlight as many of these amazing players as they compete on the road to the Fortnite World Cup final in New York City. Just trying to get there, and we're in the NA East region, the first portion of it. Everyone trying to get their name up on that leaderboard, challenge for the top 6 spots, and their piece at the $1 million prize will spread out across all the regions. As a great shot from Schulten there, picks up Scorch.
That's right, and there's just so much action. Like we said, we're trying to get as many games as possible covered here. Boogie bombs, we've been seeing it all weekend long. These things will come in handy later on in the day as they are flushing players out of ballers. You have to be very careful. Splodes and ballers are the counter, or Splodes and boogies are a nice little counter. We see a little bit of Bizzle right there. Bizzle having a tough time on this format. Can he pull through today? He's got what it takes.
He does have what it takes. He has been the we got Ninja,
a little bit of Ninja
here
as well. This is a big lobby.
Just, Golden Boy said it best. The competitiveness of Ninja to climb out yesterday, to put on such absurdly clutch performances when a lot of the other players spend so much more time focusing on the competitive aspect. For him to just take the decision making, we talk about how mechanics is only so much. The competitive decision making and mentality will get you so far, and he is here putting on a fantastic performance, hanging with the absolute best of the best, showing he's not just a streamer, but is one of the best Fortnite players and trying to contend for one of those qualifying spots.
Yeah, he's got the warrior spirit. He's got the competitive spirit. Scuff Nasty goes down with a nice little shot. It's going to be Ninja's first elim in this game. There are 40-plus players remaining. Zone 6. All of them are going to have to go on a rotation.
Yeah, so the one thing he does need to be aware of, lacking a shotgun there, so trying to pick up whatever he can there. And also, check out our Twitter, twitter.com/Fortnite game. We've been posting updates, tweeting some stuff out. Also, use the hashtag Fortnite World Cup. Who are you cheering on? What new qualifiers are you just checking out? Have you not heard of? What insane play are you most hyped about? Was it that triple bow that you saw early on? Was it some players' late game clutch to get it through? Was it Slaya's last minute 16 elim match? As you see, World's Best Gaming, Tyler 15, picking up a great elim there onto Reluct as we get, well, I want to say as we get close to that first threshold monster, but still 13 players need to go down.
Yeah, that's right. Placement is on the line here. Everyone's so close to placement's door. E11 Hart looking to hop over. He's battling right now on the storm line. That's a crazy move to make right there. And Hesse trying to get up to the high ground. Ninja's still up, going for the high ground right now. There's a mountain in front of him. This is their, bane right now. You have to go over the mountains, the toughest rotations, the hardest ones to make are these mountains.
Yeah, it makes it that much harder. And we talked about how there's 38 players remaining, but the mountain providing a huge difference there. 26 players left. Nobody wants to be the last one down, but only 18 builds left. Plenty of shields, but again, no shotgun. So looking to either pick someone up or find some loot rotating. 25 players left as Schulten goes down the storm. So everyone getting at least the 3 points, and good pressure coming up with the shotgun pressure also coming back in. Needs to find space to use the shields as you have Hezi, and Forbidden takes him down there. Ninja still rotating down the low gun. Bizzle right next to Stay Lurkin as both of them are topping off on posts, pots, trying to get whatever shields they can in there now. Tracking the backside of the storm. We've talked about this rotation being difficult.
Here it is. No mistakes can be made here as the storm hurts so much. He is out of it, but he is really hurt. Only 3 tick left with the storm. There is players nearby. Can he get the shot right here? He cannot get the siphon to survive that one right there. So he goes down. There's someone on the ultimate high ground. There are plenty of players still on the low here, though. Bizzle also facing storm damage. Lots of storm damage there. This is really low here.
Yeah, right on the backside of it, trying to tunnel in and stay towards the side. Mason did get traded out right away as Ando goes down just inside the top 15. So everyone receiving at least the 5 placement points. You see blue tack. People only say, oh, he picked up 2 right there. So 2 elims for Bizzle. That is going to end up being a 9-point match, but he is sent down. The high rate of fire of that rare tactical shotgun coming in huge, allowing him to pick up another one before going down on the backside of the zone rotation. 2 ballers still in play, getting very safe rotations going through. Tyler picking up the RPG, though. They have been chipped out. We talked about how if it ends up going through, the splash damage hits. He's looking to line up an RPG on these rotating players right now. Only has 12 builds left. You see the 3 ballers, which means those players are going to have a lot of mats left, but a great 180 from him there.
Nice shot right there as he is now feeling the form right here. Tyler 15 wants to go for this high ground. He has the RPG. Oh, there's actually no one up there. He does a quick little scout, and it's all his. He is clear to go. The tree now knocked, though. Canoe the Gamer right below him. He's looking to shoot him down. He's going to actually, Tyler's going to land on top of Canoe right there.
Yep, Shu dropping down onto Mason. 6 players remaining, so one more player needs to go down for that last placement threshold, and then it's all about the elims and the victory royales as the RPGs keep raining down from Tyler on the ultimate high ground. Still, one of those ballers rolling around relatively healthy as well, as the first RPG does impulse him out and is going to break through. Can't take more than 1 RPG with that change. No, he's going to stay in it.
No, I think what had happened there was a rocket came down. He recognized that he was about to go. So there's probably one, if not no ballers in play right here. And there it is, his little battle. Nice little shot. Can he follow up? He starts back to the
He needs one more. That player's so low. Gets the siphon now, only 84, but no more builds. But the other 2 players have been set up. No, there's still 5 players left as they're going back over a geyser. They need to be careful. You are going to get forced up onto. He doesn't have any builds to get up there. Get a build.
There it is. Can he get out? Put it down. He does. Okay, buys him a couple more opportunities. This is the difference. At least he's still in the game right now.
Yeah, but K2 Sauce is actually utilizing the baller and the grappler to not get reset by the geyser. We talked about how the geyser kind of takes everything and throws it up in the air. So Let's Bow Dry gets pushed down into the box, but Tyler picks it up. Now you have Keanu on ultimate high, but Tyler pressuring onto him right away, getting great shots. You have K2 Sauce in the lower right-hand corner, putting pressure onto Shu, JJ, and taking him out. It's a 1v1. K2 Sauce on the low ground. Tyler mid-tarp. Keanu on ultimate high, 1 level above a monster.
Yes, Tyler's got really good mats still as well, so he can effectively hold this mid-ground. But it's a battle up the mountain as Sauce is trying to break his way through. They're both going into the storm first. Keanu gets hit from the side here, loses the storm protection, and he goes down. Tyler 15 has the heal.
And he found
Great
it.
Side
he found Sauce on the side. Sauce had just barely enough time to try and pop that med kit, but Tyler knew the player would be looking for it, got the siphon, and then got the elim on top of it, saying, hey, I know you're healing. You hear us battling. It's fine. Utilizing that additional 50 health on elimination to capitalize out. And we're going to jump on board with Mr. Zexro. I know he tweeted out earlier that his arm hurt. Somebody who's been recovering from some wrist issues, been pushing himself, but playing here in the Fortnite online open qualifier, trying to qualify, trying to get through, as we see Jacoby sitting on the top elim right now, but Zexro trying to challenge him. Jacoby was on 3, Zex picking one up there to move himself up to 3.
Yeah, so far so good. Hey, even with issues, Zexro is someone to look out for as he has a really good shot. So 3 eliminations for him. He's got a great loadout. Suppressed AR, he's loaded right here. Extra heals. Let's go ahead and take a look at the map here. E11 Anthony, who's got nice positioning on this zone right here. He is so close to the next zone, and he's got a super high positioning here.
Does have a great angle and is getting those peak windows that Bala is talking about. And great shot onto Bajenga 1. Well, you are falling all the way down there. Anthony picking up the first elim, also holding on to those boogie bombs, so wanting to try and take advantage of some of those baller plays, or maybe people rotating for this geyser.
Yeah, you'll see this a lot as well when you hold these zones next to these geysers, and this is why, right? You get that free pad, if you want to call it that, free way to launch into anywhere on the map when these zones are moving like this. There's also a nice little crate right there, so that's going to be the next spoil of war for someone here on the map, as there are 39 players remaining into this moving zone. That's going to go to Zone 6 next.
Yeah, Zone 6, the next incoming one, and what he means by that moving zone, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner, that white circle, how it's outside of the blue lines, that blue line indicating where the storm is moving to. So the 6th one will have us running all over, but the 5th is that overlapping one. So now it's to force the players to move, so we're not just hanging out all the time. And this is a super stacked lobby. You got Ghoul in here, Anthony as well, Nate, Hill, J-Mock over on the side, Chung, or J-Mock, sorry. Jaumak, not to be confused. Boxy in there as well, but now you see Anthony trying to find players through his edits, seeing whatever walls he owns, and if he can sneak up on someone, as you know, still 12 players need to go down before we hit the placement threshold.
Heavy AR, tough one to punch through walls with. It's such a slow fire rate. Most effective at higher and longer ranges. Let's see if he can get this right here, though. That's a big 40. That's a lot of damage. All he has to do is connect one more time, get thirsted, gets owned right there. And the solo pump shot right through the build before the ramp can come down. Jumping's gonna go down.
Great shot from there. Also going to upgrade his weaponry as well. And I'm not sure if he sees that rift too. If he can get to that, it would be huge, but also going to put him into the firing corner. Now we're going to jump on board with Liquid Gabe hanging out there. Has the boom bow, has the heavy sniper, also has the epic pump. So a lot of playmaking potential on his side.
Yep, but his health pool is not very nice. He can take pretty much one good pump to the chest and he is going to get dropped in this lobby right here. So he's got to find himself an elimination sometime soon. He's ahead of the zone here. This is the perfect place to do it. This is the time when you have the effective zone, you can hold players out. Here it is. So it's time to rotate. Oh, he heard a launch, but he tried to double back for it, didn't quite catch it. So he's going to use his own instead. Here he is. He is going all the way across. He's going for an Elam 136 with the follow-up to the backside, and that's going to get him up to a really good place to contest players. Now he can jump into players' boxes. He should be feeling really good here. He's also got the ultimate high ground as well.
Yeah, gonna pull out that boom bow. As you see, the mass migration of ballers happening on the one side of the circle. They're all trying to hang out together. A couple of them have been chipped out, but there's still 6 or 7 left. Everyone, again, trying to utilize those for the extra 200 HP shield. As the backside of the circle, here's where it's going. You have Bim looking to just rotate safely, hoping not to run into anyone as he sees a player underneath him knock out. 26 players left. Nobody wants to be gone before that. As Synops misses out on the first 3 placement points, we have the top 25 of the lobby. We're looking to see who can capitalize.
He jumped out to try and take him.
And not quite going to be able to convert, so going to lose. No, does get out with the baller, trying to get away. Baller gets broken. Will Bim be able to connect? No, gets walled out, needs to get back inside the zone and be careful. Luckily, only building through woods. Needs to connect on it, but instead gives him the good old pickaxe, doing his best. Thryfo and Snood impression to pick it up. Does Rift 1, 2, has 2 ticks left, so a little bit longer. It did, it really did. But now back on over. As you see, Liquid Gabe challenging for the high ground. A couple players still falling down, and about 6 ballers left on the low ground. Those should be falling out of play shortly with the narrower circles coming in.
All right, Liquid Gabe still in this, guy, still at the very top. So we'll see what kind of develops up there. Now take a look at some of this baller action right here. Notice that these guys are not at max builds either. They're still doing relatively okay. Mirren FNTV here with 75 builds. Trying to hide over here behind the builds now. Using whatever they can to try and get as many points closer to qualifying. Anything for placement here. You got to do what you got to do. Can he find a perfect opportunity to take high ground here? There's a lot of ball. This is actually one of the few games we've seen this many in play here. So this is going to turn out to be a weird one for some of these players. As he finds him trying to heal here, Skooma, unfortunately, you cannot hide around these ballers. They will take advantage and pick you off.
And that's a huge advantage. Also, you're able to drop out, get shot priority on somebody else, taking action, and then roll back on over those supplies. So now you see the players getting forced out, opting to trade out towards others. But you see, unfortunately, Mirren blasting his own baller. Can he find it? Picks up Pierre right there, the player for Soar. Now getting closer to top 5. 7 players left still here. At least 1 baller wrapping around, using that grappler to try and get as much high ground. But Mirren is using the cone peak to try and find his next target. So break it down for us here, Monster.
Yeah, it worked out really well. He did have the zone ahead of him. Nate Hill's going to take a little bit of fall down damage here. Bim still holding a super high. No Life and Liber looking to go toe-to-toe here. Shotang! We've seen some Shotang in the past. Shotang unfortunately found himself at the lowermost level. And this is a weird kind of crevice here on the mountain. This is going to be a tough one. I think he's out of mats down there or something.
Yeah, it's really awkward, but he was able to pick up the Nate Hill Elim. So getting that did keep his siphon in, got cracked back out, but was able to get in the circle. There's 6 players left, so he's just trying to find whatever space he can, hopefully pop a couple minis, maybe not get owned on an edit wall play, but Mirren is looking to find whatever he can as he has to break through these builds. Now we're going kind of back out into the open. These players have to be forced into each other shortly. There's not enough room, and bang, Miran finds it onto Showtime, gets the top 5 right as No Life picks up Liver as well. 4 players left. Everyone's sitting on at least the 7 placement points plus their eliminations. It's all about the victory royale plus their elims now, as you have Kid Clark and Mirik going at it on the low ground.
Holding him out the zone, but he sneaks back around. Here it is. It's going toe-to-toe. Mirror's been so defensive all this time, and it's going to not pay off this time around. He is going to eat one to the face. Kid Clark has so much more health than Bim, who's at the top here. Bim's got to make a move. He's only got a couple of things in his inventory you can see over on the upper right-hand screen here.
Yo, he's going to go for a jump one shot, and didn't have it. I was going to say his only possible option there is to go out for a jump one shot, headshot. Doesn't have any RPG, still wouldn't have been enough to get through Kid Clark. He did go for it, but Clark breaking it down. Honestly, that edit play in such a close quarters won him the match. Yes. Brilliantly played.
All right, now hopping into our next game here. Don't forget, guys, we are jumping straight into the action. You'll see players like King Trig already on a rampage this game here with 7 eliminations. We're catching as much action as we can from as many of the Fortnite World Qualifier games as we can, because these players are, in a high-stakes environment right now. This is Fortnite Worlds on the line here.
It is. They're all vying for a spot at the Fortnite World Cup Finals in New York City on July 26th to the 28th. Now, if you are just joining us, this is the NA East portion of the competition. So we'll be qualifying through 6 players from here. We've already seen 10 players qualify from the other regions. We'll have 19 qualified total today. And how do these qualifiers work, you ask? Well, they are fully open. First, you need to play in the arena mode and get up to the Champion League. Once you're above that 300-point threshold, that unlocks the Saturday portion or the semifinals for each one of these online opens. We alternate back and forth between solos and duos. As you see Bizbo pick up a great elimination there onto Trajectory. So this is our week number 1, and then this is the finals portion. So after that semifinal portion for Champion League and above, we take the top 3,000 solo players or 1,500 duos, and then they battle it out for their chance at a piece of the $1 million prize pool and to qualify onto the stage in New York City.
That's right. There's a lot on the line here. Okay, Creo, a little bit of Creo action here. He's in a baller. He's nearby. He's got about 2 eliminations to his name, a little bit of trap, big loadout right here. Rocket launcher can come in handy. Nice little tracking right there. He's going to flick over to the left-hand side and just beam that player before he can even react. RPG follow-up comes through, and he doesn't even see it. He builds right into it. Nice shot for Creo. Picks up 2 quick elims right there.
Yeah, trying to find even more. We talk about that backside of the circle rotation. He's trying to punish it, but Stink's now coming in towards him, trying to get inside the baller. Needs to edit correctly. Can't find it. Gonna take way too much damage. You could have just edited it out at this point, but nope. Just gonna take all of the Stink damage instead. Trying to hop in the baller for that protective shield, but not going to quite make it. As you have Assault on the low ground, we have Voil on the ultimate low on the far side of the circle, just trying to get whatever space he can. Looks like he's trying to either set up an edit play or a rotation as he gets sprayed in the back, Monster.
Yeah, he did manage to pop a bandage as we were tuning in there. This is his last 2 builds here, his last mini. He is in shambles. All he can do now is hope to get a big elimination here on the players that were pressuring him in the past. He has to go into the storm for this one, and I don't blame him, because that's 2 big eliminations right there, and he's back in this game with some materials.
Huge right there for Voil. We've talked about it before. Can he find another? Yes, finds the 3rd onto Shu. JJ now inside the top 25 as well. So all of a sudden, that's a 6-point swing for Voil on the backside of the circle. We talk about it. If you're ready to fight and the other players just want to rotate, even running into the storm to make a play to then run back out. Brilliantly done from him there. And honestly, it puts him in a great spot to go even further into this game. And that's what you're going to need on this stage.
Absolutely. 0 to hero right there in just a couple of quick eliminations. You can see how fast things can turn and go into the favor of these pro competitive players. So Voyo is now back in this. He is on the hunt. He can box dive anyone he needs to. Cowboy gets absolutely demolished by a big pump to the face right there.
Yeehaw, more like yeet-haw right there. Cowboy back to lobby outside of the top 15 as well. So one more player needs to go down there, and that is a brilliant run by Voil. But you also have Zay in the match, Innocence in the match, Creo in the match, vRaptor in the match. These are all players we've seen before on one stage or another, all capable. Tyler 15. This lobby is stacked. Everyone now top 15 in there. Not Tyler 15, top 15. 5 points as Zayd goes down to Zia, taking him out there, saying you can check me out. As you're going back to the lobby, you can queue up for the next match. But Voyle picks up Creo, no problem on the flank there. Can he get another great 180? Does he find it? Picks up K2 Sauce as well. That was just sick.
Absolutely nasty flick right there, and big chunky shots, not landing anything less than 100 so far. Voyle is on a tear here. Dubs FN still alive, holding his defense here. Ghost Innocence has a baller. So there's a couple more balls. This is one of those end games where these guys are just making it all the way through, and there's a mountain in front of all these players. Can Voyle make it up to the top here?
Yeah, this is going to get a little awkward, but he does also have an RPG. But you see the 5 ballers up on that high ground, really utilizing the amount of mobility and utility that comes with it, using the shield that's there. And then also the fact, because we've been going over mountains so much and we are on the western side of the map, there is a higher density of ballers available. And additionally, all the players who would generally be shooting back at these are stuck having to rotate and build up for the high ground. So all these ballers are able to just utilize what is essentially free reign to keep their builds, keep the extra shields, not get traded out, and not get challenged. As you see Voyle trying to knock down the player on ultimate high,
that's
does
one.
send him down.
This is good rocket launcher territory right here. There's no way you're gonna get off of this build unless you got some kind of redeploy system or something here. Here's the rocket that's gonna define the drop. And someone jumps out the baller. Voyle had that. Someone actually contested him for a small bit there. Now it's Dubs FN. Hits a quick triple 90 straight up. And suddenly he's right under A Philly.
Yeah, and Voyle trying to 90 his way up, utilizing those quick building 90-degree turns. You do have Innocence, ball almost broken. 9 builds left, slightly odd considering he has been rolling around a decent amount there. You do have Zia now falling through it. As soon as these players do lose their ballers, being forced to rotate with their natural builds, unable to get back up the side as Innocence punish everyone there, picking up 2, no problem. So now it is a ghost affair with Voyle trying to break it up. Assault on the high ground, Innocence on the mid-tarp. Voyle coming up from ultimate low, picks a shot on Innocence as he drops down, and will he be able to convert all the way on it? No! Innocence got him back. Now it is just Ghost v Ghost for the 1v1.
Can he get this fall right here? Ghost of Saw is holding on his turbo build. Innocence is walking off the mountain. He doesn't quite understand yet, and he's even lower now. Can he build back up? Can he just buy himself a little opportunity? And he cannot, unfortunately. He goes on offense instead. Ghost of Saw just holds out. He holds out in the high ground.
Holds out on the high ground, but they both taking home 12 points total, one for the 2 elims and the 10 points from the placement, the other one sitting on 5 elims with the 7 placements. Massive games from 2 of the Ghost Controller Gang players, and who better to talk about the Controller Gang than Mr. Golden Boy himself?
That's right. Yes, I like that one. That's a good one. We had a little ghost clash there, but welcome back, everyone. We just saw some crazy matches from North American East to guide us through some of that. Come with me over here.
To the wall.
To the wall. Nah, we got Balla over here. All right, Balla. What do you have for me? What were some of the clips that you were looking at as all these games were unfolding?
This is one I really like from Eclipse. He realizes he's low HP and he immediately goes on the hunt because he needs that HP. But it is a situation of biting off a little bit more than you can chew, unfortunately, for Eclipse. This could have been one of those moments where we're like, oh, this is the pop-off game.
Like
but
a hero maker moment.
Exactly. And then Aspect, watch how he actually blocks off this wall. He's expecting what to do. He knows he wants to go that way, but because he places that wall, he forces him that way. Unfortunately, the trade doesn't go his way, but he's going to be able to use his resource because he's high ground. He's going to be able to use his HP resources. Nobody's going to be able to challenge. He's going to continue his tarp. And then as this player finally decides he wants to challenge again, Aspect is going to be ready for it. He's going to be ready and waiting. There, it blocks him with the little floor, builds up a little bit more, and then the nice pump shotgun comes in, boom, right through the storm. Good awareness and good eye, but unfortunately he goes a little bit too fast, a little bit too confident, and nice shot there by Saza takes him out. That's Aspect that he took out. That's crazy. And here, Tyler 15, this is an example of not being afraid of the zone, Golden Boy. Watch how he goes out. He gets blocked, and then he goes another direction. Look how long he's staying out here. And guess what? This is what's going to win him the game and put him up on the leaderboard. 1 elim, and then another elim. Guess what? That's 5 points right there because he got the Victory Royale and both of those elims. And then this is a fun one. Bimjobs landing on high ground. Okay. He's happy. He's like, oh, I got high ground. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Hey, guys, look at me. I'm in the high ground here. This is a great spot.
Then he gets reset, unfortunately, as he takes the small shield potions there.
Oh, man, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm all right. I'm here on the high ground. I'm chilling out, living my best life in the tree. That's it right there. That's the saving grace.
Yeah.
That's the golden boy play. Are you kidding me? Get into the tree and hide and then just pray.
That's the opportunist in Bim Jobs here. Call him Bim Jobs of the jungle. As he actually used this tree all the way from like top 7 or top 8 or something like that and went to top 2. And that's a huge moment for him. He's going to get, what is that? That's a bunch of placement points right there. That's solid.
That is. I just want to say, like, when in doubt, jump in the tree, dog. That's it. That's it. Jump in the tree. Well, thank you so much, Bala, for that. Some great matchups that we've seen thus far, but it's time to get right back into the island. We got Sundown and Monster Deepface on the mic.
Thank you so much, guys, and I completely agree with you there. All about jumping in a tree when necessary. Actually, fun fact, I put this on Twitter the other day. As Shaz shows Django a fun fact, it's his back to lobby screen. My other primary account, or the first other account I made in season 1, is called Treetop Pleb.
Hey.
So I've hung out in the trees before. Used to build your way up there, you know, break it down, shoot it down with one of those early silence weapons, or just make sure no one was around, and, you know, try and take advantage. But if you guys are just joining us, we're jumping on in to NA East. We'll have 6 players qualifying for the Fortnite World Cup Finals. They're also competing for their chance at a piece of the $1 million prize pool that we're giving out across each region. For some more info on that, you can check out Fortnite.com/World Cup. As Shaz showing off some rifling skills here, Monster.
Yeah, Shaz already picked up a couple long-range elims. It feels good, right, when you're on that nice hold and you're picking players off on the edge of the storm lines. Another polar peak ending here. We're somewhere in the snowlands, just outside of Shifty Shafts. It's going to be a weird one as the zone starts to rotate over. Let's go ahead and hop over to the other side of the mountain here, though, as Cluster is in a cluster because Black Epps is nearby. Epps is trying to see if he can find a shot here. He's on the hunt, using those little brick, you know, little spaces in the brick to go out and get some peeks out. There's a lot of explodes coming in here.
Yeah, we talk about the advantage of the grenade launcher, just being able to kind of dump 6 grenades towards the location, hopefully sneak one in, and you see Black Epps trying to just disengage from that situation, saying, I want nothing to do with that, using his launch pad. Does still have a rift, so not going to worry about that too much, but also, we're by another mountain monster.
Yeah, but he's okay because he'll be able to reset or refresh himself on all these builds here. He can go ahead and just recycle, so he's going to be in a good position. And now we see more AR downrange. He needs one more shot on that player right there. Ballistic's going to get picked up by Blake right here. And another one. RBK Steens is going to get taken out here. Sorry for the RBK boys on that one.
Yeah, brilliant there from, we're going to call him Blake PS. We'll go with that. Blake PS. Blake PS picking that one up. You can see the rifling skills there on that backside. And again, if we ever mispronunciate your name, please tweet at us. We want to correct that. We want to give you guys those moments, give you guys those highlights, because all the players here have worked so hard, grinded so hard to get to this moment, to try and get a chance for a little bit of that prize pool, or ultimately get to that stage in New York City. We've already seen 10 players qualify through. It has been absolutely incredible. We'll have 6 more joining us from NA East, 19 total on the day. We'll have 2 more from NA West after this as well. And I mean, it's been so close on all of those.
It's been very good across the region. I mean, especially when you get down to those bottom contenders at the lower totem pole of who's making it through. So every single game matters. Every placement matters. Oh, someone just caught slipping right there. Couple shots right there, but, you know, Jackie Ski does a good job of not overcommitting, right? If it, you know, recognize that there is a lot of danger in the area. So the caution on the peaks, the caution here.
Yeah, just trying to find whatever he can, realizing he is safe enough in terms of his location where he doesn't have to worry about too much about being traded out, as long as he's not taking more than 2 or 3 shots. Now covering a ramp on the side where he would be vulnerable from trying to find these players as they rotate through. Again, good rifle shots coming out from Jackie. Does pick up the elim right there, trying to find another player as he comes through, and you can see on the backside of that circle, just trying to maintain high ground. And now Rift's going off. There's the community utility we talked about. Launchpad and Rift to goes. The second you hear that utility, everyone heading down towards it. 31 players remaining, trying to get to that first top 25 threshold for 3 points. Top 15 nets you an additional 2. Top 5 is 2 more, and victory route is 1 point. So 10 total placement points up for grabs.
Now take a look at Chandler. Uses the the zip line. Jeez, brain fart right there. The zip line to cancel the launch animation so that he can get to the ground faster and start putting these shots down on enemies nearby. That's how you minimize the threats in your area as you are in the air. Vapor is going to go down there. Chandler, that's his first elim. That's big for him right now because that's going to put him in placement contention now. He's got himself a couple more points here this game.
Is absolutely huge for him there. Now you're talking about sitting on those 4 points. Can he find another? Unfortunately missing the first shot, but following it up with a great weapon swap there. Will he opt to grab that boom bow as we get into these super close quarter situation? Owl picking up Diamond on that high ground, is still covering himself, which indicates to me there's a player above him. You do see one baller hanging out on the low ground, so not.
No, that's a community launch pad if I ever seen one. About 10 players jumped off of that bad boy here. So whoever's on ground rotations is actually going to work out for them because all these players are in the air and now they're landing on one another. Josh Third Parties is underneath his cone right now, just trying to buy himself a little bit of opportunity. Okay, he's now back on the hunt here. There's a player nearby. He does have the zone though. He's okay. He is okay right now.
Yeah, Birdie actually picking up 2 different elims there. You see him running around on the backside of the circle. We've talked about it so many times. That's a power position because if you're ready to fight and the other players aren't, they're generally just looking to get inside that safe zone, get inside the white circle so you're not taking damage from the tick. As you see now, Josh putting in the trap, and then he edits to stare in the way, but now he's not
holding him. He's just holding him.
Great work trying to see what he can do there, keeping him pinned in there, gets the edit back, and then forces him to walk close enough. Posick getting pulled around like a puppet on a string by Josh. That wasn't a third party, that was a straight 1v1, and he made one of the better players in NA look silly.
That was a really, really effective trap right there if I've ever seen one. And then just to hold him in right there. That was borderline mean, if I'm being honest. All right, so here he goes. Josh Third Parties recognizes he does not want to battle that high up. He goes down just a little bit more. He's going to land a big shot right there. Nice 82 with the pump. Is he going to stay here and take this battle? Is he going to finish this battle?
Will he be able to follow it up? Now swapping to the minigun. The super high rate of fire, really able to punch through the builds, and he picks up LXRY Cherry D. Josh doing a great job here. No third parties, just straight up domination. 6 players remaining. He's looking to find it as he's traveling down this tarp. Picks up Owl again on the backside into the top 5 now. Now, I know his eliminations aren't keeping up. He's on at least 4 right now, and also the 7 placement points. But we have Jackie Ski on Ultimate High, Minitrix, Bluff, and Josh all on a varying degree of low.
He fell down but gets caught in the rift. That's going to keep him alive essentially here as he is going back in the air there. Almost a fatal error, but he has very long materials. Maybe this could have worked out. Nice little jump off the tree branch, and look how Jackie breaks the builds down because it wasn't very supported. Nicely done there. He's still in this to win it.
Yeah, and now Josh knocks down Jackie Ski, but Bluff had just opted, you know what, I'm going to pop my parachute super early and then try to retake high ground. Jackie doesn't hear him, does not hear him come down. Will he be able to pick it up? No, Bluff gets knocked back down. Jackie desperately trying to get back in. You have Jackie in the top right, Josh in the bottom right, Bluff on the middle tarp. Jackie working his way down, utilizing the tree to not take the fall damage, clipping against it. If you do hit something else, it resets your elevation check, as we saw before. Now Josh picking it up on the Bluff, does get the elimination in the siphon, but now Jackie has rain of fire onto him. Gets some builds, only has 2.
Shot. Can he do it? He goes down for the pump. Too much fall damage. Josh Third Parties wins that endgame engagement. That was a crazy game for Josh. I can only imagine from his perspective what it was like.
And that was at least a 6 or 7. I think it might have been 8 eliminations coming through right there. That was huge. I mean, I could not have imagined a better result from him there, but we're going to jump right on in to that next match. We have Symphony, SKT Physical. You have Evade Eagle sitting on there on 4 elim. Wait. Sorry, I'm hearing in my ear right now. No, we talked about it earlier today. We've seen 10 players already qualify through. Brazil is just now finishing up. We have their leaderboard. We're ready to qualify another player into the Fortnite World Cup final. Golden Boy, what do you have for us?
Thank you so much, fellas. Yes, we have the results. They are in. Ladies and gentlemen, your player that will be joining the other players from the different regions around the world representing the Brazil region is Nix. Congratulations to WCM Nix. I believe their hashtag is GoW7M. So congratulations to you, my friend. You're going to be joining us in New York City for the Fortnite World Cup
final. Here you go. Going to be joining names such as Slaya, FaxFox, Benji Fish, Stompy, big names here, and more to be added, because now we got to get back into the action for NAE. So let's send it back over to Sundown and Monster.
What I like to see right there. Thank you, Golden. And another one joins to the World Cup final stage. Let's go, man. It's got to be such a rewarding feeling to know that you are the best player in your region on this weekend qualifiers. It's crazy.
And also, huge shout out. I know Bala in particular had been talking up Nix. He was on one of our players to watch, popping off in the elimination and taking it home. It's so difficult, particularly in a region like Brazil, all of South America playing in that. It's not just Brazil, Argentina in there as well. You have Chilean players, players from Venezuela, everyone trying to challenge and get a piece. And to be able to be that consistent, not only in the victory rounds, right? It's got to feel good, particularly getting in that week one and knowing you've cemented your spot at that final in New York as Nelpy. Whew, that one stank, but in the best of ways.
Yes, he did indeed. He's going to go ahead and just say, you know what? I'm going to jump back down and go to pick up some of these spoils of war here because he earned it. Nicely done there. And he's still got this rift, the launch pad to get on out of here. So after he collects all that, he goes out, but not before taking a chunky 70 damage on the launch pad player right there. Oh, and that's another one.
That's one of the disadvantages of using those recycled utilities. Some other players are generally hanging out by them, trying to punish you, either setting down one of those new poison dart traps or having a spike trap or having a pump in an edit, waiting, knowing you want to utilize it to see whatever you can. You have Boof directly underneath Symphony. Symphony in a little bit of trouble here. Boof trying to find whatever spot he can, trying to edit through, knowing he owns his walls, but needs to be careful because that storm is at his back. And as soon as it closes, it's going to be a 10 tick, but edits his way into Physical's box and takes that one.
And he's still on it. I mean, he's still going on the offense here, even with the zone just now coming out of all that pressure. It is all good. He is back in this game here. And now to make the decision what to drop here, he's going over the AR. Okay, so he does not want the RPG, not just yet. Maybe he's debating. Yep, there it is.
Well, I think grabbing the RPG is safe for now.
It is safe because he's in the bottom.
Well, he's at the bottom, and they're going down the mountain. So the fact that you're not going to have to worry about that, because he's near the low side of that rotation already, he doesn't have to worry about jumping off and getting pressured in that aspect. He can just rotate out and then turn back with the RPG. You see Miho picking up an Elin there. And
tactical.
Again, so good. Not necessarily talking about the tack right there, but the cone play to come out. We talk about how the best players in solos, we've seen them innovating in these mid-ground tarps to hide themselves in the cones to make it that much more difficult to know. As Sense picks up Simo. Now, 4 players need to go down before we hit that first placement threshold of 25 points, or 25 players remaining, where you get 3 points. And then top 15 is 2 more points, right?
That's right. You get 2 more points and a few more if you can get that victory royale, which obviously you want to battle out for. Boogie Bomb comes out. This is 2-for-1 special right here. Lines up the headshot, gets it right there. Base Chris goes down. He leaves the other in the storm. It doesn't even matter anymore. That's a small one in its own. Nelpy is back in his game. Last we saw him, he had just barely 50 shield and 8 health. Now he's at 90-48 with the full loadout.
And inside the top 22, have 2 ballers remaining in Miho and Ambition. Sheep's in there as well, but all have been chipped out. Any explodes on them will tick through as Miho then abandons his. We're just all rotating with whatever we have in our utility. No more vehicles left here. Boof on that mid ground, looking to find the players towards the backside of the circle. You see everyone finding the rotation, sneaks the RPG in there. Armani going down, Flying Moo also going down as we're into the top 20.
Nice one for Boof right there. He's going to pick it up. 4 shots left in a rocket launcher here, but he is all good. He's going to go on and lower himself here. He's not doing so hot on materials. This is why you see him choosing to kind of go to this low ground and look for a box battle right now.
Yeah, and you also have webs on the backside of the circle rotation right now in between departures and boosts. One of the latest signings for Ghost, but an absolute young lord as well. But we're going to check that high ground right now with Valspar as he challenges onto Sheep. Ambitions picking up Frosties and Boof on the low ground.
No.
Valspar does pick up the Elam, but also getting ticked by Sheep's poison trap, so needs to be careful. Is going to be dropped to 20 effective HP there in terms of his raw health. Does have 60 shields though, so has to be careful. Picking up Drizzy there,
because that's another 50 shot. And there's a player nearby. He just missed it. Lucky for him, though, he's not nearby any edits. He's going to put a little bit of distance between himself here. Out goes the dynamite. Time to get this utility out. This is a lot earlier than Hogman would have normally used it, but I think Hogman would approve because the explosions are causing a lot of issues down in the bottom layer.
The explosions will wreak havoc on the low ground. They do a ton of AoE disruption to those builds. Now you can see Webs kind of posted up, Valspar on their down, but again, more dynamite going out as you have Dilton and Rigoffs trying to find whatever space they can there.
So here we are, just more action, and more action as Rigoffs is looking to jump down and maybe use this heavy sniper here. One player does fall down. He is going to go into the box with them. Ghost Web is going to go down here. Rigoffs, that's the second elimination. He is now fully back in this game here.
Yes, he is. Top 5 going in there. But also, I just want to inform you guys that we did fly that last winner for Brazil a little bit early. We will be doing a correction. That is our fault. The reasoning for that is these replays and the scorings need to wait until all the matches resolve. As you see Rigoffs pick up Saint, that means a couple of matches probably came in, which means at least a lot of hype and a last-minute decision coming through, but wanted to apologize for that. We will get the correct one out as soon as we finish this match up. You can see Sparebow trying to get through, everyone working back to the builds, but if they don't own it, it's so difficult since everyone is building with metal and brick. As the player does go down, Rigoffs no longer left as we get into the top 3.
Walsper is desperately trying to bandage here, and it doesn't matter because he does get hit again here. Reliable jumps down. He gives up his most dominant position because he hears the shots going down. Can he break this in time and get this one pump? They're both in contention for a one pump here. Who's going to land the big shot first? They do not own any of these walls.
No, don't own any of the walls. Valspar just trying to get through.
Oh,
does not
he waits
have,
for a little too long.
Didn't have any more room. Was hoping the player would come through and challenge, but you got to be a little more proactive there. Mad reliable indeed. 13 points, walking away with the victory royale there and the 3 eliminations. And that's a pretty nice dinosaur going up and over the side of that. I mean, a big fossil structure going through there. I mean, just competitive Fortnite blows my mind sometimes, Monster.
Yeah, it's definitely very impressive. I'm usually in awe watching these guys here, and I don't get enough of it. That's a fact. Here, hopping over to the next map. A little bit of Colin Frags in this lobby. Nice. Good to see Colin here. Looks like we're jumping into Balloon, who's, oh man, double explode.
Double explodes, a ton of pressure that can come out from that. You're able to put down the 6 grenade launchers plus the targeted RPG, and if you can time it right, it's very difficult unless you're kind of turbo build coning over yourself. Even then, it's really easy to slip in between that. You can see now going to edit out, try to utilize the baller as so many of those grapplers come through, and players aren't really trading shots out towards it right now.
Fortnite World Cup qualifiers. Do you have what it takes to make it to this final setting? Balloon's now in the middle stage. Here, he's going to get somewhat targeted. Turns that pressure right back around with a rocket launcher to E11 General saying, hey, you slow down those shots now. You give me some room here. Respect is demanded as Splats on native goes boom from the rocket. SMG follow-up. That was crazy, Sundown.
Yeah, utilizing that rare suppressed SMG, which actually has the best pressure against the wall for a weapon that isn't the flint knock or a heavy sniper, slightly more effective than the legendary and epic compact SMG, so able to weave it in there with the RPG. You see Tom does utilizing the launch pad, but making sure it's trying to use it late, but 2 other players following up on it and heading directly towards that geyser. Now he needs to be careful, knowing that players like to hang out by the geyser, and you see how he didn't actually ramp up directly on top of somebody else. He ramped one section over from it, but now he's going to get stinked out and forced to build up a little more.
Ooh, a little bit of reverse 2K in here as well. This lobby is loaded with talent. Aragon, another OG to the Fortnite competitive community. Tom Daz, good shot right there. Get him a little headshot. He's now looking on the peak. Brick is really good for doing these ghost peeks through the brick.
Yeah, trying to find whatever shots you can find and locate where another opponent is. Tom Daz has a ton of shields, so can afford to take a decent amount of chip, but would also really use a siphon down about 40 effective HPS trajectory. Picks up White Hat. 39 players remaining, and great shots from Tom Daz, picking up Eco, who had his entire side exposed.
Yes, he did. And it looks like Tom Daz is one of the focus points here because he is so close to the geyser. They just not letting him breathe. I'm pretty sure it's the same player who's been tossing stinkers, and now RPG fire down from above. He's going to have a tough rotation getting out of there. These players are looking to focus him, but hopping on over to the eastern side of the zone here.
Yeah, now moving over to the eastern side, there is a lot of those geysers, so expect players to have a little bit more in terms of utility for the late game. You can see the P-God right now, or THP God, utilizing his rift, hopping himself skyward and popping the early parachute, just trying to say, hey, you guys got to rotate. I'll hang out safe up here for now. 37 players left. Do not forget placement points go as follows. Top 25 grants you 3 points. If you get inside top 15, it's an additional 2. Inside of top 5 is 2 more for 7 cumulative. And then the Victor Row gets 3 additional points for 10 total possible placement points. And then each elimination is 1 point. So still 10 more players have to go down here before we even get into that first round of points.
Yep, and THP God takes another out the air. That's going to be Psycho going down. That player is just 1 shot. He is definitely tracking him. Irregular gets taken out of the air as well. That's 2 for 1 right there. THP God is in this game here. We just saw him rift to the highest point in the map, and now he's on foot rotation. He's got 6 impulses. That's pretty crazy as well. Interesting to see how he's going to put those into use in just a little bit here.
25 players remaining. Now General going down just inside of it. And now look, you have Demo utilizing the launch pad, about to go challenge. Saf also popping his own launch pad. This is a very much so stacked lobby here. You have King Trig. We saw him putting up a bunch of elims earlier. You have Bugga dropping in, and he picks up Shades as well. A great elimination from him. The recent signing from Sentinels. We've seen Bugga all over the place. If you haven't seen him before, check him out. A high elimination Slayer makes it into all of these end games and trying to challenge for a spot on top of that ladder. 16 players left. Needs 1 more to go down. Finds a launch pad as you have Demo tunneling in. Honestly, one of the most well-known tunnelers. Him and Bizzle, the big advocates for how to rotate like that. A lot of players copying after. Reverse, trying to find this player on the backside of the circle. Can he convert, Monster?
Oh no, he's gonna get held out to the storm. He only has 1 build. He's being super cautious with that build, trying to recycle as much as possible. As he is storm coasting here, he still hasn't quite gotten the one yet. Ghost Sap goes down, but Reverse follows up with a big shot and a second to follow up. Can he secure this elimination right here? As he is down in the low ground now, Zone is favoring him here, so this actually works out just a little bit.
Yeah, and Flossin still in it as well. Golden Boy's favorite from the cornfield at TwitchCon to potentially the World Cup stage as he's in here with the best of the best. You see Reverse now on the backside of the circle. 9 players remaining. Livid Furland in it as well, hanging out on the mid-ground type. Reverse trying to find whatever space he can as Demo picks up Envy calling frags. The youngster from Envy going down there as Reverse again trying to take advantage, but super low on builds. 2 left, so trying to follow these players up. Needs to find whatever elims he can. 4 more seconds. Here. Needs to be able to get up through that gap. This is incredibly hard.
He's just going for the elims.
He got 2.
The crack right there down to the low ground. He gets so much damage down.
He got a Demo
as well.
Inside to the top 5. Brilliant from Reverse. The patience to hang out in the storm and know the other players will run through. Will he catch this other player? He checks the side. Oh, he could have had a chance for the shot there. That was Flossin. So you have the P-God on ultimate high. 10-bit is sad. Reverse and Flossin on the middle tarps. P-God on your top right. Reverse 2K on your bottom right with the trap and the poison one out, looking to get whatever ticks he can. P-God actually is going to be able to farm out some additional math. So keep an eye right now on Reverse. That's where any action will come from. Edit fight coming out. Edits the ramp both ways. Looks for the shot. Doesn't connect. He's going to opt to farm for a little bit now. P-God working his way down the tarp, starting to put some pressure.
He's taking his nice, sweet time here as Flossin has so much material. He jumped out of the baller, so P-God definitely has to take it slow and steady here. Reverse 2K is in the battle of his life as he is trying to secure as much position as possible. There goes the stinker, toe-to-toe in the low. Reverse wins his engagement. Flossin is at half HP here from stinkers as well. Here's P-God's opportunity.
P-God looking for it as he starts working his way down the tarp. Flossing knows the player is there, opting to cone himself out. Can he get the edit through? Flossing is looking to try and break through. P-God first shot on him. P-God second shot on him. Flossing needs to get and stay in the storm. He's going to try and challenge. Will he get it? He retakes high ground with the impulse Reverse, catches back up, but P-God picks up Flossing. It's P-God versus Reverse, and P-God takes it home, saying, I am THP God, the P-God, whatever it is. Brilliantly done from you, sir. From the high ground rift play all the way through, he impulses himself off the side of the mountain saying, I am king of this server. Hear me roar as we go back over that skeleton, that fossil that the players brought through. Jeez. What a great rotation from him there.
That's a highlight if I ever seen one, picking up a big 2-piece on names as well. That was a great end game right there. Now, hopping into our next game here, it's Creo leading in eliminations. He's got about 3 of them things. Taking a look around. We've got FaZe Cloak down in the low ground to the right. So this is, you know, absolutely a stacked lobby here.
Yeah, Nate Hill picking up Mirren as well. We've seen Mirren do incredibly well. Also, just the density of this lobby as Jota picks up Ifo and Creo picks up Stony as well. Krabi picks up Zire and Creo tosses an L. Say, take that, go back. As we see, getting now into Circle 5, 46 players remaining, so super dense, Monster. 3
headshots, though, my gosh. That's the power of the suppressed AR. Sometimes you just don't hear them coming, and they can follow up that fast. So bye-bye, and I'm pretty sure that player was at a 200 effective health, so do the math there, guys. 66 times 3, you are going to be gone. Now looking over to Turbo here. He's glancing down at the bottom right of the corners. He does have a sniper. He's standing on a cone, trying to get a little bit of that elevation. Can he get a snipe shot here?
Is peeking super effectively here. This is what Bala has talked about when you're trying to find yourself a window. Don't want to overexpose, but Creo knows that player is there. Tossing a little snowball there, letting him know he's hanging out and around the player. Should be able to hear that as long as he's not over-editing. Creo knows there's a player towards his other side as well. Can see the builds and the players editing out. Wants to find this rotation going through, but look at the terrain we have to deal with in the bottom right-hand corner as we take over 3 seconds. There's so much change in verticality here, Monster. It's going to be a nightmare for these players.
Yeah, crossing through these river areas, especially these big mountains as you start to head over to the other side of the map, is definitely an intense one. Insight's going to pick up a couple hits there. Creo looks like he finds himself a launch pad to recycle. That's going to be great to conserve any kind of mobility he's probably stashed up on. And now, look, he's going to get deep in the zone here. He wants to get as far ahead as possible. Love how he opts to land closer to the trees and some of that natural cover on the side, though.
Yeah, wanting that space, wanting to break the line of sight, also wanting to be near these players so he can continually try to trade out shots. Wants to find this player as he sneaks in there, but not going to get it. Colosso going down to the Storm. We have so many players left here. You can see Cloak, Graska, A-Philly, Hippie Habitat, Daxer, Diju, Liquid Xeno. So many different players in this right now.
That's right, Sundown. But all right, we're gonna send on over to Golden Boy, who's gonna hook us up with the information fix here. Golden.
Hey guys, just want to let everyone know, thank you all so much. So real quick, given information, was jumped the gun as far as like what happened regarding Brazil. Still tallying all of the points currently. Nyx clearly was up ahead, but we're going to have to see where he ends out. So once again, got some information, relayed it out to everyone, but in the end, we're sorry about that. We're going to make sure, though, that we keep a keen eye on the results. And for now, let's head back into the action.
That's right. Thank you, Golden Boy. Yeah, you know, just excitement takes us all here as well as things are kind of unfolding. But we will keep you guys up to date on that one. So thank you guys so very much for being patient and understanding. But back into this game here. A lot of things have happened so far. Creo still in it. Senkaros is in the air. He doesn't have a lot of HP. Tyler 15. Dude, Tyler's on one right now. We're seeing him in every single lobby.
Yep, and making it to all the end games is a good sign if you're in a lot of our cast, because again, if you're a little new to this type of broadcast format, we jump right on into the end games as Tyler 15 picking up another Elam there onto Okate, and now you look, he's trying to challenge towards that backside of the circle. He wants to fight, wants to find players rotating, does get shot at towards the back by Bicones, I think, or Beck Ones. We'll go with Beck Ones. If it's wrong, I apologize. And Voyle there we saw with some great work, but one of your favorites in the match right now, Monster, Hogman, rotating through with that baller.
Yeah, he's been very consistent lately. Not quite sure. We haven't seen too much of him today, so hopefully his games are going in his favor. FaZe Cloak does have the high ground here. He's got 6 dynamite. The question is, when do you chuck all of this down? Looks like the time is now. I asked, he delivers. Here it is. All 6 of them go out. He picks one up. Can he get another here? He does.
Oh my, just dropping down 6 dynamite towards the backside of that zone, picking up 2 quick eliminations. Gotta feel good about that. We've talked about that with the grenade launcher, but I mean, it works just as well when you got the 75 tick, massive AoE dynamite explosion, sneaking those ones on in. As you see, Grove, Stubbs, and Hogman all utilize the grappler's very low cooldown in range in order to keep their momentum up and stay towards the backside of this circle. 18 players remaining.
That's right, and Creel's at 7 eliminations here, so he's having one great game right now as he is looking to cross over in the high ground here. He is kind of up there. He should probably look to connect to one of these other planks, but he's on the offense instead. One shot right there. He knows this player has been suspect to some fall damage. Hippie habitat goes down with a big pump.
Yeah, picking that one up there. Creo very recently signed to Lazarus, a player who we've seen a lot of in a lot of different circumstances. But one thing for sure about him, his gameplay is very, very, very good. As he picks up Slayerbot, right there is a player to look out for in terms of high volume eliminations when he is able to be consistent. Does get a little bit inside of his head and sometimes lets the stuff outside of the game get to him. But when he is on, he is absolutely on.
I just want to talk about that edit right there. He edited the ramp in such a way that the player was blocked from crossing over, so he was doomed the moment that edit came down with the Swift Trap. That was a fantastic elim by Creo. But here we are, Hogman contesting the high ground over Grove. Hogman has complete control of the high ground now as he is going up, but ZyTTV is looking to break it. Great ball break right there by Hogman, forcing ZyTV into Grove, and now he's in the best position possible in this game as it's going over the mountain here.
Yeah, and a bunch of players get ripped up, effectively reset as all the decision-making now is down to Dubs and Hogman. Dubs is trying to knock as many players down as he can or find a launch pad. Does get back in the zone. Hogman now turns his eyes back vertically, not realizing Dubs is in there. So now it's all on Hogman. Does he get more than one? Is able to convert on one. Now Jota is flying into the arms of Dubs, waiting for it. Still 6 players remaining. Dubs picks that one back up, and we are now into the top 6.
Ooh, gets one pump by Hogman. They are landing on Hogman, but Hogman is holding it down right now as Creo takes out 8 billion.
Look at the stick grenades. Look at the stick grenades on the low ground. But Creo's taking advantage of it. Creo picks up 2 elims, so now it is Hogman against Creo. Hogman picked up one of them there. He gifted so many elims to Creo from just taking the players out and forcing him to run directly into his line of fire. Now Creo trying to sprint on Hogman. He forces him down, but Hogman with the stinks says you can't run into the storm. You can't stay in the safe zone. I controlled the high ground. I took it home. Brilliantly done from Hogman. Great execution from Lazarus's Creo as well. Great way to end that section out. Golden Boy, what do you got for us, man?
That was a crazy altercation between 2 top players. Congratulations to Hogman picking up the victory. Monster D-Face yesterday called out Hogman as a player to look out for, and for due reason. But welcome back to the studio here as we have Balla. It's Mr. Balla's neighborhood, and you're going to show us some cool stuff, my friend. What do you got?
Yeah, we do have some cool stuff. Jackie actually showing off a little bit of a technique here. He just doesn't stop. Where's he going?
Okay. All right.
Up to the sky.
Well, guess what he has, though?
Yeah, the glider redeploy.
Exactly.
This is that strategy that we talked about TwitchCon when glider redeploy was available to everybody. He's going to take some shots, actually. And because he's up there, nobody realizes for a long time. He's going to have a...
Stairway to heaven right there, man.
Yeah, he's going to have a little dance party by himself up in the sky.
Hey, this right here is key game-breaking analysis, or game analyzing.
Hey, but look at the top right. Top 25 he got there, and then he goes all the way to top 10. I think he gets even second place in this game. There's an elim that he found. And now, continuing on, look at how he lands right onto that little high ground, the old builds there, and then resets this really quickly while it's connected right above the trees. That player comes down, and there it is. Nice shot by Jackiewski. That's Minetrix, another strong player. He goes on to get second in that game. But here, Nelpy, looking for the opportunity for a little dance party.
That's right. Everyone wants to dance, feel the love, but this is the World Cup. You got to make them pay for throwing the hands in the air, wave them like you just don't care.
Indeed, he actually got top 25 from that as well. And now, this is Balloon with the nice RPG onto splats there. You guys call it out. Using the RPG and then spraying out from there. That's so good. This is an early clip, but here, P-God, using the impulse grenade so solidly. Look at how he just actually spots. He looks down below. He's like, oh, I see an opportunity. Just fly. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And then immediately goes into farming. That's an opportunity there. And then again, look at that trap real quick. That's just like a preemptive trap. Hey, if you box this way, I'm going to take that while I'm in a trap. But no, it's not going to go anywhere. A nice shot first from P-God. And then finishing off, going in the zone. Look at that shot right there. Just barely right before the player built. And he knows he still has these impulses. Let's put him to use.
Wow.
Takes high ground right again. And then the first elim, boom, while he's falling on the Flossen, and then finishes off second place there. I mean, great by P-God. Just unbelievable using that impulse so perfectly. I mean, you don't see that too often. We talk about how risky it is.
Now, I will be mad that he got that elimination against my boy Flossin. P-God, come on, dog. Come on,
you can't do Golden Boy like that.
You can't do my boy Flossin dirty like that. But some crazy stuff there. These have been some incredible games, Paula, seriously. Any other players that I know you've been watching all the replays. Anything that's been kind of catching your eye as well? Any players that you're like, oh, this guy has to go all the way?
I mean, right now, Creo is just, I've seen him in a few of those games, 2 of them right now, and he's gone second place. I think he got 7th or something like that before, and he's always high eliminations every single time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you do. Maximize your points. Maximize your points.
Maximize your points. Paula, maximize your points. All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for us here. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, plenty more Fortnite games to come. You don't want to miss it, and we'll see you on the other side.
Jump on and drop in. It's time to kick off the Fortnite World Cup competition. From April 13th to June 16th, we'll be running Fortnite World Cup Online Opens, where you can qualify to compete for your chance at a piece of the $30 million prize pool. But how will these work, you ask? Each week will alternate back and forth between solos and duos competition, with players qualifying from each server region in Oceania, Asia, Europe, Brazil, NA East, and NA West. To find specifics for your server region, go to Fortnite.com/World Cup. To play in the online opens, you'll need to compete in the new Arena mode, an always-on form of competition where players can rank up tiers and leagues. It all starts in the Open League, and when players earn 125 points, they'll advance into Contenders League. After that, you'll need to build your way up to 300 points to unlock Champion League, where the Saturday Online Open players will be chosen. Then, we'll take the top 3,000 solo players or 1,500 duos from that Saturday's semifinals and advance them to the Sunday finals. Each Sunday, 20 players will rise to the top and qualify to join us in New York for the Fortnite World Cup Finals. Buckle up, because we're officially on the road to the Fortnite World Cup Finals. In just a few months, we'll see the greatest Fortnite players in the world go head-to-head to determine who will take the title of World Cup champion and become part of the global phenomenon that is Fortnite. Hundreds of players will compete on stage in New York City for their chance at Ultimate Battle Royale glory and their piece of $30 million. But let's look back at how we got here. The competition was hot at our first major live event at PAX West, where we held the Summer Skirmish finale. This open format pitted over 900 players against each other, and Morgassi was able to rise out of the masses and take home nearly $250,000.
A life-changing amount of money.
Fall Skirmish came next, where 500 players competed not only in Battle Royale competitions, but build-offs, challenges, bake-offs, and cosplay competitions to win prizes and valued club points. This all came to an insane conclusion at TwitchCon, where TFUE and Cloaksy were able to fend off the competition and win it all.
It's TFUE and Cloaksy!
Finishing off the year, we dove into the Winter Royale when the first ever open online qualifier was hosted, featuring the top 200 players from North America and Europe. In the end, the stream Skype dominated the European qualifier, semifinal, and final to come out on top. And on NA, Nolan beasted his way through the rounds, outperformed the Infinity Blade, and took home the crown. 2019 kicked off with the Secret Skirmish, where Ghost Saf and Rise Ronaldo took the top spot in duos, and the solos competition ended with an unbelievable performance from Ghost Bizzle, who took it all with the most clutch Fortnite finish in competitive history.
Skating around, shot comes in, a limb for Bizzle, turns on the player above. That's it! He deagled the floor! Bizzle with the victory!
But this unbelievable action isn't limited to offline events. We've watched competitors get themselves ready for the Fortnite World Cup through their participation in the online tournaments. Fully open qualifiers for all players 13 and up has definitely shaken up the standard. Starting with the Scallywag Cup, familiar players like Saf and Zayt are continuously flaunting their skills, and we also saw new faces like WBG's Rux and Pika. But the veterans and big names aren't backing down, with players new and old challenging each other non-stop for the top spot. Beehive was a prime example of this in the European Blackheart Cup, continuing his absurdly consistent streak of dominating open competitions, while the Argentinian Dzeko was able to show off his elimination skills in a dominant Brazil region victory. After that, we saw 2 duo competitions, the Lux Cup and the World Cup warm-up, with a fantastic mix of challengers and established veterans able to claw their way up the leaderboard. The newly formed duo of Perfect Tilt and Mastoris have shown that they are not to be messed with, while the newly eligible European youngsters like Mongro, Benji Fishy, Osmo, and Milan showing that they are as good as everyone believed. But let's not forget about Oceania and Asia, where we've seen the Chiefs duo of Sync and Skyla continually upsetting the standard and dominating the ladder. And Medicino, Top Fax Fox, and the Crazy Raccoon Boys have all had incredible performances over in the East. We've seen so many different players come to the fore, but nothing on the scale like this. Who will be the next Margassi? Will a TFUE or Cloak-like pair continue their domination? Will our winners be someone who qualifies early? Or will they have to sweat it out every weekend to make it onto the World Cup final stage? We could not be more excited to see the story unfold and to watch these players ascend to greatness. And who knows, one of them could be you.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fortnite World Cup qualifiers. A lot of games have been unfolding. You guys might have just heard me on the mic. Those are a crazy set of games, so welcome back after that nice short intermission here. I'm Monster D-Face, and I'll be taking you guys through all of the format and stuff like that that is going down here with this show today. So first up, we'll have some scheduling, some stand-ins, some format. There's all kinds of things I'm breaking here. So let's take a look at the standings. In first place, you have Dubs FN with 15 eliminations here, leading with 49 points. But talk about that tiebreaker. They're just neck and neck King Trig here, as they are clearly qualifying for different reasons, right? Victory Royales versus eliminations down there. Sendbug, Creo is up there, also doing really, really good in this format right now. You see Cease, you see DMO, you see Hogman. All of these guys are fighting to get a top placement so they can squeeze their way through to the World Cup final stage. And here are the regional times. So we've already concluded with the Oceanic, the Asia and European solo games, so as the Brazil ones are being kind of broken down here so we can figure out the final stands for that. Right now, we're broadcasting the NAE solos, and later on tonight at 7 p.m. EST, we'll come back and rejoin for NA West. Take a look here at the format. You have the way players are earning their ways to the final stage. So points are dished out for getting placement, obviously 25th place will get you your first set, 6th to 15th, 2nd through 5th there, and then of course a Victory Royale. And last but not least, eliminations. Every eliminations are worth a major point, and this plays into effect pretty heavily here. And don't forget, over the course of these next 10 weeks, these guys are also battling for 1 million. There's 1 million in prize money on the line here, as these top players are looking to earn here. So, to catch you guys up, here is a little bit of our qualified players who've made it through so far today. Slaya, Fax Fox, Stompy, Prison Arrow, Benji Fish, Bilal, WK, sorry about that. Nate here, Diego, and DRG, all making it through. Sorry guys, I wear glasses. My vision is not the greatest. Sorry for messing that one up. That was my far side there. But these guys have made it through all the way to the final stage. But to introduce some more casting and get through our games today, we have Bala and Kitty Plays here. Help me out, guys.
Thank you very much, Monster. Excellent job as always. Yeah, Bala and I are going to be getting to the next few games of East, and we're getting near the end of these now.
It's wrapping up. It's getting close. It's getting close to those 6 qualifiers. So we're going to hop into the game. Let's go on into it right now, Kitty. This could be fun.
I am ready. I love these end of the segment matches, and this is from the top 3,000 already coming in on Thresh, who has 13 rockets available to him right now.
Nice pump shotgun there. That was solid to open up the little game here. Thresh.
Open up
Show
our
what
game.
he got.
He's been playing for a little bit. Our format for today is we are hopping in on zone 4 and 5 here on these end game matches, bringing you the best action, the best moments of the top players right now for US East.
Yeah, that gives us a look at the endings of the game, and it's going to be action, action, action. We get a little bit of a rotation. People are starting to feel out how this game is going to play out, and then all action as the moving zone starts, which is going to be next.
Yeah, this is the first zone that only half of it is within the current zone, so a lot of players are going to have to make a big rotation. You see Josh trying to capitalize on Will the Kid making his rotation and securing that elimination.
Nice there. On the edge of zone, making sure that he's going to clean that up. He's got a little ways to go and not too many materials to do it. So
he
he's
didn't
looking.
pick up any of that loot.
Player must have redeploy. No, he actually knocks him out. Nice play there onto Raptor. Good opportunity, too. You saw he started waterfalling, but Josh said, no, no, no. I'm going to go ahead. Oh, he's going to pick up the
doesn't get that medium ammo. He's sitting on like 33 bullets in that, 27 now bullets in that AR. Lots in his shotgun, though, so hopefully he'll be able to capitalize that. But for those 2 eliminations, he only picked up the loot on one of them.
At least he got the materials. That's the important part. Remember, he only had 20 builds left. He didn't get the impulses. He's still sitting on a scoped revolver. That's not going to be too useful, but maybe he'll make me eat my words later on.
Probably will. Ambition sitting here in his 1x1. I love this skin. It is so bright and beautiful, especially on these high graphics. Jeez. And this little loadout here is great. This is what he wants to be sitting on. No eliminations yet, but as we've seen from players earlier today, getting all their eliminations in those final zones.
Yeah. Definitely want to go as far late game. That's going to be where there's the most players, the most opportunities, and you're also in the placement point range. So that's what I'm saying. When you want to get all the points possible every single game, you want to get to this position for the placement. So remember, NA East, there's 6 players who are going to qualify today in this tournament right now. And look at the rest of them as well. NA West still has 2 to go. The rest of them, we've also already seen Oceania and Asia. Look, he's going to continue pressure. Yes, does take down Webs.
Oh, I'm glad he got that. He's putting so much pressure on these players, rotating past him, able to jump into that rift with the other players and hopefully get good positioning going into the next zone. You see Hart in this lobby, Loopy in this lobby, Cowboy in this lobby. Lots of familiar names in here right now. We are getting in the stacked of the stacked lobbies right now. These are the best of the best players. Oh. And right away, seeing an awesome shot by Mayo, sitting on 4 eliminations, getting that elimination on that player.
Man, Mayo is such a good player. I believe he's only 15 years old. He had one of the craziest clips I've ever seen, and let's see if he's going to be able to recreate that magic here today.
Yeah, recreate that in this high-intensity, high-pressure lobby would be amazing to see for us. We're a little bit greedy. We want the best content coming out of these guys today. And lots of players in here making their way over. Not as many ballers in this lobby as we saw earlier in EU, but I think that's just the amount of players in here.
It depends on the lobby, who's going to get what, and also the openness, right? Because this zone is going over fresh little area right now, fresh terrain. Nobody's built. Yeah, there's no buildings, there's no player-built structures right now. Here, Josh, we saw him earlier get one of the wins. We'll see if he's gonna be able to get another one here. No, he gets in the box. Is that gonna be it?
Oh,
yes, he does.
And that was Josh managing to just pop past a couple players there without taking any shots. That was interesting. Hopping in a couple 1x1s only to build up and above. But almost getting that shot.
Is he going to do it onto Yink right now? I mean, we saw Josh, third-party Josh earlier. What's he going to do? No. Yink is, where'd he go? Yeah, Mayo up on high ground, though, as well. And the magic is starting to occur right now. 67 builds. He's on high ground, 40 limbs. Is he going to be able to take this player out the sky? No, he just shoots him. That's going to be the sign for that player to fall. Going to place the poison trap as well. It's perfect here, maintaining this height. This is all that he wants right now. Make sure that he maintains this. If he loses this, he's losing the opportunities.
Yeah, and you do hear the sound of the grappler of those ballers underneath. He has ultimate high ground right now, and he's going to do whatever he can to secure that. Taking it down a little bit, he dropped down to a safer area and is ensuring that no other players are going to rift or jump pad and take that high ground on him.
Yeah, and there, Silence SMG is going to shred through Element right there. No materials there that he could build. That's why he was hiding in that little nook there. But top 10 now. And Mayo's still on high ground. All these players fighting on low ground. Nobody's really contesting Mayo. Finally, Demoxity comes up a little bit. The layer here, Sappy as well.
There's so much going on in this lower area right now that I really don't see any of these players having a chance within this rotation to try and take that high ground quite yet. You see Sappy, no eliminations yet, but he's got a kit. He's got a great kit to be able to get some eliminations on these players right now if he's able to weave through this previous build and break through it in time, not to take storm damage.
He's got to be careful of the builds below him. One of the floors just got edited. He almost got dropped in. That was close. But there, Sappy, does he find it? No, he doesn't get the cone off, and that's not going to be able to make the edit. He has very little material, so that makes sense why he's not going super aggressive, trying to replace the cones.
And this is a top 6 situation now. All of these players getting the 25 and 15-point placement marks, but they want that victory royale. Woo! Clean kill onto Demoxity, and now one above him. I believe that's Mayo still up there.
Mayo. He's going to drop down to reconnect. That's perfect timing on the reconnect there. That Sappy's not going to be able to break him down. Is he still going to look for the opportunities? No, he's done. Only 5 builds. He needs to go down. Otherwise, he's going to end up running into Mayo on top. Oh, another player jumps in his box. He takes him out again. Happy Salt goes down. Top 4 now.
Oh, another player waiting for him on the other side of this wall, and he goes down.
Oh, it was Mayo, of course.
Sappy taken out by Mayo. Loopy still on this low ground. We saw Wallspar earlier. Incredible, incredible player. These two are so close to each other. No contention for the high ground right now. Ooh, Loopy taking out Wallspar, and what do I?
4 campfires. He's just going to sit on those. He can definitely try to outlast the zone here. It's going to be healing for it.
And Loopy has no healing. He does have access to these two Pokeballs.
He's out of his zone now. He doesn't realize what's going on at all. Mayo's just standing there. Hold on, Loopy. He can still get up. He's going to start breaking it down. No, he's just going to reconnect. And now Mayo, perfect play there with the 4 campfires. He knows exactly he's going to take the L as well. That's a little bit of salt on that injury for sure.
Did you think you were going to see a 4 campfire play today, Bala?
No, I didn't. You know, I thought the heal-offs were done for. With the moving zone going all the way till the end, I thought they were done for. But Mayo showing me, hey, you know what? If we make it to this end zone, if it's a 1v1, I can still do it.
That was for you, Bala. That was for you. We're getting into the next game now. We've got Vape Jesus in here. We see Air Cool. Lots of names that we know and a lot that we don't. If you guys are watching right now and you have played in these lobbies that we've casted, or if you've qualified and you want to make a story, a name for yourself, definitely make sure to tweet out to BalaTW on Twitter or Kitty Plays. We have Sam, we have Cypher, and tell us a little bit about yourself or your friend that's qualified in here. We want to tell your story. Anyone can be part of this competition, and there's a lot of new names.
Oh, Polarize, getting the shot through the floor there, and then the double edit. Nice play. Polarize, such a great player that I am very familiar with. Doing all he can. He does so many VOD reviews and all that.
For that one.
Just like Kitty was saying, though, don't forget to use that hashtag FORTNITE World Cup. Tell us all about your experience playing in it. And if you're on the stream, if you're getting the opportunity here, ooh, a little fight by Vape Jesus going on to Ricochet right there. Nice play. He's going to get in the cone, and he's going to go down, unfortunately.
Oh, we have Ninja in a bush on ultimate high ground now, too. Not the most ideal loadout in the game, though.
Yeah, and throwback to the Bush Bandits right now, because that's what Ninja's doing. He actually only has an infantry rifle and an AR, so I'm not sure how he ended up in this loadout right now, but this is definitely going to be a little bit rough here. Pump shot from the back. And he has a way to go. He doesn't have a shotgun. He doesn't have mobility, and he's going to get coned in the zone, unfortunately. Does go down.
Not what you like to see. Going out in that 41st spot. No placement points for him. I believe he had 1 elimination, if I'm correct, or was that 0? Anyways, not a great game for him going into this, but we are going to check in now on a few well-known players. We got Snood and we got General coming into here. Great positioning at the center of this tower with a few other players looking to take any shots he can on these rotating players.
There's only a few players outside of the zone right now, so it's all going to calm down a little bit as it's top 37. Everybody wants to take a little bit of breathe. Oh my goodness, is Adam Trap next to him? He looked at that through the cone and said, no, 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 I'm good.
The great game awareness coming out by General right now. Saving, well, not saving his life. He's sitting on 3 big pots and 6 minis, so.
He would have been okay, but you definitely want to keep those and take it out. Not try hard there, a little opportunity through the window.
Every tap counts right now in this game. Being able to get that last hit on any of these players is the difference of that point, of that siphon, and he's able to clean up that elimination.
Yeah, Artsy taking out Scopes in the background there.
We're going up to the penthouse. Yeah. We got Snood sitting pretty up here. Great view of the competition, but he's got to be careful. I was just thinking there's another high ground over there. He was gargoyling.
Yeah, you were definitely gargoyling right there. That's when you kind of just stand like a little statue, and Snood, unfortunately, is going to fall victim to that. It's not nighttime yet. He's not going to be able to move. But regardless here, going to use that. Oh, my goodness, in the air. Right before he used that. Snoot,
No,
don't do it to him.
Didn't.
Don't do it to him.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, he's going to land on this player, too. He's going to start up to build rather than shoot. And now, all the way to 30 HP, he's going to go down to Polarize. Cypher PK in the background. Saw him still up. Polarize, we just saw him take out Snoot. Air Cool still up as well.
Look at
Nobu. Jay, look who's up on high ground. It's Polarized again. And this is the perfect opportunity now, the perfect timing, Kitty, to be up there.
Yeah, there's lots of different high grounds right now, though, still. Lots of players choosing to make these towers on top of each other's towers during this rotation. Sometimes the best positioning is right next to your opponent or right above or below. And here we're spectating Get Me Out now, who's got a great kit, has that RPG 6 rockets available to him to use.
Oh,
and coming up next. Oh, good. I saw him a lot yesterday. Incredible player. And but now we have 3,000 incredible players.
3,000 incredible players. A nice play there from Get Me Out now. He was actually riding the edge of the zone, getting shot down. Ooh, did he just get an Elam? I saw his HP just rise all of a sudden. Fortunate we don't see that, right? But still, it was on the edge of the zone, and Psalm did not expect him to come from behind in that direction, so just ended up going into his box. Reloading that RPG is going to take that opportunity now, top 11.
Yeah, it looks like he did pick up another elimination somewhere there. And Bluesy gets knocked down from his high ground. He was not ultimate high ground, though. There is another player above him, and we're back spectating Get Me Out now. Lots of eliminations coming up during this rotation. Oh.
Is he going to find it? No, that player built up just a little bit. Get Me Out now. Oh, he ripped it. Okay, so he's going to grab that as well. That's going to be 3 ticks of Storm. He's going to decide, does he want to land on high ground? This is the choice. Yes, there's nobody actually watching right now. Bluesy is completely boxed up.
It looks like he could be just hanging out. I'm surprised he's not doing anything in his 1x1 to maintain his high ground. But
it'd be a situation of low materials or low HP or something like that. No, he wasn't low HP. Just sitting in his box, a little bit afraid. Doesn't realize that there's nothing on high ground. Looks like Two Chens is looking for the opportunity. Is he going to go for it with the baller? Yes. Yes, he does. Woo. It's him against Get Me Out now. No, it's going to be just to build off for high ground. Two Chens is going to hold on now. End to the J as well.
Oh, we just saw Cypher going down to Nooble on Twitch. We've got 6 players remaining in this lobby right now. Jingles on that ultimate low ground, a few sharing that mid ground, and Two Chens, like, very well holding this high ground right now. No contention.
Oh, nice heavy snipe and goes out. Bluesy does.
No chance for Bluesy to react in that situation. Cleanly cleans up that elimination.
Good find there through the box as well. That's why you need to make sure you have the roof. Sometimes you end up getting stairs on top of you. That's a problem there as Jingles takes down Nooble. It's a 1v1v1 now. Two Chens against N to the J for high ground. Jingles all the way on low ground. He's going to have room to breathe, except N to the J is coming down quickly.
Yep, these 3 fighting it out now. They have to make the choice. Do they try and maintain ultimate high ground? When do they drop down? N to the J and Jingles both on that low ground situation now.
Yeah, they're both on the same level right now. N to the J is looking at it. He has the right and he's going to get it. Jingles goes down. It's just against Two Chens now. He needs to find a way to knock this down. Only 1 build left, and if he has an RPG, no, he doesn't. He has a heavy snipe, so he's going to start waterfalling down carefully. Does pick up a little bit of materials there. N to the J does. He's going to try that mini as well. Two Chens not keeping the pressure up because he's reloading that heavy sniper right now. That might be the key. As N to the J did get a little bit of materials right now. Two Chens is just going to start shooting down, and that might be the opportunity for N to the J to shoot down. Yes, he is going to go for the waterfall. He does have the redeploy though.
The redeploy messed him up.
Elim. No, not yet. He's going to build in the zone and is now in the electric pole, and it's going to be N to the J finds it. Two Chens goes down. Hectic there with the redeploy. I didn't even know he had it, and all of a sudden.
Strategy. I was paying attention to that redeploy. He wasn't worried about the high ground, but then when he made the play to waterfall down and took so much damage with that redeploy, you're so vulnerable in that situation, and ultimately pays the price and gets that second place because of that.
Tried to hide himself with the electric pole, but regardless, now into this next game.
Ooh, Zexro,
High Sky, Spades, Spaceline. This is a big game right here. Zexro, I mean, stacked lobby all the way through. So many good names, and we only saw just 4 or 5 players right now. As Zexro's going to pressure on the Spaceline immediately. Nice, the stare with the shotgun shot. That's what we talked about earlier in Spaceline. just gets cleaned up there from Zexro.
TSM versus Space situation there. Zexro sitting on 2 rifts right now, too.
Yeah, and I actually just saw King Trig, I don't know how to pronounce your name, sorry, take out Saf. He's in second place right now, the King Trig.
46th, like a person eliminated in that. That is not the position that Saf wants to get. Every single game right now counts for him. And
King Trig, that's a confidence booster. He's already in second place. He knows how good he is. He is on the road to qualify for the World Cup. Remember, there's 6 players who are going to qualify through. So if he continues that, taking out Saf is a big confidence booster going forward because Saf is one of the best players in the world.
Definitely.
Oh, looking for the heavy snipe. That's Zexro.
Oh, gets in a baller and runs. We'll see if he does.
Oh, no, what are you doing?
No! What?
Diggs! Why?
He got greedy there. Did
you
he
can
go
pick
for
it
the,
up. No.
He go for the loot trade.
Oh, my goodness.
He went for the rift or something. Oh my gosh, you saw Zexro lining up that shot. We've seen a lot of incredible heavy snipes coming out from these guys today. And
Man.
Not
only finding the loot from the elimination that he got with the heavy sniper, but finding even more. So that's 3 rift to goes. Okay, all he's gonna do, he's gonna rift to take this next run, and that's gonna be good going forward.
Love that for
remember,
him.
this is a stack lobby, and having every little bit of mobility matters. You're gonna go all the way through with those 3 rift to goes there, getting a good position this half in, half out, and then forward.
Yep, peeking in on Spades right now. He does have that flint knock in his inventory. It'll be interesting to see if he decides to utilize that. But able to take some shots here. He is within the zone. Nice. Ooh, trick on native, trying to rotate in, but gets penalized for that.
Yeah, Spades takes him out right there, looking for another opportunity. He's going to AR through this wall. It's not going to be enough because he just realized, he said, hey, if I shoot this, is he going to edit back? Yes, he did. Immediately good reactions. Sometimes you can gauge the level of your opponent. This peek box right now, just looking for an opportunity. Sometimes you can gauge the level of your opponent by just making them react, see what they do. That's what Spades did right there, and that's going to be Kamaria going down, trying to edit through, and Spades was paying attention.
Extremely clean shots coming out by Spades right now, and look at that zone. He's right on that ideal edge now and moving into the next one, but there's a player waiting on the loot of that eliminated player that he just downed.
That's true. Looking to see if he has the bravery to go for this loot. There is somebody who's going to pressure down below and from up top. So maybe it was the best opportunity, the best idea not to go for that. That could have been bad for him. But no, he's going to actually end up getting it. No, they're not letting him, Kitty.
No loot for you, they say. They definitely want that. Any amount of extra resources that these players are able to get, they will fight for. We see Vivid in a baller. I think Top Gun is in a baller. Lots of ballers here. There's Avery. There's Aspect, actually. We talked about him so much yesterday, dropping a 22 elimination game.
Yeah, and still, things could change. There's still plenty of time right now. Look at Vivid just hitting the ball on top of the tree. He's doing his best.
Vivid.
Oh,
not like this.
Jeez. Hey, man, you got to watch your trees these days.
My Lanta.
Oh, my goodness. King Trig just took out Aspect as well. He's actually taking out the biggest names in this lobby right now.
That is a huge confidence boost for him. I'm sure everyone saw that VOD of Aspect's game yesterday with the 22 eliminations, and now knowing that you've bested him, confidence going into the rest of this fight is going to be awesome.
Yeah, nice knockdown there from Avery. He's going to take high ground from that. Rampage is not too far away. Look at still all these players. There's so much, everything going around right now. Gunblasta, also Hershey's bar is right there. You can see him. He's breaking through on the edge of zone. This is good when you're outside, right near the buildings, all the old tunnels, because there's not going to be any players in them. But you got to be careful because anybody could have the edit when they come back, when they realize that it's theirs. Top 25 now. There's the 3 points.
Ooh, and these guys have 25 seconds to head into the next zone in the bottom right corner in the mini-map. You've got a view of that. If you're just joining us, the last eliminated or the last standing player will win the Victory Royale. And I'm just excited. Here we go. We got Hershey's bars. Have you heard of Hershey's bars before?
Yeah, and so Hershey Bar's doing as much as he can. We're going to go take a little bit of a break here because Golden Boy has some news for us. Golden Boy, what's up?
All right, everyone. We got it.
Yes.
We got it. We know who won from Brazil. I have the information.
No.
What?
Golden Boy, have a sit on the box.
Oh, come on, man.
I'm going to take care of this one. I got you guys.
It's because I messed up the first time.